try to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Benny, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, it bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the sporadic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. To follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.
Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, and his
want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued when the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep, leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct. Then I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather, I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double, but nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguise is religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
As the world turns, I mean, it's an amazing time to be a podcaster. I gotta say this, I mean, it's a serious time in history. It's okay to say you regret what you voted for. It's okay to say you regret what you voted for. I mean, if you voted for Trump, it's okay to say you regret because, you have, unbeknownst to yourselves at that time, you don't realize what you basically are doing. And again, I'm going to say it. American citizens have the most to be afraid for, American citizens, because right now it appears that you have a president, Donald Trump, that has an alliance with Putin. Right? We're not talking about Russia and the U.S. No. We're talking about Putin and Trump. And I don't know if you voted for this. Maybe you voted for this. Maybe you didn't. I mean, I thought I heard a lot of MAGA stuff. Now, don't get me wrong. The MAGA people have a potential, this idea, this ability to go, all of a sudden do something completely different from what Trump said he wanted to do and just accept it and try to integrate it in as, that was also a part of the plan. It wasn't part of the plan in the beginning to go to Venezuela, but, MAGA people adjust that into their plan and just say, oh, okay. And I wonder who else is going to get adjusted into the plan, into the invasion plan. Now just think about this. Last year, it's all documented. What people said last year, these algorithms will get you because these algorithms, Facebook, Twitter, which is owned by Elon Musk now, and a lot of these places, they collect your metadata. I don't know if you know what that means, right? And what they do is they compile what your ideas are, what your thoughts are. And what they do when they get a sense, particularly on certain topics, and when you go out there, and there tends to be a lot of people online that fall for the okey doke, then they know that. They know that you fall for the okey doke. Elon Musk knows that people fell for the disinformation, because you will have just real people echoing the disinformation. You know, it will be supported by bots, but some real people echo that information and really believe what these bots say. And a lot of people came with the same exact talking points. So you know it's coming and being distributed from certain sources, you know, and they basically know what that is. You know what a Kremlin talking point is. A Kremlin talking point, we went over that this morning in the last stream. So a Kremlin talking point is could be, you know, at first the talking point was, we're afraid of NATO. We have to defend ourselves from NATO encroaching on our door. When really what it was is people in Russia breaking off from Putin and Russia and oligarchy. That's what it's been. It hasn't been NATO encroaching on anybody. It's been people that Russia colonized when they were a colonial nation. Russia colonized a lot of nations. And now, since it's some time past that period where because they were first a colonial nation and then they became the USSR and then took over some areas too. And when these people break off because they never really saw themselves as part of the same nation anyway, Russia's talking point was that NATO somehow is to blame. It's NATO. NATO's making, you know, Europe can make and force people to want to be separate from Russia. Right. Is that really possible? You really think that's how culture and ethnicity and language and history work? I mean, you know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of people that they bought that shit. And because you have a President Donald Trump, he goes along with those kind of things too. He literally believes the Black Sea belongs to Russia. Like he, you know, and so him and Putin, just think about this. You haven't seen a word from Putin about Gaza, right? Another talking point. See, it was another talking point a lot of people put out in the election year, all on the internet. And I know a lot of the people because I debated with people. Folks know me. I debated these issues online and in real life. People that actually really do exist. People that I actually know care. But let me tell you, even among a lot of people that care, when it comes to figuring out what's at play, they don't always get it right. And there's nothing wrong with that. Let me tell you, if you're doing anything serious, you are definitely going to get some points wrong. Yeah. You definitely going. If you're doing anything worthwhile, you definitely going to get some points wrong. You definitely will, and that will be, you know, a good way to learn your lesson. That will be a good way to learn your lesson. So the next time around, maybe you can spot it earlier, you know. But some people learn lessons already. Don't need to learn those lessons. Some people saw that shit coming away, the okie doke, and I'm one of the people that saw the okie doke because you know, I really love history, so you can't bullshit me with history. You know, I know colonialism. Goddamn, I know colonialism very, very fucking well. We could talk about the 60s. We could talk about the 1400s. We could talk about whatever we want to talk about with colonialism, neo-colonialism. But see, the one thing that really woke me up that I took note of very early is when a lot of people started last year talking about Russia, they didn't fucking talk nothing about Russia's colonial history. Let me give you an example. There's a lot of people, you know, that that support Putin out of Africa. Not everybody is split because every African ain't going for the okie doke either. You know, all you got to do is pay attention and you will see just because somebody's African doesn't mean their brain is the same, their mind functions the same, or they have the same beliefs or same views. That's not how it works. But a lot of people supported Putin because they had this idea that Russia, you know, helped people decolonize. You know, it helped them decolonize from Western colonies. But let me tell you, Western colonial nations were not the only colonial nations because Russia was a colonial nation too. So, and if you know anything about the colonization of America, the United States of America, if you know anything about that, right, you know, you will know that actually Russia was one of the earliest. Yes, you should know that. If you don't know that, then shut the fuck up about colonization. Just stop talking about it if you don't want to say it how it really was. Okay. Also, at that same time, where Western European countries that had access to the Atlantic were going out on the Atlantic and colonizing people, Russia went the opposite direction and colonized all that space today that you see as Russia, right? And then further, all the way across the Pacific to America, where they colonized Native Americans. They actually started off very similar to European Western colonial nations. Started off trading. Yeah, had a cool time trading. And then all of a sudden it turned to war, death, genocide. Russia also, they were doing that in America. So not to say that, not to pick, to try to give a pass to anybody. That's not the point. But when you don't call things like they actually are, you are given a pass. And in this last year, people gave Russia a lot of passes. And they had a lot of reasonings for doing it. The talking points again. You know, this thing about Ukraine, trying to pretend like NATO is the one making Ukraine doing that. Yo, Ukraine never wanted to be fucking part of Russia. That's part of the history, the real history of Russian colonization, the expansion of the USSR. That's a real thing. Just like that war in Congo right now is a real goddamn thing that's been going on and going on and going. And guess who you see is having no problem working with the president of Rwanda and Congo? That's very interesting, right? Because before people thought it was just Biden or they just thought it was something else. No. Get your facts straight. What's happening right now is the world is being carved up. That's what's happening right now. And in a second, people are about to find out who is about to jump all over their ass. That's what you're about to find out. You know, now before people thought that this shit was just about Ukraine. Yeah, if it should be about Ukraine. It should be about Palestine. It should be about these things. It should be about don't take land from other people. Stop colonizing other people, right? But a lot of people were either I'm not one of the people because I've been saying this since last year. If you care about Ukraine, you should care about Palestine. If you care about Palestine, you should care about Ukraine. No question. That's exactly what I've been saying. But I know a whole lot of people that could care about one, but couldn't care about the other. Yeah. And you know what that caring came down to? It came down to, was it the U.S. or was it Russia? That's really sad. That's really sad. Because a lot of people that found a reason to hold back, you know what I'm saying? I can give you an example. Venezuela. Right, is doing business. They get a lot of weapons from Russia, right? They get logistical help from Russia, right? But you just saw the U.S. go and seize that ship. What did Putin got to say about that? I mean, do you really think these people are honest? Do you really think they're going to tell the public what their game is? Do you really think this hasn't happened before? How many times? What about the Cold War? I mean, how did that turn out? You see what I mean? What were some of the faults of the Cold War? You know? What did that, so for me, being a student of the Cold War, I wouldn't trust I wouldn't trust either one. Look at them. Look at what's going on. When was the last time you heard Putin say one thing about Gaza? When was the last time? Do you really think Putin is going to chime in? Do you really think Putin and Trump didn't talk about Venezuela when they had the summit in Alaska? How many months ago was that summit in Alaska? You see what I'm saying? So, obviously, there's something else going on between Trump and Putin, and they're about to test people's game. Particularly Trump is about to test people's game because Russia is very well bogged down pretty much as a military force. Bogged down because, like I've been saying to you, 150 million people is not a whole lot of people. 150 million is not a whole lot of people, especially for the biggest geographical country on earth. Right? So the EU has 450 million people and is not the biggest, is much smaller geographically than Russia, but has 450 million people. That's 3 times the amount of people as Russia. That's 3 times the amount of manpower. You see what I'm saying? and Russia wants to intimidate a country. Intimidate a part of the world that has 450 million people. You see, that obviously that doesn't make sense, because we're not talking about people that aren't able to mobilize. We're talking about people that are able to mobilize in any fashion whatsoever. The United States has 350 million people. That's a smaller physical, in terms of manpower. The United States of America has less manpower than the EU. So in a crisis, you need to understand that's 100. How many? That's 100 more million people. When you need manpower, when you need production power, when you need to produce things, when you need to ratchet up production, when you need people to even go to war. Yeah. And I doubt very seriously EU nations plan on not surviving this, whatever is going to happen. I doubt that very seriously. And I live in the EU, and I'm just being real mathematical about it. Math doesn't care what your opinion is. You have no opinion that is different than Russia only has 150 million people. You have no opinion that is different that the U.S. has anything different than 350 million people. And you have no opinion that the EU anything different than that the EU has 450 million people. You see, that's not opinion. That's fact. In any other place in this universe where you start adding up what that means by their capability, you have to understand they're not the weakest link. There's a whole lot of other areas on Earth that are weak links. So people better get prepared for whatever Trump and Putin have. And people are getting prepared. As I told you, the EU's not sitting back waiting for no speech from Trump. The speech that he started giving 2 days ago. EU wasn't waiting around. It wasn't sitting around waiting for that to say, let's see what Trump says before we prepare a plan A, plan B, plan C. No, that would be stupid. That would be dumb. It's always better to be, how can I say this? Not the person with the biggest voice in the room. That's Trump. Not to be the people sticking your chest out all rough, like you, the rough people threatening people. Always better to play that position and let other people play theirs. Now you can see under Trump how the U.S. military is behaving. You can see that, right? You can see that there's an issue there with the American people. A lot of American people do not like that at all and vocalize it every goddamn day. You see what I'm saying? So that is not necessarily something that's going to play out so simply. These acts by the U.S. military are things that are going to be under heavy, heavy scrutiny. You could see that also on the other hand, when Trump takes these hostile acts or makes these hostile speeches about the EU, you could see that he talks a lot, but he never seems to tell people what the EU is actually doing in response to his words. And the EU has been doing a lot. They've been ratcheting up their weapons manufacturing just instantly. Yeah, they have been. And they've been cutting off buying weapons from the U.S. So the U.S. have to sell their weapons to somebody else. Who are you going to sell your weapons to? I mean, what, Saudi Arabia? Is that who you're going to sell your weapons to? Okay, if that's the plan, you can sell it to, so things right now are getting a little bit heated. But I can tell you, as an American citizen living in the EU, I could tell you the EU doesn't trust Trump for 1 second and doesn't trust anybody who's following Trump. I could just tell you that they've been moving forward very rapidly on defense. They haven't been saying it. They haven't been sticking their chest out. They haven't been talking shit about how America's decaying, like Trump is talking about Europe is decaying. They haven't been saying anything. They've been sticking out of American people's business. You see what I'm saying? They know democracy enough to know that there's different political parties and there's different people have different approaches and different views on how to lead. So they know very much that this is an extreme right wing that's basically on the lunatic fringe, that is on the cusp of destroying the Western world. I mean, really, that's what it really fucking is. You see what I mean? That's really what it is. And people should be worried because, again, I'm telling American citizens, who's there to save you? Like, who is there to save you? Because nobody else is buying it. You know, Trump is going out there trying to preach to the world, but nobody else is buying it. The only people buying it are Trump's base. That's it. And that base can hold down the United States of America while everybody else moves forward. You know. So on that note, let's review some things. I mean, it's a lot of news. But we got the EU-US relations, right? We got the invasion of the Venezuelan boat. Like, are we going to hear Putin say something? When's Putin going to say something? You know, we may not hear it. Impeach Trump. Yeah, for real. I'm serious. Thank you. Look, Greg, I'm telling you, man. Greg. I've been following this shit. I've been online since a year ago following this case. And a lot of us said, remember, I don't know if you heard the beginning of my monologue here. Last year, if you remember what people were saying last year online, there was a lot of people that seemed to think that Trump and Putin helping Trump get elected and all of this shit was a joke. There was a lot of people that was talking about colonization, and they just only could view it from the Western colonial nation concept. They couldn't view it as a colonizer thing, colonial nations thing, which Russia was also. You see what I mean? A lot of people envisioned that Russia was going to be like the opposer to the EU. No, they could also be the wolf, goddammit. Don't ever forget that. They have been the wolf for a lot of people. And if you don't know who they've been the wolf to, then you do not know global history, period. You don't know how it shifts and it morphs and it changes. I told people last year too, you may as well start saying the right thing about this Ukraine shit, which is the same thing you should say about Palestine. People should stop taking their land. Stop trying to colonize them. Stop doing it. Right. But a lot of people they were comfortable with saying that to Western powers about Palestine. And I get that. That's it should be called out wherever it's happening. But not too many people that called it out against Palestine really understood why you would also want to call it out against Ukraine, what Russia is doing to Ukraine, that they're actually connected together. The outcomes are connected. Now we look just a year later, you got Trump there who's supporting Putin. You got Putin who supports Trump. And you really need to understand they're both authoritarians and they're not going to deliver anything positive for their people at all. What they are going to deliver is poverty, death, and struggle. That's what they're going to deliver. Just what Putin has delivered the Russian people, that is what Trump will deliver at best to the American people. That's what he have installed. This thing with Venezuela, it's another dynamic. Venezuela early on, right? Because they basically get a lot of support from Russia, but that mean they couldn't come out and speak against Putin regarding the invasion of Ukraine. And now look at who Trump's partner is, Putin, and Trump is invading goddamn Venezuela. You don't see Putin on the phone. You don't see Putin calling Trump. You don't, even if he pleads publicly, it's bullshit because he did the same thing already with Palestine. He came out one little day after people were like, where the fuck is Putin? He said one statement and then they crawled right back into their fucking hole. Even though they've been selling weapons to Hezbollah, Iran, right? Hamas, the entire time, who have been for their own reasons, right? Responding to Israel or doing whatever I'm not trying to define anything that any of them are doing. Now, Israel to anybody else, and not anybody else to Israel. You could be free to define that shit on your own. You see what I'm saying? But one thing I know for sure is that Russia was supplying weapons against the people that were using it against Israel. So where's Russia today on Gaza? So Russia has a tendency to supply a lot of weapons to people it fucking abandons. Like, you got to ask yourself, is it worth it? You see what I'm saying? But in any case, having said that, things are a step further now. Having said that, things are a step further. And this is not last year anymore. Now, Trump is issuing threats to others. And people aren't sticking their chest out. People ain't going to preach to the American citizens because the EU pretty much respects American citizens. But guess who they don't respect? Donald J. Trump. And that's your president. And the things that he is using the military for doing. They don't respect that. And right now, they're starting to call Trump a threat to their society over here. Just so you Americans know, fellow Americans know, they're now starting to call Donald J. Trump a threat to their security. Like, straight up. It represents a new step in this, and that new step means they ain't going to be buying weapons from you, from the U.S. They won't be sharing logistics. They won't be sharing, what do you call it? Spy information, collection of data. They won't be sharing that with the U.S. And the U.S. relies on those relationships. The U.S. relies on that. The U.S. doesn't do it all alone. Shit, they rely on a whole lot of people. They bombed people based on information they got from other allies. Okay, that's how it's been doing things. The U.S. has turned its back on its allies. And American citizens are about to find out if that's going to do your pockets well. And you might find out if it's going to do your security well. Because let me tell you, when you fire all kinds of FBI people, security experts, that's not a good indication that you're going to be prepared to stop a covert attack by anybody, especially Russia. Okay? Because they all up inside of the White House. Oh, they all up in Donald Trump's booty. Okay? Those Russian spies are. They know exactly what time Trump wakes up in the morning and what he looks like. They know what kind of fucking pajamas he wears. You know what I'm saying? And, come on, just laugh, man. You're going to have to laugh a little bit. You're going to have to laugh about this shit. It's not going to be all sad. You can laugh. People can laugh in war. You know what I'm saying? You can laugh. You got to laugh about the fact that you voted for this man. You got to laugh. Don't hurt yourself. Don't be so down on yourself. But take some motherfucking action. Like, you better get out there and impeach that dude. You better impeach him. And you better impeach him because Donald J. Trump is far righter than any other right in the rest of the fucking world. I mean, to be, you could argue about the Western countries' right wing. You could argue about their policies. You could debate it. You could talk to them. You see what I mean? Even they understand economics. They even understand that they need some goddamn people to do jobs other people don't want. Because it's going to affect their food. They are bright. They're even brighter than that. Although you have some lunatics there, but Trump takes the case. It's even far further than Western right winger. You may as well be talking to the Taliban, basically, when you're dealing with Trump's base. They don't realize that they're just the Christian version of the Taliban. They don't want women to go to work. They don't want women to have rights. I mean, listen to this dude. What is this guy's name? What the hell is this right winger's name? This young guy. He even came out there the other day talking about. He was on Piers Morgan. What's this dude's name? On Piers Morgan. What does he sound like? What is this guy's? What the hell? What is his name? Let me see here. He came out on Piers Morgan and said that he doesn't want women to vote. What is the guy? Let me see here. Right wing. He visited Trump in Mar-a-Lago. He's a full-blooded racist, and he doesn't give a damn. Let me see something. podcaster that hold on. See, the good thing I like about my podcast is that I actually come with some data and numbers and things like that, and all references back, Piers Morgan asked him if he slept with a woman before, because he said he didn't want women to vote, and he was like, nope, never have. This guy is out there. He hates Muslims. He hates everybody. He hates Jews. He hates Muslims. He hates, who is this dude? It's coming. Hold on. Let me see here. Nick Fuentes. And that's such a funny name because he has a Latin name and he's out here, dissing Hispanics. Nick Fuentes. Exactly. Thank you, Brandon. Yo, this dude talking about, he said he never, that's some real right wing shit for you right there, yo. He's like, he's out there talking about trannies, out there talking about gay people, and Piers Morgan was like, do you want women to vote? He was like, nope. And then he was like, have you ever slept with a woman? And he was like, no. This is the people who are leading the right wing. These are the people that, no wonder. This is what they're leading. And they are going to rip down for Donald Trump because of their own ignorance. And for him to get some money in his pocket, they are going to attempt to tear down the Western world so they can own it. This is what they seem like they're doing. You see what I mean? This is what a lot of people speculate that they're doing. Nick Fuentes is just goddamn crazy. I mean, how do you not want women to vote? But this is who Donald Trump invites to his home. This is the two parties that MAGA has now. They have the Nick Fuentes and the Marjorie Taylor Greene version, and neither one of them have any plan to get your ass some groceries for cheap on the table. None of it. They don't have any plan to decrease the price. They don't have any plan for energy. They don't have any plan to bring your price. All of this shit was thrown in the trash for people that want to care about things that they don't fucking control. You don't control what color somebody's name is. Somebody looks. I'm sorry. You don't control the color of what someone is. You don't control what their hair texture is. You don't control if they're a man or a woman. You don't control really anything about other people. Why don't you just leave other people to fuck alone and mind your own business? And I'm saying this to people that have conservative upbringings. I had a conservative upbringing. I grew up in a house with a mother and a father, in a home with a goddamn library. You know what I'm saying? With space to be by myself, do what the hell I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And it's basically a Christian background, you could say, right? A conservative background. To some degree, to a large degree. But these people, they just fucking hate other people. That's their pastime. Hating other people they don't know. Hating half of their fucking country. Literally hating women. This is who is causing all this destruction. The party that hates women is on a motherfucking tanker in Venezuela, just seizing a tanker. The party that hates women is attacking the EU without cause, no cause, zero cause. Trump has not put forth any real cause, only delusional ideas. This guy pulled out aid in countries that wanted to work with the U.S., that were happy to trade and were trading with the U.S. You see what I mean? These people are fucking extreme, and they're weird. They're just weird, yo. They're just way fucking weird. You see what I mean? And now this group has threatened the United States of America. Threatened the EU. You know what I'm saying? They're just lashing out. They threatened Canada. They threatened it's about to hit the fan. So I'll just hope American citizens do one thing. Go to the map. Go to your Google and ask how many soldiers how many enlisted military does the United States have? How many enlisted military I'm talking about active military does the EU have? Active. And ask yourself, how many active military does Russia have? You see what I mean? And ask yourself, what's the population of Russia? What's the population of the EU? What's the population of the United States? And then ask yourself, is Trump engaging in the behavior that is best suited for the United States to bring Americans anything positive in the next year or 2 or 3? You know, if this dude continues to cross the line, the United States and its people are going to take a huge, a hit that you can only take when people are begging you not to do it, and you just fucking keep doing it anyway and want to try people. Okay, I mean, it's crazy. But now let's go to Kristi Noem's ass and see what she got to say. Then we're going to go over, sorry this took so long. Then we're going to go over Trump, go right into Trump dissing the EU. Then we're going to go to Venezuela. Then we're going to, down the line like that and see how it turns out. Let me see. Let me take this up off of the screen. Yeah, man, this is some crazy shit here. Let's see here. Let's go. Are we here? Oops. Hold on. Can y'all see this? Two seconds. All right, here we go. Sorry about that.
Bold leadership. Given the complete mess that President Trump inherited from...
All right, so you can see she's going to start off with the same talking point. Everything is always inherited from Biden. The reason why they invaded this, the reason why they invaded this oil tanker is because of Biden. The reason why the economy's down is because of Biden. The reason why your health care insurance is about to get more expensive in 3 weeks, 2 weeks now, is Biden. The reason why the cost of goods has gone up since last year is Biden. The reason why the U.S. dollar is down is from since the day Trump took office to now. It's down like from what it was $1 to $7 kronas, 7.4 kronas. Now it's like $1 to 6.4 kronas. I mean, the dollar has on the global scale has decreased. If people are throwing loads and loads of money into gold because the U.S. dollar has been slowly weakening. I don't know how many of you have gold stocks, but anybody that has gold stocks knows what I'm saying. Soon as Trump took office, the price of gold went up. And one of the major reasons why the price of gold went up is because of Donald Trump's tariffs and the weakening of the U.S. dollar. When the U.S. dollar, since it's a global currency that many nations use to trade with, I don't know if you know what that means. That means they buy and sell shit with U.S. dollars, even though they're another country. Because of Donald Trump, that dollar has weakened in value day after day after day after day. It's weakened. And if it keeps weakening, people are going to start dropping it, and it's going to decrease even more rapidly. So Americans on a goddamn TikTok schedule. This is not a it's like when you look at the sand thing and you see the sand dripping, the hourglass and shit. Yo, the hourglass is on, yo. The hourglass is on. And I'm sorry to bring the bad news, but it's no longer time to act like things are going to just nicely and neatly be prepared. No, you are fucked. You are fucked. Like, this regime you got plans on fucking you over. Like, straight up. They want to regulate another person's body like this is slavery or something. You know what I'm saying? Who said that? Exactly. I mean, they just heaven's door. They just need to have brains. You don't own nobody else's motherfucking body. What the fuck? Slavery days are over. Women don't want that, and no man should want that. By the way, if you want to control somebody else's body, you're a weird motherfucker. Like, you are weird, and you deserve an ass beating yourself trying to control anybody else's body. But in any case, let's go on. Let's play this stuff. Do me a favor, click the like button because it's going to be a good show today. This one's going to be good. But yo, American people, you getting there. You know what I'm saying? It's getting there for you. It's like getting there. This president has pissed off every ally that the United States has ever had, and they are going to protect themselves from Donald J. Trump. You have to understand that. If you are not getting this motherfucker out of office, they are making moves now to protect themselves from this goddamn lunatic. Like, you just need to understand that. You need to understand that. That's 450 million people that have that viewpoint.
Joe Biden and
yeah, she's like, Joe Biden did this, Joe Biden, whatever. You want to listen to her? She's a brainwashed pig. But in any case, here we go. And she's getting your tax dollars to lie to you. That's even a fucking insult. But
many of them have been physically assaulted and attacked. So we condemn.
Hold on, I want to see the reporting here, the questions they asked her. Let's see here.
Will senior U.S. officials be meeting Saturday with European and Ukrainian officials to discuss the peace plan?
Look, the United States and the Trump administration continues to be very much.
All right. The EU has rejected Trump's plan and said, fuck you, Trump, you little nasty motherfucker. And so now Trump is trying to, find a way to make it sound like he's a boss. But what did you think? You think they were going to accept that dumbass plan? Fucking sociopath. The only people that this woman is fooling is Trump's base. Nobody else. So, of course, I could have told you they was going to reject it. 450 million people don't take a bullshit offer anywhere on earth. Don't you understand that? What the fuck? What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you this. The United States of America cannot do anything alone well. Everything that you have done well is because people have cooperated with you to make sure it goes fucking well because it was in their interest. You are losing that shit. It's going to be lost in your face, man. U.S. is ass out. U.S. is ass out, and somebody's going to make it hurt. Like I'm telling you.
Engaged in trying to bring the Russia-Ukraine war to an end. President had a call with Europeans yesterday. His special envoy Witkoff and his
exactly. It's Joe's fault, y'all. It's Joe's fault. The price of gas, Joe Biden's fault. The grocery prices going up, Joe Biden's fault. Ukraine war, Joe Biden's fault. We invaded this goddamn oil tanker, Joe Biden's fault. Yeah, that too. What else? What else is Joe Biden's fault? You know what I'm saying? Like, no accountability whatsoever. And in fact, it's going to be a point where somebody going to get the shit slapped out of them if they say that one more time. It's Joe Biden's fault. I mean, because it's not about defending Joe Biden. It's just about the insultingness of trying to play. You think people are stupid? Like, it's insulting. It's insulting. Listen, let's just put it to you like this. Everything this regime does, every day that it is in office, it's Joe Biden's fault. Let's just call it that. For the next 3 years, it's all going to be Joe Biden's fault. Nothing of consequence of these people. Only Joe Biden. Joe Biden's still the president, y'all. Joe Biden's still the president. Kamala Harris, vice president. Thank you, Miss Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Who the fuck are these people? Are they even in the White House yet? They sound like they still moving into the White House,
Continue to talk with both sides literally as we speak. If there is a real chance of signing a peace agreement, if we feel like those meetings are worthy.
Yo, hey, Caroline Leavitt, nobody gives a fuck what you think. No European leader, nobody even in the parliament, no elected official, nobody in the military. There's no serious person that gives a fuck what you think. She's only talking to Trump's base. This is bullshit. Look, a nuclear bomb might hit the U.S. and she's going to be sitting there talking about, it's Joe Biden's fault. It's Joe Biden's fault.
His team continue to talk with both sides literally as we speak. If there is a real chance of signing a peace agreement, if we feel like those meetings are worthy of someone on the United States' time this weekend, then we will send a representative. It's still up in the air whether we believe real peace can be accomplished.
We ain't waiting for you, all right? Goddamn. Please. Can you just leave NATO, goddamn it? Just get the fuck out. Just leave, goddamn it. This is look, it's confusing for American people because they gaslighting. They're making it sound like, no, they want to help. They want to do something. No, people done figured it out. The only reason why you didn't leave NATO is because you want to interfere with other NATO nations. That and what they do. That's the point. So they can't have an official vote, according to their rules. That's the whole point. Trump, Putin using Trump as a roadblock in the EU. That's what that is. That's just a technicality, because I'm going to tell you, that's about to be off the table. And then what? You really think you can keep 450 million people in a box not defending themselves? Oh, this lady out her goddamn mind.
We can truly move.
No, nobody going to have it that good, especially Putin. Okay, because there's loads of Russian people that hate his ass and waiting for him to fucking go. Like, straight up.
The ball forward. The president.
I mean, if I was your boss for 30 years, wouldn't you want me to go? When would you get tired of having the same old goddamn person come out and talk like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck kind of life is that? That's not freedom. That's slavery. That is slavery. You may as well be a serf or something like that. Literally. Where are the kingdoms that don't have democracy anymore? I mean, there's countries that have kings and queens, but they still have a parliament. It's still run by the parliamentary members. You know what I'm saying? That's basically Putin is the king, no parliament. The parliament doesn't even function, and now American people want to be just like him. Okay, all right. You don't know how bad it is in Russia. I mean, what you think? They're getting paid well? You think that they got a good retirement plan? You think shit is now off the chain expensive? Like, that's where the U.S. is going.
The president is extremely frustrated with both sides of this war, and he's sick of meetings just for the sake of meeting. He doesn't want any more talk. He wants action. He wants.
Oh, little baby Trump is sick of everybody. He doesn't look. They're not sick of Putin. If you were sick of Putin, they would have put that shit in a box a long time ago. They're not sick of Putin. You don't meet somebody on a red carpet that you're sick of. Okay, how many months has it passed now? It's like, why would you meet a person on the Red Cross that hasn't done any goddamn thing for your efforts? You see what I mean? So in other words, Trump rolled out the red carpet and Putin said, fuck you, Trump. You're a bitch. I'm not doing anything. Fuck you. I'm going to use you. I'm going to hold this shit over your head and you're going to do what I say. You're going to act like a little bitch, Trump. And now she's up here trying to sell that off as Trump being a tough guy. Okay.
This war to come to an end. And the administration has spent more than 30 hours, just in the past couple of weeks, meeting with the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Europeans and speaking with them as well. So
there's no way Donald Trump spent 30 hours with nobody this week. I mean, he doesn't have that much time. He don't got 30 hours. Goddamn, most of us only work 40 hours a week or less. They talk about Trump spent 30 hours with them just alone, just only them. Listen to this.
Will the administration want any more talk? He wants action. He wants this war to come to an end. And the administration has spent more than 30.
Oh, the administration has. Okay, so they adding all those up. So it's not really Trump. It's everybody else. Okay.
Hours. Just in the past couple of weeks, meeting with the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Europeans and speaking with them as well. So we'll see.
This is the only people that go out there and say, we got a peace plan. Hey, everybody, come and meet us. We came up with a peace plan. Do you guys want to meet? And then they make it they make it seem like they're the victim because they got a peace plan nobody likes. I mean, Putin likes it. He loved it. Ukraine doesn't like it. Okay, well, why don't you try giving Ukraine something they could work with. Or why don't you try just getting the fuck out of the peace agreements? I mean, just get out. Why do you even want in the first place? Didn't his base want him to just get the fuck out of Ukraine? And this guy is still having meetings. Does it sound like he lived up to the MAGA call for no foreign wars? If it's no foreign wars, why does he keep on trying to do a plan? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, why is this guy even obsessed with a fucking plan? It's like he's more obsessed with a plan than anybody else while he's saying he doesn't want to be a part of it. I mean, that's why it's not getting done, because he really doesn't want to do the work to make a real plan. You know, he just wants to gaslight everybody. Oh, I spent so much time. You should be grateful to me, Ukraine. EU, you should be grateful to me, EU. You should be great. Yo, I'm going to tell everybody in the EU, as an American citizen, forgive us. You know, all of us are not like that, don't have that kind of mind state at fucking all. We're not all that goddamn dumb. This administration is showing the worst of Americans. The absolute fucking worst. Mindless, stupid. You see what I mean? Not even having any type of pride. No fucking pride. Like, if you had pride, you would at least make sure everybody has fucking health care. If you had pride, you would at least make sure every fucking citizen has access to education equally. If you have pride, that's how you show pride. That's real pride. What these people have is pride based on shit that has nothing to do with anybody. Nobody created any of this shit they have pride in. It's all fantasy that they have pride in. You see what I mean? All fucking fantasy.
About the meetings this weekend, and stay tuned.
President read President Zelensky's latest proposal that was sent over yesterday.
He's aware of it, yes. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. The Fed chairman, the president says that he's in.
The Fed chairman, the dollar has shrunk. Anybody can look. I mean, let's go right here. Let me see if you guys saw this. I know you saw it earlier today, but let me pull it back up and then we shoot right back to there. Do y'all see this? Where is this? It's not coming up. Oh, wait a second. Sorry about that. There it is. Damn, you see that? That took a second to change. You see that little red line there? Right? You saw that? That red line? Let me see here. I'm going to put it up to 5 years. Right? You see that blue, this green line right there? Put a 1 in the chat if you could see that. Let me just see. Can y'all see that? Put a 1 in the chat if you could see the green line over here to the right. You see that? That the dollar value, the Danish crown value, right? Well, this is a comparison. You can see up here, it says United States dollar at the top. You see right there where I'm clicking? That's US dollar, right? And down here is the Danish crown, right? On the bottom. So to the left is how much a US dollar was worth compared to a Danish crown, right? So this is in 2020. 1 US dollar was worth 6,14 Danish crowns, right? You understand that? 2021. I'm gonna look at that green line, jig-jagged line over there, the dollar value. Now, in here in 2022, right? October, let's say it's right here, 2020, December. That's when Trump was in office. This is Biden, February 21st. Y'all probably can't see that. But it says February 21st, right? That's just at the beginning too. Now I'm going to move the line over. You see? September 2021. So it's moving up. This is still under Biden. All the way up here. So this is September, October, right? It's up here. Then it starts receding under Biden. But it only goes down half of what it made. So it went up. And then it retracted 50% of what it did. But it's still higher. It's at a 7. You see what I mean? Right there, around a 7. It was at a 705. When Trump was in office, it was down here at 609. You see? Biden comes in office, it goes all the way up to 7.5 and then recedes back down to 7 and kind of hovers between 6, 7, and 7, right? And then it goes up under Biden's administration. This is still November 24th, 2024. It goes back up, right? And now look, Trump is the president now, right? At this last little iceberg, last little tip. And then, right, this is January 18th, 2025. And then from there on, just drops all the way down. Now it's down to 6.5 highest, 6.3, it's 6.3, 6.4. You see, all the way down here to the right. That's Trump's dollar value. That's what we call, you have to call it now. You have to call that the Trump effect, right? That is the value that Trump gave to the US dollar. He sunk it, and it's about to sink some more. And it is because every day that Trump says something hostile towards the EU starts doing things differently. It starts investing in itself, right? Especially when it comes to defense. And they got 450 million people, and the United States only has 350 million people. Who do you think can make more weapons faster? 350 million people or 450 million people? Who do you think can make, who do you think? You see, I mean, whose economy is second or third to the United States? I mean, you think the EU is just a small economy? No, it's not. It's over 17 trillion a year, and it's rising and it's growing. And this thing about investing in their own weapons is only going to make it grow more. Because guess what they're going to do? They also going to sell some of those weapons. Yes, they will. Yeah. They will if they have to. Or they could trade. You give them this for that. I mean, a lot of people on earth looking for options. Everybody doesn't want just one or two options. Some people want 3 or 4 or 5. Well, you're dealing with the EU. You got how many different options in the EU making weapons? How many different countries? That's a whole lot of different technology you might want to get. You see what I mean? So here, look at this. Not to stop her, but look at this one other thing. In comparison, where did I go? Did I go over here? It's right here. We go. Look at this. Oh, I don't know if y'all can see this, but let me pull this back up. Oh, did I not do the right one? Hold on. Let me go to this. Right, here we go. Boom. Yeah, let me switch that back on one more time. Now, let me see here. Who's military? Between USA, EU, and Russia. What are the active, what are their active duty military numbers? Let me see here. I mean, just to qualify a little bit, because I know American citizens, because there's not a lot that goes on to legacy media about the composition of the EU, Americans don't tend to have something to compare Trump to. The data that they get about the U.S. What they get is on legacy media is that the U.S. is the most powerful country on earth. It is a single country, but you need to know what that really means in real terms. Don't just think that is like something that is always going to be, that can always be maintained if you don't make the right decisions. You're not owed that by God to be the most powerful country on earth. That only comes because of very clear decision making and leadership, and a whole lot of goodwill from others too. You see what I mean? That never comes from being a bully. It never comes, and especially not today. Especially not today. Now let's see here. The United States has 1,320 or 1,330,000, right? Active duty military. You see that? Right. What's the source? You can go to Global Firepower, but there's numerous sources for this data. You know what I'm saying? There's numerous. European Union, 27 member states. Remember I said they got many options for weapons because they all have their own engineering and own defense interests. So they make different kinds of weapons with different kinds of technology. European Union, 27 member states. Active duty military, it's a same or basically it actually outnumbers the U.S. You see that? Active duty U.S., 1,300,000. Active duty 300,000 and 300,020, right? Isn't that what that is? 1,320,000 or 1,330,000 versus the EU, which is 1,340,000 or up to 1,500,000. You see, so the EU military is not an insignificant military, not at all. Its capabilities, the U.S. may be known to have the best capabilities, and they might have a lot because you got fighter tanks and got all this shit all over the place. Yeah, okay, well, it depends on what war you're fighting. What war are you trying to fight? Because you trying to fight one against Venezuela, you might not need all that. They may not need all that to fly up to the U.S. You trying to fight a war against Canada, what do you think? You think they need a goddamn cruise ship? No, because they're your neighbor. They're within reach. And it's the same thing about the EU. They don't need they don't need an aircraft carrier to defend themselves against Russia. You see what I'm saying? But they might start building one for other people. You know what I'm saying? If shit, depending on how shit goes. I mean, hey, the U.S. don't want to help. They got all the aircraft carriers. They don't want to work anymore. What do you think happens when you're dealing with 450 million people paying into the same economic source? What do you think happens when somebody doesn't want to work with them? They don't just stand still. They say, okay, what are our solutions? What do we need? Okay, is this a solution? Is this a solution? Well, if we can't get this and this, well, then let's make one. Russia's numbers, 1.1 million to 1.300, so it's around the same. That's what they say the active military is. You see what I mean? But they got 150 million people, but they say the active military is 1,500. They got one. Look. I mean, look, you already know these numbers don't make any goddamn sense. Look at this. How you have 1.5 million people and your active military is the entire country? Come on, get the fuck out of here. Yo, I mean, you can already see that's bullshit. Every single person, man and woman in Russia is in the military. It's just little girls, little boys, motherfucking people in elementary school and shit. You can already tell you Russia bullshits people. This is just bullshit. Look, I could understand 1.5 million if your population is 350 million. I could understand 1,500,000 if your population is 4.5 million people. That I could understand. That makes more sense. But this, you got what? Active duty is 1.1 million, right? But their whole population in the country, they say, or it could be 1.5, right? 1.5 million. But that's the population of the whole damn country right there. I mean, I'm sorry, but people can cap for Russia all you want it, but in the end of this bad boy, you're gonna wish that you were just saying, listen, man, Putin should not be invading Ukraine. In fact, nobody should be invading anybody. If you would have said that last year, you could avoid a lot of trouble that you're about to get in 2026. Like flat out. You could have done that if you would have, just paid a little more close attention. But in any case, let's go back to Caroline, because I know I'm taking up a lot of time, but let's go back to Caroline here. Let's go.
Interviewing candidates. So I just want to be clear.
About the meetings this weekend, and stay tuned. This is just in the past couple of weeks, meeting with the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Europeans and speaking with them as well. So we'll see about the meetings this weekend, and stay tuned.
President read President Zelensky's latest proposal that was sent over yesterday.
He's aware of it, yes. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So the Fed chairman, the president says that he's interviewing candidates. So I just want to be clear. So the pick has not been locked in. And could we get an announcement before Christmas?
I know every business outlet in the world is just chomping at the bit for a scoop or something on this Fed chair announcement. I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I know there's been a lot of reports about potential meetings this week with potential candidates. Look, as always, this is a decision the president himself is going to make. And I know there's a lot of reporting out there from anonymous sources who claim to know something. I would wait and see what the president himself does and announces, and I certainly won't be the one to get ahead of him on that.
On the economy, can I ask you about
So Michael, go ahead.
On the next Fed chair, does the president have an expectation that his pick will lower interest rates next year to his liking?
I think the president has been quite clear about what he believes the Fed should be doing, which is lowering interest rates. I know there was a quarter-point reduction this past week, and the president was pleased to see that, but he thinks more should be done. Philip.
Oh, yeah. Look, somebody said the EU. Who is this? You done good? You done good? The EU doesn't have enough soldiers. It'd be mainly reliant on you. You out of your damn mind? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Like, yo, you need to do math every single goddamn day on this and get your references up before your life is destroyed for not doing your homework. Like, don't get it what the hell? I'm like, man, you all, sometimes I swear you just really gotta you gotta understand the sources. You just gotta go to as many, this is just this data. This is the data that's out there. This is the data. These are the numbers. You didn't know the EU got 4.5 million people. You didn't know the EU's population was bigger than the US. You didn't know that? What's wrong with you? What class did you go to? What school you go to? That's embarrassing. You didn't know that? Because legacy media didn't tell you? That's your goddamn fault, bro. You need to wake up. This is not disputed data. There's nothing you're going to dispute about the data. You're going to make yourself look like a goddamn fool. Like, you could dispute it all you want, but this is just the facts. The EU has 4.5 million people. It has 1 million more people than the United States of America. So you think the U.S. could have 1 million soldiers and the EU can't? How do that work? What's the secret recipe for the U.S.? How's that? Tell me that. How they do it? How they have 100 million? How do they have 1 million soldiers? I'm sorry, with 3.5 million people, and the EU don't have 1 million soldiers with 4.5 million people. And you really need, just like I told you. Listen, y'all, don't leave this shit up to the trolls. Don't leave your life in the hands of no goddamn troll. And I'm not a goddamn troll. I'm here in real life for real, knowing what the fuck I'm talking about and telling you factually as an American citizen living in the EU, born in Washington, D.C. Family on both sides comes from the colonial period in the United States of America. I don't have time to fucking bullshit you. If I want to know the data on something, I know exactly where to go and get it. These are not disputed facts. American citizens need to know this. You need to know how many soldiers the EU has, and you need to know also their capabilities. You see what I mean? And I'm just here to tell you again, they will not be the people falling. I'm just telling you that. You fucking with the EU, you're going to fucking destroy your place that you had in the world affairs that you had previously. You're about to fucking lose it. And it's going to be because of Donald Trump's fault. And you are going to experience it by the prices of your goods going up. You are going to experience it by your dollar weakening. You are going to experience it by your health care getting more expensive. You are going to experience it by many of you people losing your homes because you have mortgages that's just going to change instantly overnight because of the dollar dropping. You're going to experience a lot of negative things because of this choice. And of course, you don't have to experience it all, but if you okay with your Congress not doing a damn thing about it, then you will. And that is exactly the trick. Congress and the Senate have the trick to stop all of this. If they don't, they just must want you to go through all that pain. Because there's no day of the week where 450 million people that are industrialized stand down for a lunatic like Donald Trump. You're just not going to get it. And in fact, Russia ain't even standing down to a lunatic like Donald J. Trump. Why would you expect anybody else? You would expect someone else? Here, let's go back to this one. Let me see something here. I mean, you I don't know where you getting your numbers from, but you better get the numbers quick. You better get them quick. What is the difference in the GDP of USA, EU, right? China and Russia. Yeah. Let's see here. I mean, you're going to get your references too. You're going to get your references also. All right, let's go. Here we are. United States, 30 trillion a year. EU, 19, almost 20 trillion, right? Between 19 and 20 trillion, right? That's still 10 trillion behind. Guess who's behind the EU? China. Guess who's behind China and behind a whole lot of fucking countries? I mean, loads of them. Russia. Russia got 1.5 million, 1,500,000 people. That's including little people, babies, old people, la, 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 la. EU has 450 million people. That includes babies, old people, la, 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 la. China has a lot more people. They have manpower. But the U.S. has less manpower than the EU. And the U.S. is throwing motherfuckers out left and right. Right now, you have a regime that believes that the only people that are really citizens are people that look a certain way. So, a whole lot of people ain't going to be fighting with them in any war. Is not going to be cooperating too well. They might cooperate just enough to get along, but they ain't going to put in that extra bit of work. You see what I mean? Not for a lunatic. So, there's a lot of false pride in the United States of America. False pride. It's not pride in citizenship. It's not pride in, for example, like my family going back to the colonial period on both sides. It's not that kind of pride. See, I wouldn't be good enough for these MAGA people. Although I don't give a fuck what they think. Fuck you, each and every last one of you. Because you ain't shit. You see what I mean? You're not going to tell me. I don't need you as a reference to what a fucking real American is. Because you're looking at one in the flesh. You see what I mean? A lot of you maggots hang out with people who claim to want to have some sort of pride, but your families don't all go back that deep. One, Trump's family is like what? His grandparents came to the U.S. You see what I mean? Or is it even his? Is it? Yeah, something like that. That's 2 to 3 generations back. That's nothing. That's not nothing on American standards. You see what I mean? That's nothing. Elon Musk just came yesterday. Why the fuck are you so proud of him? Like what's that all about? You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times these MAGA people, look at all their leadership. these people really don't have deep roots. Many of them don't have no. Sean Hannity, where's his deep roots? His grandparents came to the United States of America. He's already made a living talking about what he don't like about the United States of America. That's his one job. I should be the black Sean Hannity if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? He gets paid millions to tell you everything he don't like about the U.S. and how the founding fathers and where was his father? Where was his grandfather? Nowhere around. Nowhere close. His family wasn't nowhere close to nothing called no founding father. Mine was. Okay? And a whole lot of other people. So I don't use these people as a reference. Your skin color is not a reference to you being a real American. Your eye color is not a reference to you being a real American. None of that. That shit is just luck. You can just be born that way and move to America. You know what I'm saying? Just like you can be black. That's luck. That's just the luck of the draw. Bow. A crapshoot. Somebody, stuck it in somebody else and you came out looking that way. It has nothing to do with you or your character or your heritage or your history. You see what I'm saying? When you connected it to your country. Zero. You see what I'm saying? It's not even an issue. But these people, they actually go around acting like that. I mean, it's sad, but it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. But it's gonna be painful for people in the U.S.
On these advanced NVIDIA H200 chips, why is the president willing to allow China to have access to one of America's chief technological advantages?
Look, I will tell you.
What's the question? You're gonna really like this one because Trump says that he's against China. He's working against China. These are patriots, huh? Caroline Levitt's a patriot. Let's listen to a patriot talk. Let's listen to the reporter ask the question, and then let's hear the purest patriot that's ever existed in the universe, who happens to be the White House press secretary.
There was a quarter-point reduction.
Thank you, Caroline. On these advanced NVIDIA H200 chips, why is the president willing to allow
H200 chips?
China to have access to one of America's chief technological advantages?
Yeah, why is Trump willing to let China have access to that?
Look, I will tell you just a couple of things. The president put out his own statement on this, which I do think highlights his exact thinking. What you see from the president on Truth Social is most of the time what you hear from the president.
What you see on Facebook.
Behind
what you see on TikTok from the president.
Doors privately. He told President Xi that NVIDIA will only be shipping H200 products to approved customers in China.
I mean, isn't this the dumbest approved customers? You don't. This lady underestimates spying. She underestimates the power of the regime that's in power in China. She underestimates what that is. See, look at this. Look at how her regime operates. Look at how Trump operates. So let's say China does that. You know what? He tells its people, we're only sending it to approved people in the U.S. And we're sending this top secret security shit to only approved Americans. Do you think this regime is not going to break every fucking law to get their hands from any American inside of the United States, get any material they have? Don't you think that's what? Come on, it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. But here's their answer. Here's their answer. They're nowhere to defend these people. Nowhere to know nothing about what they're going to do. They live in a nation that will lock their ass up and throw away the key. And here's her answer.
Hear from the president behind closed doors privately. He told President Xi that NVIDIA will only be shipping H200 products to approved customers in China under conditions that will allow for continued strong national security. The administration continues to maintain a strict export control regime, and we are ensuring that the Blackwell chip and other advanced technologies stay right here in America, and these H200 chips will only be sent to China after undergoing a security inspection here in the United States.
Not getting it at all.
Elizabeth.
Thank you, Caroline. New York City Mayor-elect Noem put out a video recently telling immigrants in New York City they have the right to stand up to ICE. Are you concerned this will inspire New York City residents to resist ICE operations, and what will the Trump administration do if this happens?
The Trump administration is definitely concerned about the rise in violence and attacks and physical threats that we have seen against our brave men and women who wear the ICE uniform. Again, these are agents who are just simply doing their jobs. They are enforcing our nation's immigration laws, and we've seen more than a 1,000% increase in violent attacks on them and their families. They've been doxxed, they've been harassed, many of them have been physically assaulted and attacked. So we condemn that wholeheartedly. I know the administration has done a lot to protect our ICE agents, and the president stands firmly behind them in conducting these enforcement operations. And there's a lot of talk from Democrat politicians in New York, but the Trump administration will continue to do our jobs in every state, and that's to remove illegal aliens and public safety threats from American communities. Sure.
Thank you.
That was just repeating the same thing she say all the time. It doesn't matter. Someone get their brains blown out by ICE, same sentence.
Go to the gentleman who's very eager, and then to you.
Thank you so much. Obviously, Jasmine Crockett, who the president has openly criticized, just entered Texas' Senate race. I asked Mike Johnson, who said that Texas largely supports the president. Crockett, on the other hand, says that Trump is an example of extremism. She says that her support is a referendum on Trump. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. And has Trump made any statements since she's announced her candidacy?
Not to my knowledge, as you know, from the White House podium. As a government employee, I'm not privy to comment on future elections, but I do think the president has made his thoughts on Ms. Crockett quite clear, and I do believe he thinks she is wholly unqualified for the office that she is seeking. Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. A federal judge today ordered the immediate release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from ICE detention. Does the White House have a response to that, and does the administration plan to appeal that decision?
Absolutely. The White House, the administration, opposed this activism from a judge who is really acting as a judicial activist, which we've unfortunately seen in many cases across the country. Abrego Garcia is present in our country illegally. He is a proven human trafficker. He is a proven gang member. The administration has evidence of that. And as you saw from the Department of Homeland Security, they issued a statement saying they'll continue to fight this legal battle in court. Caitlin.
Two questions. I have one on Venezuela to follow up, but first on affordability, since we were talking about the economy at the beginning. If the economy is as strong as the president has said it is, then why is he telling parents 2 weeks before Christmas that they should only buy 2 or 3 dolls for their children?
Look, what the president is saying is that if we want products made right here in America, if we want them to be made from American small businesses, which is a large part of the reason the president has effectively implemented tariffs, then we're going to have better quality products.
Newsflash, if you make shit in the U.S. like that, it's going to cost more than what you already pay for it. So do you want things that cost more? I mean, how much do you want to get paid to make dolls? How much you want to get an hour? How much you want to get an hour? Put that in the chat. How much you want to get an hour to make dolls in the United States? What would you do it for? $3 an hour? $5 an hour? $10 an hour? $15 an hour? What do you want to make those dolls? What do you think? How much should you get paid to make dolls in the U.S.? How much should you get paid to make tennis shoes, American tennis shoes? How much should you get paid for that? I mean, how much do you want to get paid for picking vegetables in a U.S. farm? How much do you want to get paid? An hour. I mean, see, this is the thing. I don't think people that support Trump know how much anything costs and know how much anything know how much anyone gets paid. I don't think they know. They don't know, actually. They don't know. I mean, they're paying more for stuff right now, but they still haven't come to ask the question, how much does that shit cost to make in the U.S.? And how much are we going to pay people to make it? Like, straight up. I mean, they're not asking those questions. They're just going along with it. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, sounds good. We just gonna make it because Trump got a plan. Trump has no plan to do any of it.
In the United States.
He didn't give you a tax break to make fucking dolls in the U.S. He didn't do anything. It's ridiculous. Americans are not good at making dolls anymore. In the turn of the century, 1900, yeah. People knew how to make dolls out of sticks and pieces of wood and could carve it up, but the trees are all gone now. You see what I'm saying? Do you know how to sew? What are you going to do? Operate a sewing machine? Who are you going to get to work in the office? Work in the manufacturing plant to sew? Who are you going to get? Just curious.
You'll pay a dollar or two more, but you will get better quality and you'll be supporting your fellow Americans by buying American. And that's what the president was saying. Again, with respect.
Do you have cotton farms? What are you going to make your clothes out of? How much cotton does the U.S. produce? I mean, what do you think clothes are made out of? You want to produce nylon? Is that what you want to do? You want to produce nylon? Okay. Do you know anything about producing nylon? Do you know anything about producing fabric? Who are you going to sell your fabric to? I mean, so you mean the only people that you need to buy your products if you make it in the U.S. is American citizens? That's the only people. Who else is going to buy it? Who else are you competing with on the global stage? You competing with anybody else? Okay, so if you're competing with somebody else on the global stage and you depend on the global stage to also have a business, right? You're not going to just sell shit in the U.S. unless you're stupid, right? How are you going to compete with people that get paid less? How are you going to do that? How are you going to compete with people that have access to what? Materials that you need. How are you going to do that? You see, you're just going to become them. So you're going to become the cheap laborer. That's really what you're saying. And that's really what you are saying, because that's actually what's going to happen. You're going to say, fuck education for jobs in technology. I want to make shoes.
Back to affordability, every economic metric, Caitlin, and I wish
that's exactly what I said. U.S. is about to turn into Russia.
Would report more on it, does in fact show that the economy is getting better and brighter than where it was.
What job do you have right now? What job are you? You want to produce more stuff? Okay, I get you. You want to make shoes. You want to make baby dolls. I got you.
Under the previous administration, I will repeat, inflation as measured by the overall CPI has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. Real wages are increasing, roughly $1,200 for the average worker. Gas prices are down in almost every.
Are gas prices down? Gas prices are down, huh? I mean, that only matters if you're driving a fucking gas car. I mean, but who lives in a city that want to drive a gas car? Who lives in a city that wants gas cars driving about them, stinking up the damn air, polluting the air every fucking second? I mean, is that what you want to do? You want to work in a factory that doesn't have any ventilation? Is that what you want to do? You can have that if you want. There's no law against that. I mean, there are laws against it, but you can retract those laws and work in a factory with no ventilation if you like, with toxic fumes. You could do that. Sure, if that's what you can imagine you can do.
Single state across the country. Again, in 22 states, it's below 275. You look at the tax cuts. Those are going to go into effect next year. So the best is yet to come. The president is digging our country out of the economic hole that the previous administration put us in. And
somebody say gas is way down. Gas is way down. Okay, gas is way down. You sure about that? Maybe gas is way down. Let's see what your source is. Write your source. If gas is way down, what's the source? Let's see here. You tell me your source, okay? Is this up right here? Yeah, I want to know. Let's see here. State gas prices. Let's see here. Gas is way down, huh? Okay. Is that a good price? Is that what you get? Regular? Oklahoma? Hawaii? Hawaii's $4. Alaska's $3.6. Washington State, $4. California, $4. Pennsylvania, 3 something. Hold on, let me see here. Let me get to the here we go. Here we go. So, what's the price of gas? Is the price of gas way down? I mean, you can see that. Is the price of gas way down? Let me move the map a little more. Here. Let me take this off the screen real quick. Here we go. let's see here. Crazy liberal talk. Let's do the crazy liberal talk here. You know, because liberals, you know, this is what happens when you go woke crazy. You know, you start saying gas prices. You start asking people, what are the gas prices? And somebody says, gas prices are way down. Oh, I only know my little part of the country. I've never been nowhere else, never to any other state. Why do I have to think about some other state? Fuck that, man. I live here, and that's all that counts. That's all that matters to me. I don't know. That's what it is around the corner for me. I'm not concerned about it. Don't matter to me. Here we go. I mean, this is what it look like. Does it look like it's way down? I mean, the red means red, not good. Okay, $4.40. So that's $4.40 a tank, or almost 50 to be honest with you. That's these red states. These red states are, I'll name them off. It's between 4.5, 3. It's between 3.1 and 4.4. That's for Maine. Okay. New Hampshire, right? New York. Is that New Jersey? New Jersey, right? That's almost 3. Washington is 4. Oregon is 4. California is 4.5. Nevada is 3.5. Arizona is 3.2. That's way down, according to a lot of MAGA people. That's way down. Alaska, 3.6 is way down, right? I mean, you tell me, is that what you mean by way down? I'm curious about that. You know, are these the real prices? Is this the price you get gas for in your state? You tell me if that's the real price. I mean, you know, is that the real price? Is that good? I mean, do you live in a city? Do you want fumes pumping out where you live? Do you live in a city? What city do you live in? Or do you live in rural America? Should it matter? Should it matter where you live? What your energy options are? Should that matter at all? Just curious. I mean, you know, somebody, you know what I'm saying? Somebody said, I live in a city. What city? I'm talking about a major city. Do you live in a major city? You know, right. That's what I'm saying, you know. Sure. I'm talking about cities with, you know, that have like, you know, big sizes, like country cities. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously you don't want to live in a city like that. And what would be the point in paying $3.50 and $4 when you can just transition over to an alternative form of energy and stop polluting the air? You know what I'm saying? But let's go. This is just what she says. She say prices are down, or gas prices are down, right? But she says gas prices are down. And she says everything is down. Is everything down? What's expensive then? Let's go back. Let's just take a look at this one more second here. Let's see. What else is a good thing to know? How much prices are? Let me see. What are the prices for? Let's see here. Beef prices, for example. I don't know. Do people like eating hamburgers? I don't know. Do MAGA people eat hamburgers? Maybe they don't. Some of them don't, right? Some of them are vegans now. They done changed their damn mind. They don't want to be woke. Or some of them said, I'll be woke as a vegan, but I don't want to be nothing else woke. So let's see here. What are the prices for this? The business chart. Let's see here. Is it this? Yeah, here we go. Beef prices chart. Let's see here. And you could tell me if beef, how much is beef in your state? You tell me. What's a good price for beef? Are these good prices? Let's see here. October. Let's go for the last 5 years. Let's go back 5 years and see what it says. All right. Did we go back or what? Oh, it's changing. Okay. Here we go. All right. So look, here you go. Here's beef prices. Here's the price May. I don't know if you can see that. This is May 2024, June 2024, right? It's under 250, is about 225, right? You see that? Okay, now it's up to 320. Does that make it cheaper? I mean, it's down from December 2nd. So, So it's cheaper, right? And this was May 13. I mean, I don't know. This is February 2021. Look at this. Look at this shit. Just look at this. All this shit went up under Trump. October 20. Look at this. Look at this. You see this? It went down again. You see? This is almost the same thing with the US dollar. It's almost the same thing. It's not exact. But look, so it's falling. 2022 is falling. This is 2021, right? When did Biden come into office? Right? You see that? Look at this. January 2021, it was already up here. You see that? Do you see that? I mean, so then it goes for about a year. The price is unstable. It's down and it's up again. And then 2022, it goes down, 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 consistently down. Right? Damn. Look at this. Then it goes back up. Then it goes down. I mean, yeah. I don't know. You tell me. I mean, are these numbers accurate? Are they accurate? I mean, they might not be the most accurate numbers. Let's see here. What else is good to know? Tell me in the chat. I want to see here because I got some time. What should we look at? What are the price of? You tell me. What's the price? What has gone down? What has gone down under Trump? Name one product that's gone down under Trump and put it in the chat. I'm curious what people think here now. Oh, somebody said, and then if each of those new millionaires used the money to get where they could make one more person a millionaire, the country would really... I don't know if you know this, but everybody can't be a millionaire no matter how good they are. It's anything. You could all be just as good it'd be the best that there ever was on earth, and you would still have poor people. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, just so you realize that, you would still have middle class people. You would still everybody, it don't work that way. But this is so funny. You know what I'm saying? This is hilarious. I mean, how come that ain't work right now? How come everybody's not a billionaire right now in the U.S.? How come, why is that? You could be a millionaire no matter who the president is, right? Can't you just do it all on your own? What about that logic? Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to it don't matter who the president is. You could do it all on your own. Why are all Americans not doing it all on their own? I mean, why not? Why not? I mean, it's just so funny. It's just so hilarious. Has there ever been a point in American history where everybody was a millionaire, where half of the people were millionaire? Let's see here. That might be actually something to look up. USA millionaires over the last 100 years. Let's go back. Could everybody be a millionaire in the slave days? I'm just curious. When the country got started, the founding fathers, could everybody be a millionaire then? I don't know. Was everybody when was everybody a millionaire? In what country? When has that ever existed in the planet Earth? Oh my God. I mean, sometimes I just wonder about people, man, with their... I mean, it's okay if you want to believe that. Anybody believe that? You're actually dumb as hell, but you can believe it. I mean, you could believe it. Let's see here. Yeah, of course they probably don't have this kind of data, but let's see what it comes up with, and then let's see what it might come up with a resource here. Okay, let's see here for a second. I mean, this is ridiculous, but obviously some people think this is how it works. that everybody can be a millionaire. That's just how it works. You know what I mean? Even though that's the most ridiculous thing in capitalism, right? I mean, come on. That wouldn't make any sense, right? What are you talking about? Socialism or something? Making everybody a millionaire? Then it wouldn't have any value, would it? I mean, come on. But in any case, let's go down. Let's see what data they have here. Historical IRS accounts that have been cited in journalism, okay? How many people reported $1 million income in a year show that income millionaires are far rarer historically. The Time article noting 513 people with IGI $1 million in 1929. That's in the U.S. versus 20, right, in 1932. So there's more millionaires, right? No, there's less millionaires. God damn. That's a different concept from net worth millionaires. Okay. Important to pick the correlation definition. Okay. Aggregators and charts. Statistica World Population Review. Several financial media summaries collect plot modern counts 2000 to 2020 based the UBS credit suite, SUS and other reports useful for quick modern numbers, but they rely on those primary reports. What I recommended, how I produce a 100-year annual. Okay, so if you want a single annual series for each year from 1926 to 2025, that's 100 years, we need to agree on one of two things. I'll assume sensible defaults unless you say otherwise. Definition of a millionaire, individual or household, right? Let's say individual. Let's say individual, right? Since we getting real simple-minded here, let's just keep it flat, Stop. Don't want to come up with something that doesn't just, correlate to everybody. Everybody's not living in a house with everybody. You see what I mean? With other people and stuff like that. Some people are so by themselves, you know what I'm saying, with everything that they care about. They only want to care about their own health care, nobody else. I got enough money. It don't matter what it costs for anybody else. This kind of thinking. I'm a millionaire. You not. Just become a millionaire and your problems will be solved. That kind of thinking. Let's keep it right there where that is. Okay. Now let's see. Treating the millionaire individual with nominal net worth. 1 million. I'll proceed with the definition. Before I build a stitch, 100-year series, 2 quick things you should know. So the numbers mean what you expect. Okay. That's good. So from 1989, present and Federal Reserve distributional financial accounts, DFA, give consistent, repeatable data on the distribution of households' wealth quarterly back to Q3 1989. Those tables are the best official source for a consistent year-by-year foundation. Okay. They reported households by wealth bracket. I'll convert households individual only if needed. But you asked individual, so I'll treat each household as one unit. Okay. Only if I have to. Otherwise, I'll rely on sources that explicitly right. But we just want a general number, so this is good enough, right? There you go. We don't need to be exact. It's just to make a point. For pre-1989, there's no single official annual series. The common approach is to use historical anchor estimates. Phillips, compiled by Robert Saar, Oregon State, for selection years. Okay, yeah, because obviously you need to really do the data, and that takes some time. It takes people to work on it, to produce data. But some of you MAGA people don't trust nobody's data, even if you don't do any yourself, right? So it takes work to compile data, But for the selected years from the 19th century through 1988 and interpolate between anchor years, these are approximate and much lower confidence than post-1989 DFA counts. Okay, so that is College of Liberal Arts. Okay. For the modern era, 2024, UBS Global Wealth Reports, okay, and credit, Swiss provide annual individual counts of people with net worth 1 million. These are widely cited, okay. UBS reports 20. Okay, so here we go. These are widely cited and show the USA has by far the most millionaires, right? So you already have the most. What are the chances of that going up or down when you have the most in the world? What do you think that means? Are you going to defy just gravity? Okay. Let's see here. UBS reports 24 million U.S. millionaires, right? In the 2025 report. I will use, I mean, that's a lot of millionaires already, but why are there so many others that are not? Well, yeah, why are there so many others that are not? Okay. What I will deliver and can produce immediately, I will produce 1926 to 2025 table with these columns. The estimated number of millionaires, individual nominal 1 million, source method. Okay, come on. Okay, plan stitch rules. I will do automatically 1926 to 1988. Use Phillips. Okay, but they already said this, so let me just get down to the result. If that sounds good, right? Table now produce. Yeah, okay. Proceed. Hold on, let me see here. Proceed. It's good to have the methodology. All right, so let's see here. Let's see what it comes up with. Just to get a real idea of this. I mean, I know it's a little segue, but let's see here. Jag ska samla. Yeah. Jag vill bro killer some Fed DFA USB Global Wealth Report. Yeah. Det är en utfordring. Jag vill nu start sooning. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, you can see. Oh, okay, let me pull it down because it's pulling up all the sources there. So anyway, it's going to Federal Reserve and a few other sources, just in case you didn't see that. By the way, anybody here's family affected by healthcare prices going up? Put a 1 in the chat if you know somebody whose healthcare has been affected by the prices going up. Yeah, and put a 2 if you don't know anybody. Okay, got it. You said proceed. Okay, so here we go. Plan agreed. Individuals with 1 million. Okay, the short list. Where is it at? Okay, in 2025. 24 million individuals in the U.S. with a net worth of 1 million. UBS counts individual, and this is you know what this is? This is household. It said that already. I don't know if you caught that. That's people. So this is multiple people in a house. Some of this data. It's compiled some of that where it had to, and then in other spaces where they had data for single individuals, then it used that too. So this is a mixture. Just so we clear, right? Because I know 24 million should sound like a lot because it is. All right. But it's not reflective of the actual numbers of single persons. Right now, let's see here. UBS and other modern summaries, UBS and press summaries report the U.S. had 22 million in 2023 and 2024. OK, of new millionaires. 2024, I will use the U.S. OK, so individual numbers for 2000 and 2025. OK, Federal Reserve distribution financial provides. Let me see here. Come on. Don't they round this off? Okay, hold on. Here we go. Sorry about that. That was wrong. I quoted that wrong. There was something. This is it right here. IRS historical income data for context. I knew that was wrong. 24 million or 22. Historical counts is 513 taxpayers with AIG 1 million in 1929. Oh, okay. No, that's accurate. That's accurate because it's gone up since then. All right. I mean, that's a lot of millionaires. But keep in mind, a million is not what it used to be. But, okay, and it says this, right? So what's going on? So, having said that, do you really think everybody can be a millionaire? Okay. Oh, it can build it. Let me see here. Go ahead and build a table. Damn, let me do this. It didn't do it yet. Build the table, man. Come on. Build a table. When it's all lined up year to year, then it's going to become clear what's going on here. I don't think you can produce more millionaires when your dollar value is sinking, number one. And that's been established already. So whatever the millionaires are, you're about to have less of them, right? And then on top of that, the dollars that you have are worth less. So you might have $1 million, but your dollar today under Trump is worth less than it was under Biden, just so you know. Right? I mean, you saw that chat already. So let's see here. 23,000 and 1,000, you know. Look, it added, and this is under Biden, it added 379,000 new millionaires in 2024. That's under Biden, and that's the U.S. total is 23. So, okay, right. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to turn out the same way once all the data comes in for this year. But even if it is, the U.S. has 350 million people. So you really think, you know, all the adults can be millionaires? I mean, I just think it's so absurd, the idea. Here it is. It can't even be taken serious. But in any case, just for people to want to know, you know, that already seems like a whole lot of millionaires. When your dollar value is going down, I don't know how that's good for you millionaires either. I don't know how that's good. The billionaires, maybe they got a plan, you know, but a millionaire, I think it should matter more to you what the government is doing to the economy, right? I mean, it should matter, but that's just my thoughts on it. So let's go back now to funny Caroline here. Let's see what she got to say. Boom.
He's talking about it.
Was a year ago, as you know, and grocery prices have been up. So we've covered the economy, but there's mixed signals in terms of what that looks like.
Are the grocery prices up? Put a 1 in the chat if the grocery prices are up. Put a 2 in the chat if the grocery prices are down.
But inflation is down from where it was. As measured by the overall CPI, it has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. This is down from what the president inherited. The president inherited 2.9.
Hey, which one of you are millionaires in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you're a no. Put an X in the chat if you're a millionaire. Put a 1 in the chat if the prices are up. Put a 2 in the chat if the prices are down. Put an X in the chat if you're a millionaire. Let's see here. Any millionaires in the chat? Since you can make everybody a millionaire? I mean, I'm curious about that, because if you are a millionaire, that might qualify a little what you're saying. But if you're not a millionaire, if you think everybody could become a millionaire, I mean, I'm not too sure about that. What kind of job you got? I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm not too sure about that one. I don't think that's possible, you know. Yeah, prices up. So somebody thinks the prices are up. Two people think the prices are up. 2 people think one person thinks the prices are down.
January.
Right.
Today it's at about 2.5%. So we're trending in the right direction with more to come. And I would remind you, when President Trump left office in his first term,
There's no millionaires in the chat.
inflation was 1.7%. And the previous administration jacked it up to a record high 9%. So again, in 10 months, the president has clawed us out of this hole. He's kept it low at 2.5%, and we believe that number is going to continue to decline, especially as energy and oil prices continue to decline as well.
It wasn't high under Biden. They're just saying it's not.
Well, nobody reported on it being high under Biden. My predecessor was standing at this podium, but now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer. But I will just add, there's a lot more scrutiny on this issue from this press corps than there was. Well, and the previous administration said that too.
I mean, I just realized nobody said they were a millionaire, so that's all
predecessor
right.
stood up at this podium and she said inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure, and people like you just took her at her word, and those were 2 utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth, backed by real factual data, and you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president. Go ahead. I'm not going to take your follow-up. Go ahead.
Is the White House optimistic about the upcoming redistricting vote in Indiana and what happens if it fails?
We'll see how the vote plays out. That's a political matter and, frankly, a legal one, and I won't comment on it here. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm going to go back to the Fed. I have 2 topics I want to address with you.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I didn't tell you what the prices were. You done goofed. I asked you. That's what I did. And you should be happy that a person asked you and doesn't tell you. See, that's the difference. I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking, and then I'm looking up, and I'm showing you the resources. And you could disagree with the resources if you like, but you'd be disagreeing with your own treasury if you said the dollar had not decreased under Trump. So your beef is not with me. Your problem is with your own life. That's really the thing you're having a problem with. You're having a problem with the reporting out of the U.S. That's really what you're having a problem with. You're having a problem with facts, and that's not a good place to be. You know, the U.S. has 350 million people. 3,500,000 people, 3.5. The EU has 4.5. Russia has 1.5. Those are just facts. If you don't like those facts, that's not my problem. That's your own problem. You know, if you think grocery prices have gone down under Trump, what's your resource? What's your source? Tell me your source. I'll go look it up right now. Any source? We right here. All you got to do is say the source. What source do you want me to pull up for everybody to see that the prices in the U.S. have gone down with groceries? So far, I don't see anybody mentioning a source. So they just believe it because they heard it on TV. You just believe Caroline Levitt? You don't check yourself? I mean, come on. Name a store. What's the grocery store you want me to check? Don't the grocery stores have their prices online? Yeah. I mean, the grocery stores over here have their prices online. What's the grocery store you want me to look up? Well, you could say, look at this. The dollar has lost 90% of its buying. Well, under Trump this year, if you want to stay focused and not just go back to Adam and Eve, what the dollar was worth. Okay, the dollar this year declined under Trump. This year, as soon as he became president, up till now. Okay, that has nothing to do with Adam and Eve. It has nothing to do with dinosaurs. Okay. That's current. That's relevant in that context. So what is it called? Where's the source? What's the grocery store? Name one grocery store you shop at. What's the grocery store? What is you done goofed. What is the grocery store you shop at? What's their name? So I can look it up and we can look at the prices and see if the prices have gone down. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you. What everybody else has said in the legacy media is that it's gone up. What are you offering to refute it? Nothing. So there you have it. Nothing, basically. I mean, so if you got an issue, your issue is not with me. Your issue is with yourself not knowing a grocery store that you can name that you shop at that's online. So, I mean, that's just what it is. You don't have an issue with me. You have an issue not having any sources. You know, and what's funny is that how do you shop when you don't even know the place you shop at? How does that work? I'll tell you the places I shop at. One is called Coop. Just look up Coop Denmark, 365 Coop. The other one is NATO in Copenhagen. Just look it up. It's online. You can see the prices and they change every single day of the week. It's not a secret. It's not something a genius needs to know. It's just something that an honest person can tell you when they go shopping. Okay? So, look, this dude is talking about, look, you still don't have a source, you done good? You said the prices were down for groceries. Listen, you done goofed. What is the grocery store you shop at in the city so I can look it up right now and look at what the prices are? Who cares if they're high or low anymore? We want to know where you shop. How about that? Any chain grocery store, or is it something nobody can ever check? Anybody got the name of a store? Anybody remember the store they shop at? Okay, should I go to Walmart? But let's go to Walmart. I mean, it sounds like you done goof. Don't shop at Walmart. So should we go to Walmart? Let's check out Walmart. I mean, because look, I mean, come on. You know, listen, I don't know if you know this, but what Trump has done, he hasn't just made inflation in the U.S., he's made it around the Western world. So there's even inflation in Denmark because of Trump's dumbass, a tiny bit, but it's managed. But from what you hear from legacy media in the U.S., they make it sound like it's gone up beyond the average person's affordability. Is that true? Or is it not beyond the average person's affordability? I mean, are all those people lying all the goddamn time? Like, I don't get it. You want me to know that the prices are down? We're grocery store. I want to know what the facts are. But I mean, I can't just tell you that they're down when there's nowhere, when you can't see that anywhere, when that information is not available and you don't even know what store you shop at. That's not possible. So let's move on, since that's not possible.
First one on the Fed. The president did say yesterday that he was meeting with Kevin Warsh.
I'm going to assume the prices are higher than what people like.
Your favorite story in the world, Brian.
It is our favorite story. The president said yesterday he was meeting with Kevin Warsh to talk about the Fed chair, interview for a Fed chair role. Can you just say how that interview went with him?
I won't comment on private meetings without the president's approval to do so.
Okay. And the second thing is on the Netflix Warner Brothers deal. The president did address this also yesterday. He said that he believes that the sale of CNN should be attached to that deal with Netflix or with Paramount, if anything happens down the road with them. Can you just explain what the president's planning to do going forward to continue to make that case similar to what he made yesterday?
Well, I think the president's comments yesterday about the sale of CNN and new leadership is evidenced by my exchange with the CNN reporter in this room. Their viewership has gone.
Listen, anybody, you done goofed. I'm sorry, but you are dumb. I mean, you really don't think that there's no American grocery stores online? Is that what you think? I mean, you don't know one. See, there's plenty. People already mentioned it, but you don't shop at Walmart, so you don't want to name another one. I mean, listen, it's okay to be ignorant, but admit it. And if you are ignorant and you don't know, then you can ask me to show you one. And I can show you the ones I know online. Would you like me to do that? Let's go. Let's just go. I don't. He's like, do you shop at any of them now? Do you shop at any of them? See, you couldn't answer that. Do you shop at any of them? What's the one you shop at? You trying to tell me the one you shop at has the prices different online? Is that what you telling me? Which one is that? Damn, somebody said. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah. In any case, grocery prices shouldn't be a secret, just like gas prices. I don't know. Maybe that's some shit in the U.S. where there's no technology and grocery stores don't communicate with people online. They don't want people knowing what their prices are so they can come and buy shit. But okay, that's how it works in the U.S. Nobody else knows anything about how it works. I got you.
I think the president rightfully believes that network would benefit from new ownership.
Crazy horse, don't worry. Everybody with a brain knows the shit is higher. It's just you see these troll asses in the chat. They just like to. And luckily, I got a lot of time today because normally I don't have time to even engage like this to chat. But I don't mind today because I'm totally free, right? But here's the thing. Listen, stop bullshitting because your life should have more value than that, right? Now, I know you bullshitting. I know you're pathetic. I know you don't have a fucking life. I know that for a fact. Why? Because the data suggests it. And every American that does have a fucking life is complaining about the fucking prices right now. Okay? So you could troll all you want, but you're only making yourself look like a stupid ass, like you're desperate to waste people's time. I mean, there is something called trolling. You got Russian troll farms. You got Chinese troll farms. I mean, but do you really need them? I mean, are you that fucking desperate? Like, are you that desperate? Damn, that's pathetic, yo. Okay.
With respect to this deal, he has great respect for both companies who are bidding against one another, and I won't weigh in any further than that. In the back, go ahead. I wasn't calling on either of you, but I'll take both your questions and then to you. Go ahead.
One is South Korea, one on the Japan. First question, the recent U.S.-South Korea trade fact sheet made no mention of agricultural product. Does the United States want to completely open its rice and beef market to South Korea? And second question on Japan. China is using its military power to surround Okinawa, Japan.
Hey, look. Somebody, look at this. This is where these maggots' brain go. They always go to sex. They always go to something that they really feel themselves. Somebody here, go have a drink with your husband and chill. Hey, listen, you little bitch. If I was gay, I would be man enough to just live that way out in the open, okay, motherfucker? Not like you maggots go and hide and keep your secret and shit. Go get married and then go out fucking, you know, at nighttime sneaking around. You know what I'm saying? Now, so just keep it to the facts, okay? If you can't name a source, you should just shut the fuck up. That's what this is about. This is not about somebody's sexuality. This is not about somebody's color, their racial identity. This is not about your ethnicity at this point. This is about you can't name a fucking source. How weak is that? Can't you name a source? I mean, just name a fucking source. Okay, so here we go. Let's just, all right, you little bitch, Jose. Here you go, you piece of shit. Come back tomorrow, you little fag. Okay, you trying to insinuate that someone else is gay. Bye, Jose, you fag. Okay, now let's get on. Let's get on again, y'all. This is about your sources. This is not about insulting people. You don't know me. I don't know you. I don't know who you fucking at night. I don't claim to know you in the chat. Okay, it's not necessary to fucking know you. What's necessary is to have an intelligent conversation. You're going to have to say something you can back up. Now, you could talk about if somebody's gay, but can you back it up? Okay. And I can't back up you. I don't know what the fuck you doing. I don't know, which is why I don't even bother. And even furthermore, even if you were gay, why the fuck would I care? Why would I care? What would be the point? We talking about grocery prices. You jackass. If you live in the U.S., do you actually want things to go better for your neighbors? Do you want your neighbors to afford health care? Do you want your sister, your brother, your cousin to afford health care? Do you want them to afford groceries? Look at this. Here we go. Joshua says, who was it? No, Columbia said, who cares? All right, you don't care. Bye, Columbia. Bye. See you later, Columbus. Come back tomorrow. Who else? Here we go. You goofed. Come back and waste my time tomorrow, you little bitch. See you later. Who else? All right. So no, it's really because it's okay to want to disagree, but to bullshit, you stupid motherfucker, I'm not into that. That's for little bitches. Okay? Now you could go play with your little bitch ass community. Okay? And your little bitch ass friends. Okay? Now let me get back to my program. You can sit back and listen. All right? Now, for the rest of the series, people, let's continue. It's all right. I just want to see who the trolls are in here. You know what I'm saying? Because I got hours today. So don't worry about that. But, yeah, let's talk about, thank you, Keith Morgan. What's happening is a battle economic. Thank you for an intelligent thought, Keith. And I'm going to read your thought. And maybe I agree with it. Maybe I don't. But here's the thing. At least you come in with some real dialogue here. But thank you so much. Now, let me read Keith. Keith said, what's happening is a battle of economics and economies. The process should have happened years ago, but it's happening now. Maybe it's something I don't think you understand. Nah. Well, I don't know if you came to the beginning of the stream here where I did my monologue, but, you know, I won't say that it's a battle of economies. But I will say facts and numbers matter, right? Now, one part of it is economies, right? One part of it is manpower, right? We went over that data too, right? But this conversation is only for people that want to submit to real data. You know, all this shit about, listen, I don't care what your color, just understand this about me. I don't care what your motherfucking color is. I don't care what your motherfucking ethnicity is. I don't give a fuck about whether you're gay or straight because I can't qualify it myself. So that's why I don't give a fuck, okay, about it, right? I don't care about none of this dumb shit out there. What I care about is facts, okay, things you can sustain in real conversation, right? Now, having said that, it's also about manpower. The United States only has 3.5 million people. The EU has 4.5 million people, right? Russia has 1.5 million people, right? Russia's GDP is $2 trillion a year. The EU's GDP is 20 trillion a year. US is 30 trillion a year. China is 20 trillion a year. So the EU is tied with second place in terms of economies with China. Okay, that means they're a very significant mover and shaker on Earth. That's what that means. If you think China's a major mover on Earth, then you definitely are submitting to the EU being one, right? So in this game of economies, like you said, right now, there's some factors in there that's involved. There's war. There's the ability to defend yourself, and economies are built in that. Right now, the EU is rejecting buying weapons from the US. They're now about to be finished, Today, and we haven't gotten to that part, they've announced, a few EU nations have announced the U.S. as a threat, like for the first time, like a straight up threat. You see what I'm saying? So the EU, for Americans, and I get this is not on the U.S. news. That's why I'm saying it as an American citizen living in the EU, right? The EU has been boostering up, for a minute since 2016, their military capabilities. The EU has 1.3 to 1.5 active military. The US has close to the same, and Russia has far less because Russia only got 1.5 million people. How can you have a military that's 1.5? That doesn't work, obviously, right? So you see that? Now, Americans are being sold this bullshit on TV about the EU being weak. That's something they need to understand. If they believe that, it's their own stupidity. If you just believe those words without looking at the detail, you will be sadly mistaken. If you're depending on Trump being correct with that, you're about to fail. You see? And my duty is to American citizens. I'm an American citizen myself that live overseas. So that's the only reason why I'm doing this, and why I can entertain a little games, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm not some little stupid bitch that's out here to be playing games with anybody, trolling in the fucking chat. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna start blocking you bitch motherfuckers because I haven't started it yet. But if you want to play around, you got the wrong fucking channel and you got the wrong person. I'm here for real fucking talk for adults. I'm not here for some little stupid fucking kids, especially grown ass little kids, and that doesn't matter what party you with, but some of them tend to be Trump trolls. So having said that, right, the U.S. citizens, since they're being lied to by this regime, people like myself have to point out where the bullshit is and bring it up. That's all it is. You see what I'm saying? And just like a lot of you in the United States of America know that the stakes are high and the situation is serious, you need to understand that everybody in the EU knows what's going on inside of the US, and everybody in the EU knows that this is not the majority of American people that are up for this bullshit. It's a small segment that have decided to be fucking criminals and betray. That's what this is about. You need to understand, everybody in the EU got your back. That's what they have. They know that this is just a political moment. But having said that, don't believe nothing Donald Trump is saying, because nobody in the EU is waiting around for Trump to do anything. They were happy that the US didn't mind taking the lead on trade and taking the lead on security. They didn't mind that. But now that Trump is pulling people out, don't let Trump pulling the U.S. back. Don't let Trump sell you no lie like somebody else is just waiting around for the U.S. to come back and protect them. Oh, hell fucking no. That's not the case. The EU has 4.5 million people. The U.S. has 300 million. Goddamn. 300 million and 500,000 people. The EU has 400 million and 5,000 people. The capacity to produce what they want, the EU has if necessary. And they've reached a point now where they've deemed that is fucking necessary. And it has nothing to do with what Trump is saying. You see what I mean? They never depended on Trump from the beginning. They just doing their business and saying, if Americans want to be a part of this conversation respectfully, hey, you are our ally. We'll have this conversation and we welcome you to the table. That shit's over. That shit is over. Now, let me go on to the next part. Speaking of that, and I'm glad.
If you're a producer who hates AI,
I'm glad y'all joining me. This is going to be a long stream. So don't worry how many people come in here. I'm going to be going for a few hours because this is a big day right here. This is a serious big day. The shit is ratcheting up and it's not looking good.
American and Ukrainian negotiators are expected to discuss security guarantees for a revised peace plan today. President Zelensky sent the 20-point proposal yesterday after working with European national security advisors, but some key issues still aren't settled. Meanwhile, Zelensky says the coalition of the willing is also meeting today. President Trump criticized those European leaders in a recent interview, saying they're not doing enough to end the war.
Yeah, I got some thoughts on Israel. They need to they're killing people, you know, and they need to slow it down. They need to change their role. But here's the thing. It's not the United States business, you know, what happens with Israel, you know. Israel is its own country, and Israel has to take responsibility for the things their leadership decide to do in their name. That's what they need to do. And, you know, they should be aware that many Americans don't agree with killing children and women and non-combatants. They need to understand that, just like a lot of Americans don't agree with Trump going out there and just shooting people's boats like that, you know, in international waters, not even caring who the fuck the people are, not having proof, all of this stuff. You know, people need to start looking at a new day, because I'm going to tell you, although the EU is in a strong position to do just fine without the U.S., right? The U.S. is going to take some time to rebuild its relationships, you know, because this regime with Trump is taking zero responsibility for nothing. They're about to lead the U.S. into a bad situation. And that situation is people are turning their back on the U.S. You know, people are turning their back. When you have Canada that sees you as a threat, everybody else sees even more. When you threaten your own goddamn neighbors that way, everybody else understands you're a threat to them also and takes it serious. And there's no way in hell 400 million people are going to just pretend that they got to go along with Trump with 300 million people. That's not how it works. You know, that's just not how it works. So Americans need to be prepared for that. Like this, Trump might sell you this idea that the U.S. can do everything alone. I'm here to tell you that's a crock of bullshit. The U.S. was strong because it was the strongest independent country, but it had many allies. That is the life that Americans have lived under. That's about to fucking change because of this motherfucker. This motherfucker right here. Just understand that. It's not changing because of Biden. It's not changing because of Harris. It's not changing because of Adam and Eve. Okay? It's not changing because of the dinosaurs. It's not changing because of Obama. It's changing because of this motherfucker right here. And I'm here to tell you, as an American citizen, you will not succeed this way. You will fail. If you haven't figured that out, then you just don't look at the math well enough, you know, but it's coming.
It's not doing a good job in many ways. They're not doing a good job.
I want to ask
They
you
talk
about
too
that.
much. And They're not producing. We're talking about Ukraine. They talk, but they don't produce. And the war just keeps going on and on.
How long has the war on drugs gone on and on? How long has the war on drugs gone on and on? When did the war on drugs start? Who started the war on drugs? Nixon? Have you mean you haven't defeated the war on drugs yet? What haven't you done? You mean you haven't learned yet? You haven't fucking learned that that's bullshit? What the fuck? I mean, they just selling you a goddamn dream. Yeah, here we go. War on drugs. We're going to do something about this. Yo, listen. American citizens want their motherfucking drugs. Get it through your head. That's why you have the drugs. If you didn't want the fucking drugs, you wouldn't have them. Okay? That's called taking responsibility, you know? It's like, what the fuck? You the richest country on earth and shit. Motherfuckers been doing drugs how long? When have you ever stopped fucking drugs? Like, let me tell you, he's selling you a pipe dream. What he's doing has zero to do with drugs. Okay? Everything to do with regime change and everything to do with oil. It has nothing to do with no goddamn drugs. Okay? You have to just understand that. He's selling you a pipe dream.
And now President Trump says those European leaders want to meet with the U.S. this weekend, but that he doesn't want to waste time. EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and European Commission Vice President Kaja Kallas is here for more. High Representative, thank you for coming on. I want to start by just getting your response to what you just heard there from President Trump, saying European leaders talk too much and they're not producing peace. Are European leaders doing enough to end this war?
Well, we are doing a lot to end this war because, of course, putting the pressure on Ukraine to surrender would be an easy way, but then the peace would not be sustainable. And that's why we are working on really putting the pressure on the aggressor.
Yo, Tony Williams, I see your comment. You're right, bro. Thank you.
Because it's rarely so clear case that it is in Ukraine. There's one aggressor and one victim. If we want to prevent also future wars, we need to have concessions from the aggressor, not the victim. And that's why, we are doing the sanctions. We are doing also a lot to boost our own defense. But we all need to do more because the war is still going on.
What's the best case outcome for Ukraine in these negotiations, and what do you think it'll take to get there?
Well, the best case outcome would be that Russia is pushed back and withdraws its forces from the Ukrainian territory. That would be, the best outcome. But of course, these negotiations are ongoing and it requires compromises, unfortunately, from both sides. But again, I'm coming back to the place where we need to put the pressure on Russia so that they would go from pretending to negotiate to actually need to negotiate and come to the table. They are not there because the pressure on them is not really considerable.
The Trump administration's new national security strategy accuses some European nations of, quote, trampling on basic principles of democracy to suppress oppositions, and it calls for cultivating internal resistance to Europe's current trajectory. What's your response to that, and how does this strategy shift change how Europe works with the U.S.?
Well, I'm coming from a country, and I remember those times because I was a teenager, that was autocracy, and I didn't have any rights, any right to travel, any right to read or talk what I wanted to say, any right to express opinions, any right to protest.
Where Was 46 believes that this woman is lying.
Nothing.
Just so you know, with that stupid ass question.
So I really see the difference and know the difference. So I can clearly say that Europe is the freest region in the whole world. We have a lot of freedom. So that's why,
let me tell you, Americans, as an American, born and raised in Washington, D.C., family on both sides, go back to the colonial period. The EU is freer. I'm just letting you know. like especially the part I live in, is way more freer than the U.S. Okay, and you should just really know that. And again, it's your own responsibility to know. It's not my responsibility to tell you or to force you. But the people that, are into a little bit of research themselves, you will easily take some notes and find out. Like it is. The United States of America is less freer than the EU. Period.
These accusations were kind of, they're not true. So that's why there's no point in reacting to those at all. But what is there in the security strategy is that Europe should be more self-confident when it comes to Russia, when it comes to China, but also I think when it comes to our relations with our allies.
What do you make of President Trump endorsing conservative candidates in European elections like Viktor Orban in Hungary?
Well, we don't like the interference in our, democracies and electoral processes. This is up to every constituency of every country to decide who leads their nation. And it should be so because the people know what their country needs and what kind of vision they support. So the outside meddling should be not allowed.
Trump's national security strategy also warns of what it calls civilization erasure in Europe, saying some European nations will become majority non-European within a few decades. Should Europe do more to address immigration?
Well, we are doing.
I like that question because Trump did make that a deal. But let me tell you, why do Americans give a fuck what J.D. Vance says? Why do you care about what Trump says about Europe when you don't even barely have a pot to piss in yourself? Like, why do you care? Why would you judge another country where everyone has access to health care? Why would you judge that as a negative? Why would you judge the fact that everyone has access to education, higher education for free? Why would you judge a Western nation that has that? Why would you judge them? Do you think your shit don't stink? Let me tell you, as an American, born and raised in Washington, D.C., family from both sides of my family from the colonial period, let me tell you, the United States is the last country that should fucking be preaching, especially under Trump, even more under Trump. You need to shut the fuck up. Like straight up. You don't have nothing morally or ethically to stand on right now where anyone in the fucking world should even listen to you for 1 fucking second. You are crazy if you believe Trump. If you think you're the freest place in the world right now, you are fucking crazy and you are fucking dumb. Like, that is just what it fucking is. Okay? You are not free. You're scared shitless. You can't live without your fucking gun. You don't know how to walk down the fucking street without your fucking gun. Okay? You're scared to lose your motherfucking job because most of you have no goddamn insurance to stay in your fucking home after a couple of months of losing your fucking job. Americans, these motherfuckers lose their job and go out and shoot somebody in the U.S. Like, that's what fucking is going on in the U.S. Like, straight up. Like, again, who do you fucking think you're fooling? You ain't fooling nobody. You see what I'm saying? The only person you're fooling is your goddamn self. If you even doing that, but I'm just keeping it real. Listen, I hate to say this, but it has to be said. And because it's the truth. You see what I'm saying? J.D. Vance and Donald J. Trump, they don't give a fuck about your life in the United States of America. That goes for black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Native American, all of you put together, and you've seen plenty of fucking evidence to prove it. Okay? The only reason why you haven't figured it out right now is because maybe some of you are fucking really brainwashed or just dumb. Too stupid to figure it out. But nobody else is waiting for you to figure it out. Nobody else got that time to wait. Other people got to protect their way of life and their cultures, and they're going to do it with or without your ass. Like, that's what's happening.
A lot to address migration, and if you compare to different continents, our migration rates are no way higher than they are in America.
Exactly. What the fuck is Trump talking about? He's like, hey man, you're gonna lose. You better do something about your immigration. Don't you already know that immigration is tighter than it's tighter in Europe than anyway? Then plenty of places. Not the only place that's tight. A lot of places are tight now, but the EU immigration policy is tighter than the US's even right now. You don't even know what the US has no immigration policy. It doesn't right now. It doesn't have an immigration policy. It's just sitting back throwing people out, but that's not an immigration policy. That's no plan for who you let in, why you're letting them in, where they come from. It's none of that, because listen, for your economy to do well, you need people willing to do different jobs. That's what you need, and so you can't expect the EU to just say, you know what, instead of all these people that go to college, instead of them working, in new tech, instead of them working in engineering, instead of them getting jobs working in medicine, working in research, working in science, instead of all this other shit, no, we want you to go out and pick potatoes. That sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? Like, that's what the fuck Trump expects everybody to do. See, Trump has no respect for education in the United States of America. He doesn't want anyone to be a fucking engineer. He doesn't want that. You see what I mean? At the same time, he doesn't want nobody to pick the fruit off of the fuck. He doesn't want people to do that. He wants you to do it. He wants the people, right? He wants people whose parents used to be a judge, whose parents used to be a police officer, whose parents used to be a firefighter, whose parents used to be a teacher. He wants all of you to go back to picking fruit in the fucking field with his immigration policy. That's what fucking Trump wants. You see what I mean? And he's trying to sell that to Europe. Nah. Nobody wants that suicide path, man.
But again, we are a free region, a free continent. We are dealing with our domestic issues ourselves, and we don't need.
That is a line from the Leopard Island. They fooling themselves. They're doing a good job at fooling themselves, but the buck's about to stop. Watch what's coming.
Outside advice.
All right, EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and European Commission, Vice President.
Okay, so, just so people know, it's not just whether this is MSNBC, it's about who's on it. You don't typically hear that woman on it, right? So you might want to listen and pay attention to what she said, because like I said before, legacy media in the U.S. doesn't tell you that much about what is going on in Europe. Nothing. They don't tell you what the lifestyle is like. They don't tell you what the minimum wage is. Not that Denmark doesn't even have a minimum wage. But by the way, they're heavy in unions anyway. But they don't tell you what access to education is like. They don't tell you what access to healthcare is like. They don't tell you what the medium income is. They don't tell you any of that stuff. They just want you to just tell you over and over, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best, and they never have anything to compare it to. So now, since Trump want to violate like that, people are going to hear every day how Europeans are more freer than Americans. And why? They are because they take home, after paying their taxes and after paying all their living expenses, including rent, they keep $1,000 more in their pocket on average than the average American citizen done after they pay their taxes and they pay their expenses. That's how much freer it is. And on top of that $1,000 they keep in their pocket every month over the average American citizen after their taxes and expenses been paid, you know what they get out of that? They got universal health care and universal education. Who's free? Who the hell is free?
Ourselves, okay. And we don't.
U.S. taxpayer, only 50% of your taxes go to anything that directly impacts your life. Only 50%. As soon as you leave the U.S. and go to any other Western country, it jumps up to 60%. Some countries up to 70, 75%, like the one that I live in. You think you're fucking free? No, you're about to become a goddamn slave in the United States, and they're working on it. Like, you're about to make Elon Musk your goddamn master, and Peter Thiel your goddamn master in more ways than one, and you just don't realize it yet.
No, we don't need outside advice.
All right, EU High Representative.
Damn, she's just telling you flat out, we don't need outside advice. There you have it, Trump. They don't need your outside advice. I mean, and you couldn't get it. Now, check this out. I live in Denmark, right? And Midas Touch, they did some excellent reporting on this event, what has come out. You know, people heard this report from the U.S. come out where they're criticizing the EU and doing all this stuff. This is a Trump administration report. Well, then listen to what happened after that as a response. Listen to this.
For the first time in 13 years.
Oops, hold on. Here we go. Sorry about that. This is the Midas Touch reporting, and this is in the last 12 hours.
Trump, the United States is now officially being declared a national security threat to Denmark. A Denmark intelligence agency in their official annual report is calling the United States a threat to Denmark's sovereignty, a threat to the sovereignty of Greenland, which is a territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. As we're learning about Denmark declaring Trump's United States right now, unfortunately, as a security threat, we have the Trump regime also attacking the International Criminal Court, and they are demanding that the charter for the International Criminal Court be amended immediately to prohibit any war crimes investigations into Donald Trump or Hegseth as a result of the conduct that they are engaged in right now. Donald Trump says he will sanction and attack the International Criminal Court if they don't amend their charter to say that Trump and his war criminals in his cabinet get absolute immunity. And Donald Trump is also saying that the International Criminal Court needs to drop all investigations and all claims against Netanyahu as well. Or Trump says he will further attack the International Criminal Court, go after their judges, go after their prosecutors, and try to ruin their lives in the United States of America. Let's just break down everything that's happening. So today, this Danish intelligence report was released as reported by Bloomberg, but we've got a copy of the report here as well. And the intelligence agency for the first time describes the United States as a potential security threat alongside China, alongside Russia, signaling a shift in the Nordic country's view of its former close ally as a result of the attacks on its sovereignty. So this intelligence agency, known as the Danish Defense Intelligence Service, one of the key espionage agencies in the Nordic nation, says the U.S. is increasingly prioritizing its own interests and using economic and technological strength as a tool of power against allies and partners. This is what they've put in their 2025 intelligence outlook. And you've seen the 2025 national security strategy by the Trump regime, which says that it is now formal United States policy to support any far right-wing extremist groups that want to destroy the European Union. The United States wants to destroy NATO as a permanent organization and even the perception of NATO as a permanent standing and expanding organization. And it is official United States policy to stop the European Union from existing and to divide and to do regime change in Europe. And so now we're hearing from European nations and Nordic nations in Europe as well regarding their response, essentially saying the United States is a risk to our sovereignty. The report by this Danish intelligence security service also says that the U.S.'s growing interest in Greenland, a territory of the Danish kingdom, as a result of heightened great power rivalry in the Arctic, poses a threat, and this is part of their annual threat assessment. It should be noted that one of the main deputies, the leader essentially of the far right-wing extremist pro-Putin party in Germany, the AfD, they are getting a red carpet welcome here in the United States by Donald Trump's New York Republican Party's annual convention. AFD is going to be the keynote speaker, and we know that the Trump regime is propping up the AFD, propping up the Reform Party in the UK, propping up Le Pen's party in France. If there are these Putin puppets that Donald Trump can control, he can try to deliver Putin's dream, which is a end of the European Union, an end of NATO, and a Europe in total dysfunction. Should be noted as well, MAGA Republican Congress members like Anna Paulina Luna are spending time in the
Okay, that report, the Utsum report from Denmark, I'm going to put it in the chat for people that want to check it out themselves. Here's the actual report, right? And you should check it out. The Danish authorities and others in the EU, you know, they're saying that they're seeing the U.S. as a possible security threat now officially. So that's going to change a lot. And I've been saying this for a while. Like, do not think that what Donald Trump is saying over the past months, that this is what, even though you've seen EU leaders come out and continue to court Trump, have meetings with Trump, don't be fooled. They're not waiting on him for a goddamn thing, right? You know, they're just being cordial, polite, respectful to the American people. But again, the EU has 400, how many million people? 400 and million, 400, 500,000, 400 million, 500,000 people. The U.S. has 300 million, 500,000. So manpower in Europe is up. The people in the military, active military, are pretty much parallel from the U.S. to the EU. You see that? But the EU has more people, right? But the active military is the same. What I'm telling you this for is to let you know that the EU is not dependent on the U.S. to fucking defend itself. That's a lie. That's a lie that Trump sold people, because he's selling that idea to break up NATO, because that's what Putin wants Trump to do. You see, anybody that does the math knows what Trump is saying doesn't make any goddamn sense. You see, the EU didn't want war with Russia. The EU didn't want Germany to produce more weapons. The EU didn't want Germany to start sending its military outside of Germany. But because of this conflict in the UN, for the first time, people are about to see a German military that goes outside of its own borders because of this issue with Ukraine. I don't know if that's what you wanted, you people that supported Putin, if that's what you want. I don't know if you wanted the second biggest economic power on earth to start developing more weapons than it did before and have less restraints, like having a partnership with the U.S. to have to answer for while using those weapons. I don't know if that was the intent, but this is what has happened. This is what has happened. Now, keep in mind, while American soldiers go to fight their wars, their families might be home without any goddamn health care. Their families, the people they're fighting for, may not even have health care, will be in lifelong debt just because of an education. This is how their families are being treated. Just keep that in mind. That's not the case in the EU. So it's just some things to think about. You know, just some things to think about.
Russian embassy right now, hanging out with the Russian ambassadors and essentially, in my opinion, doing Putin's bidding. Now, while this Danish threat assessment's released, here's what Reuters reported, a great scoop by their international team. The Trump regime wants the International Criminal Court to amend its founding document and commit to not investigating Donald Trump and his top officials. An administration.
You see how individually orientated Trump's requests are. It's all about him and his friends. Nothing about the American people. Nothing about the American people. You know? It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Hold on. Fryer said, V Media, do you follow? I have it podcast, Secular Talk, Kyle Kalinske, or Majority Report with Sam Sater. Okay. Yeah, I do follow them.
Official told Reuters, adding that this ask has been made
Cal Kalinske
known to courts and allies. If the ICC does not act on this U.S. demand and two others, drop investigations of Israeli leaders over Gaza and formally end an earlier probe of U.S. troops over their actions in Afghanistan, Washington may penalize more ICC officials and can sanction the court as well. Yep. So not only is the United States not a member of the International Criminal Courts, but the U.S. is openly hostile to an entity that prosecutes war crimes and genocide. Quote, there is a growing concern that in 2029, the ICC will turn its attention to Donald Trump, to the vice president, to the secretary of war, and
it is definitely going to, and doesn't even have a choice, in the matter. And again, this is just something, Congress and the Senate could stop any day they want to stop it. But instead, what they're doing is they're putting the United States at odds with the rest of the world, and with every ally and everyone else. It's actually it's a sad day, but I'm even a little more disappointed, not so much in Trump, because you would expect that he would do something like this. It wasn't a secret. But I'm disappointed at everybody else, the senators, the Congress people. Like, this guy is walking all over. He's basically trampling all over the United States for Putin. And the congressional members and the senators ain't doing a damn thing about it. They're just, I don't know if they're scared. If they're scared, fuck you. Like, you have no right to collect a check and be fucking scared. Like,
others to pursue prosecutions against them. And rightfully so. They are war criminals and they deserve to be put on war tribunals. Now, a lot of other developments taking place as well that we are learning about too. We have, of course, Cambodia and Thailand. No peace there, as Donald Trump claimed. In Congo, no peace there. War is raging. War is worse right now as a result of Donald Trump's fake deals there.
And that's another point. A lot of the people that supported Putin, they had this idea that, hey, if you vote for Trump, all that stuff will end, right? That would just end magically. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. They had the decolonization idea. Okay, well, every one of you, and I know some of you personally, and it's no big deal. Some of you are great people, right, that I respect highly. Being incorrect about something, that happens anytime. That's not the issue. But some of you people that are disrespectful and incorrect and just so full of it, you're fucked up. You're totally fucked up, because you totally got that situation in Congo totally confused backwards. The whole time Russia has been selling weapons inside of Congo. The whole what are you talking about? There's reports of them coming in, just giving guns and flying out on the same plane with fucking diamonds. You see what I mean? And people said for a long time, it's the Western world selling the weapons there. It's the Western world. No. You got fooled again. It's not that simple. Not that simple at all. But now you got the United States there, and the leader of the Congo and the leader of Rwanda is like, okay, yeah, hey, yeah. They're not saying get out, you colonizer. They're saying, yeah, let's sit down at the table. And what's happening? More people getting down. That shit just ratcheted up, because what's really going on is war. It's split up. I mean, same attacks going on, same players, Trump and Putin. Everywhere you go, Trump and Putin. In some cases, it's China, like in Sudan, Russia, China, and now it's going to be Trump. You see, this little musical chair shit keeps changing around. But listen, it's not going to be good for a lot of little people. Because what Trump has done is he's created more chaos, and more chaos just always hurts the little people more. So just so you know, man, it's actually sad. And a lot of Americans may not think that they're part of that little people thing, but actually you are too. You are part of that little people thing because of the government doesn't give a fuck about you. The government doesn't care about the poor in the United States of America. The government doesn't care about the middle class in the United States of America. I mean, you're basically treated like shit, essentially, by your own countrymen. They're not advocating for your health care. They're not advocating for the cost of living. They're not advocating for none of it. They're like, you're nobody. You're worthless. Like, that's how this government is going at it, Trump, you know? So
here's what we're learning about from the study of war too. So it's officially Russia has gained about 0.77% of Ukrainian territory since the start of 2025, while suffering disproportionately high personnel costs. So this whole year, with all of the might that Russia's thrown at Ukraine, with North Korea helping, with China helping, with Belarus helping, with Iran helping, with the United States helping, Russia's only been able to take 0.77% of Ukrainian territory in 2025.
And how many soldiers have they lost? Like, how many soldiers do they lose a week? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, but again, if people want to die, there was a Kenyan guy that the Ukrainians just captured. I don't know how many of you know that. It's up on one of my shorts, right? That I put up yesterday. It's a Kenyan guy. He went to Russia because he was invited for some whole other reason. When he got there, he found out they were inscripting him into the Russian military. And they put his ass out there on the front line, and he got captured by Ukraine. And now he's peaking. Now he's speaking to everybody. The shit is sad, but it's true. It's true, man. I mean, yeah, exactly. 1,000 a week. 1,000 a week. You know, it's crazy.
So as Jay in Kyiv writes, at this rate, Russia would need to lose 30 million soldiers and spend over 100 years to occupy Ukraine. That's why they just want Donald Trump to hand them over Donbass. They'll take Donbass, 30% of that territory they haven't been able to take over by force. And what do you think they're going to do once they take Donbass? They're going to keep going. They just want Donald Trump to hand him over that additional territory. As Gary Gasparov writes, as always, Trump pressures and insults Zelensky and Ukraine, the victim of Russian aggression, who have courageously defended their territory and sovereignty. For the genocidal invader, only concession and business deals. This, as Axios reports, that Donald Trump's envoys, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his real estate buddy, Steve Witkoff, both who have no foreign policy experience.
And they came into office trying to diss everyone else. Okay.
Before being involved in this corrupt Trump regime, and Kushner in the first one. Trump envoys Kushner and Witkoff demand that Zelensky consent to cede Ukrainian territory, all of Donbass, during a December 6th call. So they met with Putin in Moscow, Kushner and Witkoff did, and the 28-point surrender deal actually got worse after meeting with Putin. And they said, you know, give us Zaporizhia, give us all of Donbass, all of eastern Ukraine, just give it over right now. You have no choice, Zelensky, or we're going after you, essentially. And that's when you saw Zelensky go meet with Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, meet with Macron, the President of France, meet with Fred.
Yo, you right, Fries. I mean, it's some Americans that actually went to fight for Russia, and they got their ass killed. You know what I mean? And it's simple. It's like, why would you believe disinformation? I mean, so don't get me wrong. If you want to stand up and fight for what you believe, I don't think that's always a bad thing. That's not it. But at least get your facts right. Like, why would you die for a fucking dictator? It's very simple. You have to overlook a whole lot of facts to want to die for Putin or die for Russia. You have to overlook a whole lot of facts. You know, it's curious. You know,
Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, and then that meeting took place in the UK.
And the guy that's been in control of the country for how many years? You believe him? You believe he's just in power because he ain't killing people to stay in power. Okay, you believe that. Then you look at the GDP, the size of the country, and you look at the GDP, and you don't blame that on bad management. Okay, so you give that a break. Then you look at all these things. Then he sends his military up to the border of Ukraine, 100,000 people, and says, hey, you guys are crazy if you think I'm invading. Stop saying that. That's just Westerners. That's NATO people. They're conspiring against us. They keep saying we're going to invade. We would never invade. And then they invaded. Everyone saw it on TV across the entire globe. And then you still just going to give him another chance and you're going to go and sign your life up to fight for Putin? You are dumb. You are dumb. That's what you have to be told.
And there was the meeting that took place, with the Secretary General of NATO and the European Union President von der Leyen. Just take a look here at this chart. The Kiel Institute for World Economy published an update to its Ukraine support tracker.
I'm only playing this because Midas Touch, this is a great piece that they did, so that's the reason why. And big up to Ben Marcellus and everybody at the Midas Touch, but he did some thorough reporting here, so that's why I'm playing it. There's no point in trying to reproduce or go around it because that's how thorough their reporting has been on this one. So big up to Midas Touch.
You see, since Trump's taken office, America's provided zero support to Ukraine, and Europe's provided all of the support to Ukraine. Let's just hear from...
You know what? Hold on. I don't think y'all could see that, so let me just pull it back. That data he was just showing for a second. Let's see here. Y'all can see this, right? Can you see it now? Right? You know what? Let me open it up myself. Here. 2 seconds. I'm gonna just spread it out and see what it says. And then okay. So what it's saying here, boom. The Kiel Institute for World Economy published an update to its Ukraine support, right? Update to its Ukraine support tracker, which shows aid to Ukraine flowing from Western partners since 2022. Data set ends on October 31st, 2025. Okay, so let me see here. Government support by the United States. Okay, so that is December. The only time it's really been higher, I mean, it's 2 times where it's been higher, the U.S. On December 2024, it was higher, right? That's by Biden, obviously. And in July, what is this? 2021, July 2021. So I don't know if y'all can see that. So Trump has basically been lying to American citizens about how much the U.S. is doing more for Ukraine and all of that. It's basically a lie. But you knew that already. You knew it was a lie, but you wanted to believe Trump. And so therefore you will believe his lie. You don't really believe it, but you just want to go along with that because it's a cult. Trump shit is a cult, There's the data. The U.S. has not been really supporting, hasn't been the number one nation to support, to support Ukraine. It's been the EU has supported, and the EU has a smaller GDP. It's 20 trillion a year. U.S. GDP 30 trillion a year now. You see what I mean? So the U.S.'s GDP is bigger. They have less people. The EU is second GDP. It has 100 million more people. So don't you think? I mean, what do you think should be happening here? Now, if you want the U.S. to retract itself from it, that's okay. That's okay too. But why would you play like you're supporting and you're in agreement when you're really against it? Why would you waste the Europeans' time pretending to want to make a peace deal when you really don't want any peace deal at all? Why would you do that? That means you're basically working for Putin. That's what that means. So, I mean, that's what it looks like to me anyway.
Europe's provided all of the support to Ukraine. Let's just hear from John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor. He talks about how Donald Trump never read any of the national security strategy reports at all, wouldn't look at them, and certainly didn't look at this one. And this one calls for United States being openly hostile with NATO, openly hostile with Europe, and to be pro the Putin puppet parties in Europe to help divide Europe. And also it talks about spheres of influence in the national security report. And the U.S. says, okay, all of Europe, that's Russia's sphere of influence. All of Asia, that's China's sphere of influence. The Western Hemisphere is the U.S. sphere of influence, and everything else are the vassal countries of the main poles, China, U.S., and Russia. So Europe belongs to Russia, basically is what Trump's saying. Japan, Taiwan belongs to China, and Canada, South America, Mexico belongs to the U.S. And Donald Trump, we're seeing today also, big development just happening right now as I'm recording this.
Now, there's some people, MAGA people, that they think that, because they think things in a simple way, and they think of everything in black and white, no nuances, right? When they look at the globe, right? Which I don't understand why they do that, but they tend to. This idea that people get along just because they're near each other, or people want to be ruled by someone else that's closer to them. Yo, let me tell you, this world is made up so complex because often people find their neighbors more hostile than someone far, far away. That is what, a lot of what has gone on Earth has been. People that are close to Russia tend to see Russia as more hostile. And now what you're doing is you're taking that dynamic and trying to transpose it to everyone else. People that are closest to China have often seen China as hostile. Not maybe in one way, but in different ways, right? And now it's like, don't you understand that everybody in the West or in the Western Hemisphere doesn't always think that the U.S. is their best partner, is their best ally, is their friendliest partner? So they tend to work with people from other areas because the U.S. doesn't want to work with them peacefully. The U.S. isn't committed all the times to how can I say this, more situations that create more opportunity for others in the region, right? Now, people tend to like Biden, under Biden and before. The U.S. has been been an ally. Colombia has been an ally of the U.S. Now, Trump's working on rolling that back. A lot of countries, Canada's been an ally. Mexico has been an ally. Trump is rolling all of that back. It's not going to translate into what Putin wants. It's too simple-minded. People in the Eastern Bloc remember Russia for what it actually is to them, right? They're not going to reimagine it as just a friendly, peaceful, civil nation that wants to live and let live. No, that's not how people see it. People don't see China that way. And people are increasingly starting to see the U.S. differently. I mean, look, the history. You already know some of the nations have been verbal about it. But our behavior gives some credence to people complaining. Under Trump, it gives people, people begin to say, yeah, that's right. I mean, Venezuela must have been right about the U.S. in the past because look at how Trump is behaving. Countries are doing this, and they don't like this flip-flop behavior where 4 years you're doing one thing and in 4 years you flip back. No, it's going to be some consequences for the U.S. because the United States people have to learn how to be reliable to themselves, right, and reliable to others that they engage. You can't just flip from peaceful, supportive to hostile, and we hate you and don't respect you. Then the next 4 years, you peaceful again, and we respect you. Then to we don't like you anymore. You ain't shit. Like, sorry, that's a no can do partnership. Most people see that as fucking toxic. You know what I mean by toxic? That's a toxic relationship. And the U.S. is more toxic than it has ever been under this Trump administration. Like, it's full of toxicity. And going back to just the situation where, hey, everybody, we back to normal again. Will you believe us? Will you be our friend again? If you don't get Trump out of that motherfucking office fast, that ain't going to happen either. Like, people are past waiting now. It's on to the next phase. Things are about to change. That's different than it was a month ago. Like, beware.
The United States military just seized.
With AI, you can create.
Oh, let me see here. I don't get how Russia supposedly has EU sphere of influence when its GDP is low. Exactly. What the fuck? It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Damn. What is this? And so, exactly, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. None of the numbers make any goddamn sense. Listen, if you know that Russia's GDP is like $2 trillion a year, you know they only had 100 million and 500,000 people, right? Those are those numbers. The EU has 20 trillion a year, 400 million and 500,000 people. Okay, those numbers, that's a difference in numbers. Then you look at the US, 300 million and 500,000 citizens. GDP's 30 trillion a year. How do you really think 400 million and 500 people are going to let 100 million 500 people with a GDP only $2 trillion push them around? That's not possible. That's just basically, in a way, it's Putin is forcing the EU to kick its ass. And Trump apparently wants it. You know what I'm saying? Like, Trump apparently wants that. I see, this is how you know none of it is good. Because why would Trump want that? It's not that Trump wants it. It's because Trump doesn't have a choice, because Putin has something on him. Because otherwise, it makes no sense. Putin is a madman. And that's why Russia's GDP is only $2 trillion a year and has been even before this Ukraine shit. You see what I mean? It's poor management. The country chases everyone out. All its engineers leave. Anybody that wants to do anything good leaves fucking Russia, goes somewhere else and does it. You see what I mean? That's why Russia is the way it is. And but for some reason, Trump, he prefers the EU making their own weapons instead of buying the weapons from the US like they had been doing. But that's what Trump prefers. He didn't ask American citizens, what do you think? Should the EU keep buying our weapons? We can make a lot of money off the EU buying our weapons. That's not what Trump said. Trump started talking down to them, saying, you need to do this and you need to do that, and you ain't shit because of your culture and your people. You're nothing. Even though the EU got less immigration than the US and always has. What the fuck is Trump talking about? See, this is something that's happening without reason. There's a reason behind it, but it's not any reason that they present it. This is a madman named Putin that thinks he can just lose 1 million fucking people just trying to invade Ukraine. That's a madman. That's a madman, you know, but it's only going to go so far before people are like, man, we have to do something. Sorry. I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. What is this? Oh, okay, here we go.
Which they say is a sanctioned oil ship. This oil cargo ship has just been seized as a major escalation. Let me just show you what Bolton said. Let's play this clip.
Trump's two terms, I think, though, are different from all the previous models. I can tell you the strategy written in Trump's first term was done before I arrived on the scene, so I'm not taking credit for it. It was a very good strategy. It reflected, I think, a lot of careful thinking, and I can tell you that Trump never read it, didn't care about it, never consulted it, and in my view, it was a great document that just gathers dust on the shelves. I would predict with near total certainty he hasn't read this national security strategy. He signed an introduction to it. I doubt he read the introduction. He doesn't care about it anyway. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't himself have a design for American national security. He doesn't really even particularly do policy the way we understand that term in Washington. And that's why the ramifications of Trump's approach are so dangerous. As Ben described what's happened to NATO, Trump doesn't understand NATO. He doesn't understand alliances. Trump's view is that the United States defends Europe, we get nothing out of it, and they don't pay for it. Now, if I thought that's the way NATO worked, I wouldn't be in favor of NATO either, but that's not what a collective defense alliance.
Exactly. Trump has explained it. For Americans that just listen to Trump say that, you're very unaware of how global trade works. Like, very unaware, very naive. The Americans, whoever it was who bought that, you're very naive. Like, you need to learn more about your country, and you need to learn more about the world and how it works. But a lot of Americans obviously believed Trump when he said that. And now a lot of those people are in a situation where they don't feel like they can say they were wrong, even though they obviously are. But pride, stupid pride.
And it's exactly correct.
There you have it, folks. Let me know which.
All right, so yeah, so that was the Midas Touch, and they were talking about the video is called "Furious Denmark Classifies USA as a Major Security Threat," and that is news that's in the last 24 hours. You know, they were talking about Denmark and how it views the US's latest report that's only like less than a week old, right? On the EU and a lot of the criticisms. And let me tell you, as an American citizen living in the EU, I'm telling every American citizen that report is bullshit. Don't believe these people. They're just ridiculous. You know, the Trump administration doesn't care for one piece of truth. It is beyond that. There's nothing about it. They will lie to you in your face, promise you help, knowing that you are going to die soon if you wait on them to help you. Like, this is the administration you're working on. They know the economy is bad. They wanted it to be bad so you can lose your security. Why they want you to lose your security? That's a question you might want to ask. I mean, why do they want your bank account to go low? Why do they want you to be able to stack less and store less food? Why do they want that? Why do they want it? Why are farmers losing their farms now, like at a record never seen before? Who's buying up those farms? You know, who's buying them up? The U.S. dollar has decreased steadily every single day since Trump has been in office. It's at its lowest since it's been before Biden got in office. You see, it did a straight up pyramid. It did like this. On the left of the screen is where Biden picked it up at. Went all the way up, went down about halfway, down and up and went halfway like that, and then down the rest of the way. Now that Trump is in office again, you see? So it went up, came down halfway, leveled out under Biden, and now it just went right back down under Trump. I mean, yo, you can ignore the signs if you want. You can believe whatever you want. But folks ain't going for it. And nobody else is believing Trump. It's just that way. Nobody else is believing him.
Not to hold an election.
Right. So Ukraine is about to hold an election, and that's pretty wise because, again, it disputes all the claims. Just like the last election. What did they try to say? Zelensky is a dictator. Why doesn't he have an election? Well, then he had an election right in front of Trump, and he won the election. And what did Trump say? He just shut up for a little while, didn't say anything about it, and now he's back at the same old trick. You know, so Zelensky knows what it is. Ukrainians know what it is. Oh, you want to see another election? Why doesn't Putin have an election? You don't want Putin to have an election. Yeah, I know that, but you want Ukraine to have one. So let's have another election. And then will you live with the outcome then? I mean, why don't people get it through their heads? Ukrainians feel like Russia is trying to commit genocide against them. That's what they feel. That's what they've been saying. Why can't you believe them? Why not take their word for a second, for one day?
Let's get more now. We can speak to Alexei Goncharenko, Ukrainian MP, who joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Goncharenko. President Trump at the moment seems to be questioning the democratic nature of Ukraine and saying that President Zelensky is using the war as an excuse not to hold elections. How do you respond to that?
First, Ukraine is democracy. Second, yes, we don't have elections because of the security situation. I am in opposition to President Zelensky, and I don't want to see him Ukrainian president after next elections. But I can confirm that the security situation in Ukraine is just impossible for carrying out elections. If we're speaking about elections as a real elections, not just about some moment when somebody is coming somewhere and making some mark in the ballot, But if we're speaking about elections as a free campaign, rallies, debates, all of this, which we call elections, when people make their conscious choice, we can't have it. And to have elections, we need to end the war. And after this, we definitely need to have elections, but only after the end of the war.
Right, so you're an opponent of President Zelensky, but you agree with this stance that whilst aerial bombardment is taking place of your country and part of your country is under Russian occupation.
Yeah, somebody said feudalism. Yeah, it's in America. Feudalism is in the U.S. That's what they're doing. And I hope people take note of that, because these billionaires want you kicked out of your house and buying up all your shit for cheap. And you not having the means to do anything about it because they already starved you out on the shelf with the prices. They already took your health care around. So if there's any health care, so if there's any sicknesses going around, that's going to cost you more if you're lucky. You know, it's feudalism. And again, American citizens, I said this a while ago, every day you wait, the harder it's going to be to work your way back. Every day you wait to remove Trump, the harder it's going to be to get back to ground zero. And ground zero isn't where you want it to be. You want it to be better than ground zero. But let's say ground zero is where Biden was. Now you're getting to the point where it's going to require a lot of work to get back to ground zero. If this Congress does not act now, and this Senate does not act now, the U.S. is in for some scary economic trouble that won't be reversed anytime soon. And those economic troubles will be felt first and foremost by the American citizen population inside of the United States of America. And if you don't believe it, just wait and see.
Occupation, it would be impossible for elections to take place. And this is something we've heard.
Absolutely. Just imagine one thing to you. First historical example, United Kingdom. There was no elections between 1935 and 1945, despite the fact that there was no ground fighting on the territory of the islands itself. But because of German bombardments, they couldn't do this. And we have land fighting. And we have everyday land fighting, and plus bombardments of Russians throughout the whole country. We have, unfortunately, very tragic. For example, one event. It was the last goodbye to one person in a village not far from a front line in Kharkiv region, and one Russian missile came, and I think 60 people were killed in a moment. Just imagine how we will provide security to people coming to their polling stations. How can we do this?
Right. Well, President Zelensky has said that he's happy to hold elections. He can do so, he says, within, let's say, a 3-month time period. That seemed to be the time frame he was suggesting, if security is guaranteed. Do you think he'd win an election if an election was held in 3 months from now?
First of all, I didn't get his last comment about this because I can't understand what does it mean. So, and after these 3 months, again, the war will be stopped for 3 months. What does it mean? I can't get it. So I think my personal view is next. We need to end the war. We need to have sustainable peace. And after this, definitely, we need to have elections. But after the war will be finished, and not just in the middle of the war. Because I can't imagine what did they mean and what did Zelensky mean by saying this. Speaking about his chances, it's subjective, you know. I can't speak on behalf of all Ukrainian people. I can tell you just my personal thought. My personal thought is that Mr. Zelensky has no chances to be re-elected. And it doesn't matter much when the elections will happen. But it's my personal view. By the way, Zelensky himself promised when he ran for the first time in 2019, he said that I'm running at that time just for one term. So one term, it was 5 years. Now he's the president already for 6.5. So I think the best thing for him would be not to run. But it's up to him. So he will make his own choice, and then Ukrainian people will decide.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much because, you know, Ukraine. The bottom line is, like, most Ukrainians agree about this situation with Russia. Like, no doubt, whatsoever. You know what I mean? So they've seen a lot. So that's not going to just change overnight. But also you need to have a life. You know, you need to be able to function. So, you know, basically, who can help them is the deal, and that's who they're pretty much going to work with, because they're not interested in making life harder, right? But I don't know. Somebody said Schumer won't. Who is this? Fryer said Schumer won't stop Trump. Hopefully, you can see that better. Well, again, I don't think it's up to Schumer myself. I don't know why you think it's up to Schumer to stop Trump. Trump's the president of the United States. Schumer's the head of the Democratic Minority Caucus in the Senate. What do minorities do in the Senate? What do minorities do in the Congress? What do minorities do in the Supreme Court? What do you think that looks like? You know, I don't think it's up to Democrats. I think it's up to a lot of Republicans changing their minds and acting on it. That's what it is. I mean, the Democrats, their candidate already told you Trump would do all of this shit. That candidate was right, but that candidate didn't win the election. So it's on other people. It's on other people to say, wow, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. Let me do something to support the opposite side or the other side of the aisle. But as long as people don't do that, look, I mean, you don't. The beautiful part about this is that, like I said, American people are going to suffer first and foremost. It's not like people sitting back waiting for the U.S. to get better. Everybody's moving along. But the only people that ain't moving along is the American people, because they can't move along because they're not being shown anything positive for, themselves. So I think eventually that frustration is going to spill over into a lot of changed minds. People that voted for Trump changing their minds and then maybe wanting to do something about it too. Not just change their mind, but be active against it. And what that means is support other things. That's all. Support something else. Stop supporting Trump. Start demanding that your representatives impeach Trump. That's what I think it means, But in any case, let's go on here. Let's see here. Let's go. Trump and the EU with his threats on the EU, man. And then we going into Venezuela. This is crazy. Venezuela.
It has a strategy paper caused so much uproar in the European Union. U.S. President Donald Trump's national security strategy, released last week, lays out in 33 succinct pages a massive shift in relations with Europe, where, according to the paper, once great countries are now facing, quote, civilizational erasure. For many European leaders who see Trump as
civilizational erasure. So 20 trillion a year, second GDP in the world. And if anybody outdoes the EU, it would only be China by a slight margin. You see what I'm saying in terms of economics? That means erasure. Second, erasure. The EU has 100 million more people than the U.S. and the economy is second to the U.S. And Trump is saying it's their erasure. That's interesting.
As the threat to democracy.
It's not Russia's erasure. Russia got 100 million people, 100 million, 500 people, 500,000 people. They're not facing erasure with $2 trillion GDP, but somehow the EU is. Okay. All right.
And international norms. The paper is a slap in the face and a rupture that may never heal. Here's what the foreign policy spokesperson for Germany's ruling party told DW.
He mentioned that he wants to engage actively in politics in European Union member states. We did not in US, and we expect that US is not doing so in German democracies. Sometimes it sounds like Putin talking about Europe.
And yet the security strategy doesn't actually say the US is looking to break away from Europe or leave the continent on its own. It says, quote, not only can we not afford to write Europe off, doing so would be self-defeating.
This sounds like sexual harassment. Essentially, this is like harassment. At the end of the day, they don't like you, but they don't want to leave you alone. Can't leave you alone. No, can't move on. Can't just move on your way, huh? No.
And it calls Europe a, quote, vital ally. So what does
That's like saying, I love you, baby. I won't beat you again.
The Trump administration really want from Europe, and how
this is an abusive relationship at this point.
Far are they willing to go to get it? Ian Lesser is a distinguished fellow at the German Marshall Fund of the U.S. Thanks for talking to me today.
Very good to be with you. Thank you for the invitation.
So, first of all, what does this paper really say about how the Trump administration sees Europe? Some people in Europe take it as a breakup letter, but it's not really that, is it? I mean, Trump seems very much interested in what happens in Europe.
Well, I think one could say a number of things. First of all, obviously there were existing anxieties in Europe about the American commitment to European security, about how the president views Europe as a whole, but also its institutions. And so the document has a lot to say about this. It has different things to say. Some of it vaguely reassuring. You know, the United States is still interested in European affairs. There's
I still love you, baby.
still an important transatlantic economic relationship and a lot of affinity across the Atlantic. But then, of course, it also goes on to talk about all of these very uncomfortable cultural.
Trump sounds like a guy that had a divorce and is still going back. You know, he wanted the divorce, but now he's going back to be like, I love you, baby. I still love you. I still love you.
Civilizational points about Europe's evolution. And that's not going to be received well here at all.
The strategy paper says Europe is on the brink of civilizational erasure. What does that mean?
This is like toxic because on one hand, it's like, I love you, baby. And on the other hand, it's like, you're going to be destroyed. You can't make it without me. It's like, think about this. This is the Trump administration.
Well, I think there are those around the president who share this view that somehow migration and the erosion of cultural norms is leading to a kind of Western civilizational decline, if you want to put it that way. I don't subscribe to this view myself, but many people do, especially not just in the United States, but also on the hard right in Europe, and not just perhaps. So, you know, it's obviously going to touch a lot of very sensitive nerves in Europe. He's talking about immigration. He's talking about the whole very controversial idea that somehow the existing cultures and politics and civilizations are going to be replaced as a result of immigration and all of this kind of thing. And that will not only have cultural effects, but it'll also have effects on policy, on politics. And, you know, these are debates raging on both.
Let me tell you. Trump, since he's been in office, he's also pushed a lot of other people more center that were right. And the reason why is because for the first time, the right has seen that going this way that Trump is doing it is very destructive. Like straight up. And no EU country, like the U.S. is the strongest economy. It has 300 million people, plus people. It might be able to survive a major hit like it's going through. It might be able to, but that doesn't mean other countries want to risk that. No. That doesn't mean that because people have been working up to this point. You know, the EU has worked up to what, 20 trillion a year GDP. You know, why have extremism turn the clock back? And they have the United States as an example because they can literally watch your politic and then watch your GDP decline. They can watch your politic and watch your dollar decline. They can watch your politic and watch how you don't respect the constitutional rights. They can watch all of that in real time. The United States of America is a real example of what an extremist right-wing government today in a Western world looks like. The most powerful country. That's what it looks like. It looks like one that invites in Putin into the White House. It also looks like that. It looks like one that abandons Europe and plays a game with its own allies, Canada. That's what it looks like. You see what I'm saying? And I think most Europeans don't want to go that direction. There's some differences there. And one major thing is you can't preach to anybody over here while you're in bed with an authoritarian trying to split up the world, like straight up. And that is the thing. Putin is attacking the Ukraine. Those civilians are spread all across the EU. And Trump doesn't care anything about that. You see what I mean? He's supposed to be talking against it. He's barely said any word against it, really, let alone done anything. He's retracted what essentially and pulled out of what used to be the Northern Trade Alliance, NATO, and became a silent member, a non-voting member, a silent member that goes against all of the other members, basically a blockade. So Trump has basically become hostile towards Europe. And I don't think you can people can talk their way out of it. It's actually a sad day. And I think most EU people get that even the right,
Both sides of the Atlantic, I think traditionally we would never have wanted to put these at the center of transatlantic relations. But the administration is much more comfortable doing that.
When you have
Yep, they're more comfortable doing it. That's crazy, but this is what they're doing, and people ain't gonna wait for Trump.
Asserts something that would be pretty odd to a lot of the traditional parties in Germany, where he accuses Europe of backsliding democratically, backsliding on democratic principles, which is exactly what a lot of European leaders accuse the U.S. administration, Trump's administration, of doing. Is this just a game that he's playing?
By the way, for those that don't know, this is German television right here, DW News.
Or do you think the Trump administration actually believes that the European Union is backsliding on democracy?
No, I think, the people who are making these arguments on both sides of the Atlantic actually believe it. And they see things happening on the other side that confirm these views. For the United States, it's all about rule of law. For Europeans looking at the United States, it tends to be about rule of law and things like that. January 6th and that experience, pardons, all of this kind of thing that to Europe suggests that somehow some key elements of checks and balances and the rule of law in the United States may be eroded.
Trump has invited violence into the Western world. Like, he's legitimized violence. Instead of having an election and accepting the outcome and respecting your opponent as a fellow citizen that has equal right, Trump has invited violence to overthrow governments. And again, the United States is a superpower, is the most powerful single country on earth. It might be able to survive a blow like it's having, but that doesn't mean every other country can. And that behavior is dangerous, is destabilizing. And European nations, they see that for pretty much what it is. Number one, they don't want somebody like Elon Musk coming up and trying to buy their countries. Number two, they don't want people trying to invite Putin into their government. They're very afraid of that, right? They see that as hostile, right? And number three, the rule of law. Two, it challenges, if you're going to accept this thing that Putin is doing, if you're going to legitimize it, then what you're doing is legitimizing invasion for any country that has more power. You're legitimizing invasions across the globe. And that's a destabilizing element right there. That is not a good trade policy. Legitimizing invasions, that's going to have serious repercussions on those that do. In case you don't notice that. If you don't know yet, that and even if, do you want the EU adapting an invasion is okay type of strategy across the globe and how it deals with people? Well, then if you don't want the EU doing that, you probably shouldn't want Trump doing it. You probably shouldn't want Russia doing it. You see?
The Trump administration looks at Europe and it sees constraints on free speech. And it sees guardrails being built around parties, especially of the hard right.
Yeah, Trump he said he's going to allow it. That's what he said. They're talking about it. Well, we will see. But we'll see.
And in their ideological worldview, this too is a constraint on democracy.
In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat.
They don't like the regulations that are.
J.D. Vance, he wants disinformation to flow throughout Europe, to influence the elections. That's his code word for that.
Have the effect of limiting free speech on internet platforms.
You see, exactly. So they want to use Elon Musk wants to use the internet to overthrow EU countries, and of course, the same pattern that they ran over the U.S. is what they plan on running over Europe. They're going to get assistance from China over the internet. They're going to get assistance from Russian troll farms over the internet, and maybe a few others. And like I said, the United States as one single nation might be able to sustain a blow like that. I mean, it was hit by that and lost. But other EU countries are smaller, and they don't feel like they want to go down that path. You see what I mean? And it is a threat. There's they already started banning, people under 16 from getting into TikTok and things like that. There's some real restrictions coming up. I don't know how fast they're moving, right? But I know about the children thing. They've been moving already. They move relatively fast. But yeah, people need to understand what J.D. Vance is talking about when he's saying freedom of speech. What he means is freedom of disinformation. That's what he means,
Many of which have American corporate connections. Some of the biggest ones around the world do. And so this is one thing that they focus on. Above all, they also focus on the way in which hard right parties are being scrutinized and in some ways constrained for legal reasons in Europe. They see this too as an example of something undesirable in their view.
The National Security Strategy paper also talks about Russia in a way that has upset a lot of European leaders. Can you explain why?
Well, first of all, it doesn't say very much about Russia, which is an odd thing at a time of war in Europe. It says that the United States is still vested in European security, that Europe has the right and the need and responsibility to protect itself from threats. That could obviously include Russia, would obviously include Russia, but it also goes on to say that this is very much a European responsibility. And it becomes clear, I think, from the document that that this is not just a reflection of the Trump administration's desire to see Europe spend more on its own defense, but also, in fact, to take that on as a primary responsibility, and the United States may not always share it. I think it's reflected in the view about the Ukraine war as well.
And why exactly does that upset European leaders, though? Are you saying that Europe has a completely different perspective on how Russia should be dealt with?
I think there's a shared interest in seeing a ceasefire, obviously, and seeing this war brought to an end. There's a shared interest in a settlement, but what are the terms of this settlement? And I think there you begin to see a very big difference, and you see it reflected in this document as well, that for the Trump administration, the Ukraine war is a problem to be taken off the table. It's a crisis to be dealt with, to be managed, and then to move on. In Europe, it is certainly that, but it's also a question of the future of European security, how to deal with obviously aggressive Russia, whatever the result of a negotiation over Ukraine. Europe is going to be left dealing with this problem. And how will it deal with it? What will be the strategy? Will the U.S. help?
I turned being underestimated into billions. People see me on our TV show or on social media, but what they don't see is how I build my businesses. I'm here to give you my 10 principles that build billion-dollar brands. Take notes.
This strategy paper also talks about parties in the European Union that it says gives hope that the Trump doctrine basically will be taken up as part of European strategy. In other words, it signals out quote unquote patriotic parties within the European Union as a sign of hope that Europe can get back on the right track. How do you interpret that, and what does it mean for Europe?
Well, I think this administration in Washington now, much more than its predecessors, certainly its recent predecessors, it really looks.
Sorry about that, y'all. I had to grab something real quick.
At these questions.
Yeah, I'm seeing the comments, and I see your comments, Fryer and Six Cent.
Of
Six Amelia.
Ideological affinity. They see like-minded parties in Europe, especially when it comes to these issues of culture and migration, and they want to support them. And they view constraints on their activities, on their freedom of action, as something that is not an American interest. And I think that's exactly what the document is talking about.
Is there precedent there for the United States, an ally of Europe, to support parties that a lot of people in Europe see as far outside the political fold? Parties that in some places, like in Germany, are seen as extremist parties, and the centrist parties from both the left and the right are finding out ways to keep them out of politics. So is there precedent for that, for the U.S. to support parties that are basically not allowed into the political mainstream in the European Union?
I really think there's no precedent for that, at least in recent years. There is, of course, a precedent for the United States taking an interest in, even trying to sway political outcomes in Europe. This was certainly true during the Cold War, especially in the early years, and to push back against Eurocon.
I mean, it's interesting because should other countries interfere in the U.S. elections? I mean, how many of you think that oh yeah, I see you, Six Cents, no doubt. How many of you think that other countries should interfere in the U.S. elections? I mean, do you think it's okay? Should Europe interfere in U.S. elections? Should Canada interfere in U.S. elections? Is it okay for the U.S. to interfere in other countries' elections? And I think pretty much Trump is setting precedent. He's violating every standard and norm. And all you have to understand is that when you believe in violating those norms, eventually it's going to come back to you and you won't be able to complain. And I think it's going to start coming back relatively quickly, given the way Trump behaves. And again, do you think 350 million people, Trump 450 million? Do you think 150 million people, Trump 450 million people? You tell me.
Communist parties and other forces that the United States didn't view as congenial. But in general, this was in the service of support for mainstream liberal democratic parties. That was, I think, a very, very different exercise.
How far do you think the Trump administration is willing to go to influence European politics then?
Well, certainly much further than any recent American administration has been willing to go. They have a different motivation. They have a different interest. If we look at the comments by Vice President J.D. Vance at the...
Exactly, Maria. I mean, that's exactly the issue right there. Nobody's questioning freedom of speech in the EU. They're questioning disinformation and how far that should be able to spread under the guise of freedom of speech. So if you have speech that is designed to overthrow your country by a sovereign nation, should that be allowed? That's the question. And the U.S. has allowed that. They basically allowed this freedom of speech. What's up, Tia? Yeah, they allowed this. All right, you here. Thank you. I'm glad. The U.S. allowed this disinformation to go under the radar of freedom of speech. And you see what's happening. They let lies just propagate in people's minds. And look who they voted for. They voted for Jeffrey Epstein's best buddy. That's what they did. And, only loads of disinformation can make you do that. A guy who basically behaves like Putin has videotapes of him, you have to wonder why people would even take that risk. You see what I mean? They were convinced to do it. They were convinced of a lot of lies. And, of course, maybe there's a little bit of truth in between the lies just to hold up the lie. But it's basically lies and disinformation. And it's scary. It's scary that American people allowed that to happen. I'm sure most of them regret it now. But, you know, we're going to see. But I think, again, this is what's going on in the U.S. is a very good example of what EU people should not want to follow if they want to be secure and they want to continue to be free and have, you know, have a strong economy. They should not follow Trump because Trump has produced a weak U.S. economy, a weak dollar, more unemployment. I mean, the EU should ask, do you want more unemployment? How much unemployment can you sustain? You know, EU. Denmark, do you want more unemployment? Germany, do you want more unemployment? I mean, is that what you want? I mean, you tell me, do you want Putin in your capital making you go to war against your neighbor? Do you want, you know, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, this is what they got in plan. Do you want Elon Musk to come and buy your whole country? Is that what you want? I mean, this is what's going on in the U.S. Do you want Elon Musk walking through your Treasury Department with 20 kids, sticking his chest out saying, fuck your Constitution? I don't need your Constitution. Is that what you want? Okay.
Last Munich Security Conference talking about this. If you look at the administration's willingness to host delegations from far-right
Trump and Elon and who'd you say? Trump and Leonard Black
parties in Washington to give them all kinds of assistance in a sense. I don't know if it's material assistance, I couldn't say, but certainly rhetorically, they're fully in the mix.
I got to admit, a threat hunter is very well.
All right, hold on 2 seconds.
We've heard from spokesperson for foreign affairs for Germany's governing party, the CSU, who said that he's concerned that the United States is going to try to influence Europe's internal affairs, Germany's internal affairs. Do you believe that this is an exaggeration, or could you actually see the United States doing something like supporting a right-wing party with money or with advertisement in order to influence elections here?
Well, the concern is very real. What the United States would do in that regard, I really couldn't say, but there's all sorts of things that could be done, even at the level of rhetoric and political action that have nothing to do with providing resources or backing, that could be, meaningful, or at least be interpreted as meaningful in Europe. So it's right to think.
Let's hear that one more
about
time.
Those things. We're in a moment where it's arguably easier than ever before to interfere in election results. Sources or backing
in order to influence elections here.
Well,
Germany's internal affairs. Do you believe that this is an exaggeration, or could you actually see the United States doing something like supporting a right-wing party with money or with advertisement in order to influence elections here?
Well, the concern is very real. What the United States would do in that regard, I really couldn't say, but there's all sorts of things that could be done, even at the level of rhetoric and political action that have nothing to do with providing resources or backing, that could be, meaningful, or at least be interpreted as meaningful in Europe. So it's right to think about those things. We're in a moment where it's arguably easier than ever before to interfere in election results. I'm not suggesting the United States is going to try to do that. But certainly in terms of the social media discourse and other things, it's become much easier to be, sort of in the fray and supportive ideological allies as you see them.
Fact.
And how do you think European countries are going to respond to this? We've already heard some statements, a lot of rhetoric, maybe critical of Trump, or even some self-critical rhetoric saying that the European Union should get its act together and be able to go it alone if it doesn't have support from the United States. But is this just rhetoric, or do you think that the European countries are actually going to start creating policy that is a direct response to Trump's new doctrine?
I think, Europe has been actually for a few years now, but certainly since the advent of the second Trump administration, has been embarked on a series of policy exercises designed to do exactly that. They're not.
That's what I was telling people. Like, the legacy media doesn't say it, but listen, since the first administration that Trump has, the EU has moved in the direction of weaponizing more, boosting up its military, recruitment, all of that stuff. And you don't hear Trump talk about it because Trump doesn't want you to know it. You don't hear legacy media talk about it. I don't know why they don't really talk about it. But for people that don't know, the size of the EU army is essentially the size of the United States army, basically. I mean, the EU might edge out the United States on active soldiers, And when you look at that and you think about the spending, I mean, Poland is already spending more than the U.S. spends on its military, a higher percentage of its GDP. Many other NATO nations have boosted it up, but Trump talks about it like nobody has. You see what I mean? And Trump talks about the relationship like the security was not something people paid for. In reality, the security was something the U.S. got a lot of line share of trade through. You don't provide security for nothing. The United States has never done that. That has never happened ever. You see what I mean? Every security thing that the U.S. gives to other countries, it's because it's getting triple and quadruple back. It's getting there's a reason why, they're doing business that way. And for the average American citizen to not really know that, it's damn shit. It's sad. It's sad, because the U.S. military is paid for by the taxpayers. It's a socialist project. It's not paid for by private investors. It's paid for by every American citizen. And if you don't know, that's what your military is used for, protecting trade waters, protecting your trade, protecting your business, so someone doesn't just come and steal your boat like Trump did today. I mean, we're about to get into that. Don't you know that's a thing? And instead, they're like, nah, we're going to pull our military back from the rest of the world. We don't care about. That's what they're saying. They're basically saying, we don't care about trade. We don't care about the trade we're doing or our companies. Okay, that's what
the
you think.
The U.S. seizing an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. That marks a major escalation in the crackdown against narco-terrorism. So we're watching this today. We're doing fine. Had a good night last night and a great day this morning. In New York, I'm Bill Hammer. And you?
My tip to everybody is this. If you go out on a weeknight and you have a great time, the next morning if someone says, how are you doing? You have to say,
great.
Better say great. Great, I'm great. So I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. And truly, Fox News threw a wonderful holiday party. It was the best part. I had a great time. Cool. But we also have news. So Attorney General Pam Bondi releasing dramatic video of the daring operation, and it shows U.S. forces swooping in from a helicopter above the vessel and then landing on the deck of the ship with their weapons drawn. At the White House, President Trump called the seizure more than justified.
From the standpoint of news, as you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later. It was seized for a very good reason.
So now all of this is expected to be a major point of discussion. House hearing gets underway a little bit later this hour on the worldwide threats to the U.S. homeland. Let's get right to it. Bill Maloogian reports from the Hill. Jillian Turner reports from the State Department. Let's start there with you, Jillian, on what's happening with regard to Venezuela. Good morning.
So good morning to you, Bill and Dana. Overnight, Venezuela's leaders reacting to that seizure of the crude oil tanker. They are accusing the U.S. of theft and President Trump of blatantly trying to take control of the country's entire oil resources. Here's the Interior Minister. Listen.
The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela denounces and repudiates energetically what constitutes a blatant theft and an act of international piracy, announced publicly by the President of the United States, who confesses the assault of an oil ship in the Caribbean.
Reporters asked President Trump yesterday what now happens to all of the oil aboard that ship. Here's what he said.
we're interested in the seizure of this tanker. What happens to the oil on this ship?
Well, we keep it, I guess.
Where does it go?
Look how casually he said it. Well, we keep it, I guess. What do you mean he doesn't know? You mean, so there was no plan ahead of time? No idea what to do with the oil. You just seize it. You know, and basically, the reality of it is that nothing is for free. I mean, people know that, right? So the taxpayers of the United States, they will be paying some kind of compensation for the oil. Like, you have to understand that. It's not just going to disappear from one regime, from one administration to the other. It's not going to just disappear. That's still going to be there. There's going to be plenty of nations that are backing up Venezuela, not because they agree with all of Venezuela's politics, not because they even agree with the election turnout or anything like that, but they do agree about things like this. You can't just, in open waters, detain somebody's oil ship because you want to. In the world, that's called stealing. And Trump is admitting to doing it with his language on TV for the whole world to see. Well, I guess we're going to keep it.
Well, you have to follow the tanker. You know, you're a good newsman. Just follow the tanker. I assume we're going to keep the oil.
The Attorney General posting that footage of the seizure on social says the FBI, Homeland Security, and U.S. Coast Guard executed this operation with some support from the War Department. The U.S., it turns out, we are learning, had issued a warrant for this oil tanker, alleging it was used to transport illegal oil from Venezuela and Iran in support of foreign terrorist groups. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, meanwhile, has been rallying his supporters in Caracas.
No more Vietnam, no more Somalia, no more Iraq, no more Afghanistan, no more Libya, no blood for oil.
So we learned from the president himself yesterday he has not spoken with Maduro since their shock phone call last week. In a sense, it's not surprising, though, because the president since then has continued to push for his ouster and still does not recognize Maduro as the legitimate leader of Venezuela.
That was quite the speech, quite the soundbite there. Jillian, thank you. We're watching all of it. Thanks.
Okay, so that's Fox News coverage, but there's some other information coming out. Let me see here. Right, let me hear Maduro's speech real quick.
This video of me.
Hopefully he, I'm just curious what he had to say about this right after it happened. I mean, we heard part of it, but let's hear the rest of it here.
About the oil tanker that was seized by the U.S. off the coast of Venezuela. Satellite imagery and shipping data obtained by CNN show it concealed its true location while docked at a Venezuelan oil terminal last month. Its transponder indicated it was hundreds of kilometers away in Guyana. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi released a video of U.S. military.
I mean, so it's in Guyana waters, you know, and I mean, I'm just saying, you know, do you have the right to just, again, if one country has the right to do this with their military, then what's stopping China from doing the same? What's stopping, I mean, the only thing that's stopping Russia from doing it is people are willing to fight against Russia. That's pretty much what it is. But what's stopping China from doing that? If nobody can stop the U.S. from doing it, who's going to stop China? And isn't Trump giving permission to China to do the same thing? I mean,
Personnel seizing the ship in what marks a major escalation. President Donald Trump's move against Venezuela's president and its government. Bondi says the tanker has been under U.S. sanctions for years for involvement in an illicit oil shipping network. Venezuela's government calls the seizure an act of international piracy. Its president appeared unfazed.
Don't worry. Be happy.
Okay, I can hear myself, guys. All right, President Nicolas Maduro singing "Don't Worry, Be Happy" at a rally Wednesday, telling CNN his message to the U.S. is Peace above all else. We've got Elena Treen collecting us from the White House, and Stefano Pozzebon is in.
Exactly. Trump, he doesn't care about Russian shadow fleets. I mean, you know, it's not like this hasn't been going on. You know, it has been going on, but the question is, what do you do about it? And why are you dealing with Venezuela that way? Look, listen, it's one thing if you think that I mean, here's the thing. They blew up other boats that they thought had cocaine on it. This time they didn't blow this boat up, and they're not even saying there's any cocaine on it. They're saying it's just oil. We're just seizing it. So to me, I mean, it's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but it looks like Trump is just harassing Venezuela. Basically, that's it. He don't have any. It doesn't seem like he has any plans for anything else. It's just to sit on the outside of Venezuela and harass them. Basically, you know, there doesn't seem to be any legal purpose for Trump to be there, right? He doesn't seem to claim any legal purpose. He's not at war. So they're just sitting there, spending a lot of time having an aircraft carrier just sit there and be on haul. You know, don't y'all think that's kind of crazy? I mean, does it really take all of that to do any of what they're doing? I mean, did they need an aircraft carrier stationed there to take this ship? Is that what they needed? I don't think they did. No. That's not what they needed. And yeah, it's just I mean, maybe it helps a whole lot, but is this really what you plan on doing? Is cracking down on Venezuelan oil? To me, again, but then the other side of it is that what does Putin have to say about it? Because Putin is the one supplying them with arms. A lot of their arms come through Putin. So I would expect to hear Putin speak on the global stage, but he doesn't seem to do that on these issues. Like the thing with Gaza, him and Trump are together. They talked about it. They went on a world tour talking about Gaza together. What's happened? They've been on a world tour talking about Ukraine together. What's happened? And now these two players are meeting again in another part of the world, South America. What's Putin saying about it? It just doesn't seem like he's got much to say, you know, so.
Venezuela's capital of Caracas. Elena, I want to start off with you. President Trump was asked what they'll do with the oil, and here's what he had to say.
The oil on this ship.
Well, we keep it, I guess.
Where does it go? What port does it go to?
Well, you have to follow the tanker. You know, you're a good newsman. Just follow the tanker.
Do you know where it's going?
Follow it. Get a helicopter and follow the tanker.
Is it true it's going to
But we're gonna. I assume we're gonna keep the oil.
So, Elena, Venezuelan oil is sanctioned, but around 27 million barrels per month reach international markets, particularly China. So, how does President Trump?
Why doesn't Trump just sell it and give all the money to the American citizens? Give them all a check.
And to crack down.
I mean, he sounds like he could do it if he wanted to do it. He doesn't know what he's going to do it. I guess we'll keep it. Okay.
On oil exports, and I guess importantly, because this is his effort to try and squeeze Maduro and his earnings.
Yeah, I mean, this is a significant escalation, Eleni, of the United States pressure campaign on Maduro. But from talking to legal experts and people throughout the administration here, they argue that this is, of course, very different, a different mission from what we've seen. Some of the other strikes, particularly on, the 2 dozens, I should say, strikes that they've had on those boats traveling throughout the Caribbean and off the coast of Venezuela. Look, I think that video last night, Eleni, that the Attorney General Pam Bondi shared of these U.S. personnel rappelling down off of that helicopter, seizing that tanker with their guns drawn. I mean, those are remarkable images we're getting. We were told that this was namely a U.S. Coast Guard mission that was working in conjunction with the FBI.
You know, this looks like another videotape, something you can do on video that just gives MAGA a little something like, yeah, see what they're doing. You see how our military is. Our military is tough, and you see we're using them. But, really, like, is this really what you need a aircraft carrier to do? Like, is this what it's about? Because I thought aircraft carriers were about war. You know what I mean? Like, it seems almost like Trump doesn't have a plan with Venezuela, and maybe he's just trying to intimidate them by saying, "Oh, you know what? Let's show them this today," and let's maybe they will get scared. I mean, I don't know. No one knows it, but it doesn't seem like you're going to get any friends in South America by doing this, and it seems like people are going to not trust the U.S. At all, just because they don't want to follow laws, but they want everyone else to. At least they want some people to follow laws. It's the same as the national policy. MAGA wants everyone else to follow laws except them. That's how it works, and it's almost like this here. Yeah.
Homeland Security and the
Is a U.S. ship going to be attacked this way, or is that going to be the outcome? I mean, because it's pretty much, if you ask me, inviting that kind of behavior. Let's see.
Department of Defense. Now, what I found interesting was actually word of this surprise mission actually came from the president himself. Listen.
Our message to the people of the United States remains the same.
As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually.
How did I know he was going to say that? The largest one ever seized and the fastest that has ever been done.
And other things.
Now, look, the president said that he essentially had very good reason, the U.S. had very good reason for seizing this tanker, but he didn't really offer many details about why they did this and what to expect moving forward, as you played, Eleni, in that clip earlier of him saying, he doesn't really know what they're going to do with the oil that was in transport on that tanker. He said, I guess we'll keep it. Now, what's interesting is that the tanker named Skipper, it was sanctioned by the Biden administration back in 2022 for what they had said was Venezuela trying to transport this oil to Iran. And experts tell us from our conversations that this was a legally justified by the book mission. They note that the fact that the Coast Guard were the ones that were involved in this makes it very different from those strikes I was mentioning earlier that have killed 87 people.
Oh, okay. So was this the Coast Guard? Oh, okay. I missed that part. I didn't see that. I didn't know that, but that's better at least.
Or so on those boats that the Trump administration has alleged were carrying drugs. But I think big picture here, which is important to keep in mind, is this is a very different mission. It is definitely an escalation of the president trying to squeeze the Venezuelan dictator.
But how does the Coast Guard go into international waters and seize stuff? I mean,
but it's unclear really how this fits into that broader strategy of what the administration is saying, which is to try and really stop the flow of drugs into the United States. We also know, of course, that there is another goal in mind that they're not trying to publicly promote, but is to try and see Maduro be ousted from power. And my colleagues and I have reported on some of the plans that they've been working on behind the scenes should that happen, what leadership structure and those types of drafts that they've been working on to fill that leadership vacuum. All to say, there are going to be a lot of questions about what this means moving forward. We're hoping to hear more from the president today on that, Eleni.
Okay, so let me see something here. Malcolm Nance did something on this too. Let's see here. Let me just go back here.
Today, left, you will always see that Chiron, the one that turns around and has both Lev and mine and Malcolm's. Please cross-pollinate. It works. It's important. Let's keep growing the community. Lev.
Yeah, no, it's been. Oh, there's Malcolm right there. You see him? Hit on his Chiron maybe. It's been one crazy week. Every week we talk about that, but this week in general, I literally had to do a Wednesday update, not a Friday update, but I did a Wednesday update yesterday because of all the stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to figure that out. Going after oil tanker stops drugs. I don't get that part.
That was happening on behind the scenes. I mean, stuff that's not even being reported on. I mean, where do you want to begin? Stuff that they're talking about in the news, stuff that they're not talking about in the news.
I think the first thing maybe
there's just so much going on. I mean, I'll let you pick.
Let's start with
with. China is one of them that sends fentanyl over here, but we're not out there shooting down other places. Hey, Malcolm, what's
Just
up,
so
brother?
you all know, our spy has now figured out this incredibly difficult new iOS app. By the way, I did that iOS app on my phone. I'm hating it, man. I'm truly hating it. Everything is different. They didn't just make some little mild modifications here. They went full out. You got to kind of like really figure out everything all brand new now.
I'm on the laptop. Like I remember you saying last week, laptop was great. I was like, jump on the laptop. Not going to use the phone anymore for this.
How's the laptop? You like it?
Much better.
You know what? I see more
Malcolm Nance is dope, right?
I see the live chat.
Yeah,
better.
A lot better, right? I gotta switch over. I gotta redo my whole thing. I'm still on the phone here. I'm still on the phone. I got that. Yeah.
Oh, of course you are. Okay. So, Malcolm, we're just talking about this whole nonsense with the international piracy of the Venezuelan oil, right? I mean, because that's really what it is. Here he is making fun of Somalians, that they're only good for hijacking ships. And 24 hours later, we're there dropping our Marines literally from, helicopters and seizing a vessel in international water that has nothing to do with drugs. It's an oil tanker.
Yeah. In all fairness, they're sort of half right on this one. I'll explain why. First off, the Navy dropped the Coast Guard's maritime response teams. These are the guys who go out and board drug boats, search, holds, and then bring them in. All the time, every day, for years, they've been doing this. Now that mission's been taken away, and they're just killing these guys in boats. I found it funny that they decided to use the Coast Guard. And by the way, did you notice it was the Attorney General who made the official statement after the president made it, right?
Yeah.
And they just went out of their way to do this legally. That ship was a sanctions buster and was sanctioned in 2022. It was part of the Iranian, Russian, Venezuelan shadow fleet. And that means that this ship was moving, like, for example, it and its sister ship would go to Cuba, right? Would shuttle down there. They would turn off their automatic identification system, the AIS, and they would pretend to be another ship, including changing the flags, changing the names. And, I'd hate to say it, the ocean's pretty big. I've sailed the 7 seas, pretty much all of them. And it's really big. If you go out of the main shipping lanes, you're off the radar. Nobody literally will see you. And these ships were shooting down to Venezuela, filling up, bringing the crude up to Cuba for transshipment somewhere else, right? Or they would go to Russia, or they would go to Iran.
Iran.
You know what I like the most? I like when they asked Trump, who's keeping the oil? And he didn't really have an answer. Right? I'm curious whether or not he's keeping the oil. They're going to hold it for the country.
No.
He's going to say it's a gift to his libraries.
Right?
Trust me, they're going to keep the oil. They're going to keep the oil. They're not. This is all about the oil. They're trying to this is has nothing but the oil. So they're going to keep it. And it's interesting to see that all of a sudden, like Malcolm says, the way they try to go do this one so by the book, by having the Coast Guard go, do it, take it out properly. Yes. In reality, if we didn't have murderous Pete Hegseth, shooting other boats out of the sea and killing people, this would be something that we would say is a normal thing. This is something good. We want to stop the shadow fleets. But if you really want to concentrate on the shadow fleets, then why are you trying to do the Venezuela one right here? Russia's going nonstop with Iran and China and the Straits of Hormuz and all over there, where you just, you're just letting them do whatever they want. So this is part of the, basically, the regime change that they're planning on doing, not only in Venezuela and Ukraine, I mean, wherever you want to go into, but it's regime change.
Can we talk about Ukraine for a quick second? Because good for the
absolutely.
EU. Good for the EU in turning around and taking a whole bunch of confiscated money from Russia and using it within which to buy armaments for Ukraine. You know what? When
Did they vote on that today?
Yeah, I think they gave him
They
300
passed
something
100 billion
million.
or something?
Yeah.
300 billion, I think.
You know, when I sat
I think
and
that's the frozen
Trump-
money, right, Michael? I didn't see
Yeah.
it yet. I just got home. That's the Russian frozen asset. Yeah, okay.
It
go
is,
ahead.
yeah. When I listened to Trump turn around and say that America, right, there would be no world without America. Got to be honest with you. I think this is a perfect example that the world, especially Europe, is moving on. They're no longer trying to play, nice with Trump or the United States. They're doing what they need to do, knowing that if Putin is successful and if Putin ends up taking, for example, Ukraine, that he will never stop, that he is hell-bent on reforming the former Soviet Union, going into Poland, which of course creates a whole NATO nightmare for us. But more than that, then afterwards banging a left and taking the Baltics and keep moving, west and west and west. And let me tell you something. They're doing what they need to do. They're letting the Ukrainians fight for their sovereignty, but they're providing them with money, with assistance, with armaments, and so on. And I think Russia is going to end up regretting not taking let's just call it a watered-down 28-point plan. I really do, because with some of the armaments that Ukraine is now going to be receiving from the alliance.
Exactly. This is not a little bit of weapons. These are a lot of fighter jets. You got to understand, Russia is not, they're not capable. They are capable of bombing civilians indiscriminately. But, next year, and it's hard right now. It's hard right now because wintertime is not easy for a Russian soldier or anybody else who's imported to Russia to fight this on the front line. But basically, Ukraine is getting a lot more weapons. Now that Trump is out of it, they're getting even more weapons, and real ones. They're getting serious weapons that have far, far deeper capacity to strike Russia and to defend themselves than they've ever had the entire time. And I think just American citizens, just keep that in mind. Like, when you hear Trump say things, don't automatically assume that it's true. Like, go out and try to find out whatever information is out there, because Trump is a very good narcissistic talker. He has a way of making it talking down to people, making people feel insignificant. And he's very good at making American citizens feel insignificant, the way he talks down. And a lot of times Americans listen to him and they think, damn, he's talking down about this so much. Maybe it's true what he's saying. No, you just met a narcissist. He's just a lying ass. Like, he talks down to his own kids that way. He knows how to talk down. And if you ever met an abusive person, Trump is one of those types. He's never going to give you credit for anything. He's never going to pat you on the back for anything you did good. He's never going to acknowledge you as being anything, regardless of how great you are. No matter what you're doing, that's just what a narcissist is. You know what I'm saying? And an abusive person is. And I think if you think that the EU has been standing still, waiting for Trump to lead it in the right direction, you're mistaken. That's not what's been happening in Europe at all. And so just something for American citizens to think about. Like, I say it a million times, the people that are going to suffer the most from Trump are American citizens first and foremost. Before anybody else, as much as you hear him talking about all these other people, anybody else he encounters, American citizens will get it worse from Trump than anybody else. Like, you should be very worried right now, because nobody else is buying it from Trump. Nobody else. And when it comes to things like trying to steal people's land, Trump has kind of united Venezuelans. Because Venezuelans were split. Half of them don't dig Maduro. Half of them are like, okay. But nobody wants the U.S. just bullying it. That united people in a different kind of way. United South Americans against this kind of shit. Nobody wants to see the U.S. just go pull up in South America and start harassing them. Nobody. That's not a good politic for anyone whatsoever to go along with that. That hurts U.S. standing on the global stage, and it hurts the U.S. standing in its own backyard more than anything else. That's not good. You rely on South America for a whole lot of food and, for a lot of food, a lot of vegetables, a lot of fruits. Yeah. The United States, man, you guys are really fucking up your grocery stores right now. Like, seriously, like.
They're going to send that shit right into fucking Moscow, right into Putin's backyard, the same way that Putin's knocking out Kiev every single day. It just takes one good solid strike to destroy all of Moscow.
Yep.
It does. Look.
And for people that don't know this, people like to imagine things. I don't know. They must think, I think when Americans hear Europeans speak English, it sounds really, really polite. But I don't think they understand the calculating that's going on here. So the seriousness of it, like, Europeans don't talk like Trump. Europeans don't, their way their culture is, it's not a stick your chest out and brag culture. The U.S. has a stick your chest out and brag culture. So they don't understand people that are very reserved and calculating. I don't think Americans are used to that. And, but the Europeans are very quiet and very calculating, basically, and steady, and here, let me pull up this map, because people want to, I don't think people always understand what they're looking at. Let me switch over here. Let me see something. Do I have some drag? Let me know. Is there some drag on the stream right now? Maybe I need to pause it and reopen it. There might be drag. Let me see here. All right, let me go over to map. Let's see, map. Boom, right? Here we go, Google Maps. Did that come up yet? Let me know if there's some drag on the stream. I might have to restart it. I've been live for a second. But let me see here. Here we go. Now, when you look at this map, okay, it's dragging a little bit. Let's see here. Let me pull the map out. Boom. Here we go. All right. Now, when you pull the map out, right, and you go here, right, there's Ukraine, right? This is Western Europe. Here's Ukraine. Here's Russia, right? Now, when you just go up here, right, and you want to look at Russia, here's St. Petersburg. Here's the capital right here. The capital of St. Petersburg is right here, right? Now, you just got to understand something. Russia has 150 million people. The EU military is larger than Russia's military. That you should know. Listen, you see how close St. Petersburg is to Finland, to Estonia, to Latvia, to Lithuania, to Poland, to Finland, Norway, Denmark, Poland. You see that? Like, you got to understand, Putin is threatening all these people directly through hybrid attacks daily, right? And other attacks, communications, ripping up the, the communications line in the Baltic Sea, right? I don't know if you can see the Baltic Sea. It's right between Oslo right? And Estonia, right? All of that, Finland and Sweden, right? Here we go. It goes right through Denmark, the Baltic Sea, which makes Denmark a would-be strategic ally of the U.S. It used to be, right? Because of its positioning, because everything that comes out of the Baltic Sea has to pass Denmark, for people that don't know, right? So Denmark's always historically been an important trade country, right? Right. And, you know, that gets you out into the Atlantic, right? So Russia is, let me see here, for people that don't know also, right here between Latvia, where is it? No, hold on. Right here. You see this? You see how Russia can get out into the Baltic Sea right here? Hold on, let me pull that down. You see it now? Let me make it further. There you go. You see this is St. Petersburg right there? Right to the right of the screen, Russia can get out, they can get out right there into the Baltic Sea. And so the monitoring on the Baltic Sea used to be a priority of the US because Russia only had two routes, through the Baltic Sea and underneath the Antarctic. That was the two routes, right, to get to the United States. That, you know, is, that makes Denmark a strategic place. Now, if you go back just here one more time, real quick, and I'm only doing this because there's some people, don't think that some of you may know this already, but it's going to be like, you know, when the stream is over, it's going to be like maybe 10,000 people or 20,000 people to see the stream after you. So just for other people, just to understand that, just because I'm showing it doesn't mean none of you have seen this before or don't know this. But I'm just bothering to talk about it, right, in my stream. Anybody else should talk about that if they think it's a topic for them. This is St. Petersburg. You know, you got to understand something. If Europe is attacked, they definitely are going to be shooting for this capital right here without any doubt whatsoever, and a few other places. But this place, if Russia attacks these countries, they're going to be attacking back. Like, there's no question about it. You see what I mean? There's no question. Like, St. Petersburg is the #1 target in this area. St. Petersburg is. You got to understand that. That's only one target everybody has to focus on. You know, Russia might want to focus on 10 or 15. They might want to focus on Copenhagen, Oslo, then go down to Paris. And they might have a list of 100. But everybody else is going to be focused on that one. You have to understand that. That's how it works. You see what I'm saying? That's just how it works. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you guys just so people can kind of understand how this is going to turn out. Now let me go back. I mean, it's sad that it would have to come to this, maybe. But before it comes to that, they're going to be sending the Ukraine a whole lot of weapons. You see what I mean? Now, let me see something here. This is so funny. Let me see. What is it? Let me see. How many fighter jets have EU nations sent to Ukraine and promised? I mean, I don't get it. You know, Russia shouldn't even want a person like Putin because their GDP is hella low. But yeah, they stealing a lot of the money too. So, you know, let's see here. Actual deliveries. Look, this is what's already happened and this is what's going to come. 24 F-16 fighters fully delivered to Ukraine by the Netherlands. Delivered a portion. Denmark has delivered a portion. Pledged 19 F-16s so far. Reports indicate that at least part of these F-16s have been transferred. Okay. Pledge, promise, not all yet delivered. Denmark also F-16s, right? Okay, hold on. To be delivered in stages. Why do they have that listed twice? Okay, a portion have been delivered and more to come. Okay, Belgium, right? Up to 30 F-16 fighters, jets pledged, delivery to take place after Ukraine pilot training and parts of readiness. Some jets may come over in 2026, right? Further and down the line, right? 2028. Norway, announced intention to send F-16s, around 6 delivered initially, with broader plans to provide 12 and 22 depending on the capacity. Other fighter jets, this is just what they're giving to Ukraine, right? Other fighter jets provided earlier in war. These were delivered in 2022, 2024, but are part of the EU NATO support mix. Okay, Poland delivered MiG-29s, right? Don't know how many. Slovakia, 13 MiG-29s. Okay, the Netherlands, let's see here. What did the Netherlands send here? F-16s, right? Okay, the Netherlands sent that. Total of 19. Poland sent 14. And Slovakia sent 13. I don't know if that's MiGs or what that is. Okay, so in all so far, 50 plus fighter jets and 70 plus have been pledged that are mostly F-16s, right? But I heard France just is about to send more. Let me see here. Let me just take a look. What about France? Yeah, it's actually good to do a slow stream like this, y'all. I actually had some time today, so I figured, oh, you know what? Let me just check in on this since they wanted to threaten, since Trump wants to get hostile with people. Look, okay. Let me see. France sent how many? Oh, they started delivering Mirage 2000, right, to Ukraine. Reports indicate that at least several jets have already been transferred, and France has signaled plans to increase that to around 20 Mirages. All right. Okay, let me see here. Modem generation fighters not as modern as the. Okay, so they're sending. These are older. Okay, now France has pledged Rafale F4 fighter jets up to 100. Right, that was just promised. You see, and France and Ukraine signed a letter of intent for Ukraine to acquire up to 100 French Rafale fighter jets. Okay. That's over the next decade period, right? You know what? I wouldn't even trust that the EU would be giving out information. I think this information you got to take with a grain of salt because right now, given the climate, I doubt they want to be telling everybody exactly what they're delivering. You know what I'm saying? Like, so just keep that in mind. You don't know how many. Now, let me see something. How many fighter jets does the EU have in action? I just want to see that number right here. See what it comes out to. This is, of course, they don't know, right? But this is just a general statistic taken from different pools, a sample from different pools, right? Okay, so let's see here. It has between 1,500 and 2,000 active combat aircraft. Okay, Europe's fighter jet fleet, right? So that's just the EU. That's not NATO, right? Right. And you can look at what they happen to be, right? You can figure that out. And who has these? How many fighters each EU country currently has in service? France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Belgium, Denmark, Netherlands. Okay, let me see here. I don't know if I want to know. Okay, but why the range? 15 to 2,000. Exact numbers vary depending on how many jets are operational versus in maintenance, storage, whether trainers, light fighters are counted, inclusion or exclusion of non-EU, NATO, European jets, No, okay, so in any case, let's go on to the next thing here. Let's see here. Boom. All righty, hold on. Is this? Did we get past that part? Let's see here a little bit more.
Absolutely. I've been saying it all along. The best thing that could happen, me and Malcolm talk about, even when we do our especially Ukraine spaces, the best thing that could happen to Ukraine and to Europe is if Trump just butts out and you know, walks away.
Listen, y'all.
As crazy as it sounds.
Listen, y'all. I'm sorry, but how many of you all listen to my podcast on a regular? Yo, you got to clap a brother on the back because all this shit they saying is shit that I've been saying for the last weeks. Like, seriously, I'm telling you. I mean, yo, I'm going to give myself a round of applause, you know? I'm going to give myself a round of applause on that, you know? And, you know, it could be good. It could be a nice experience having a good conversation with people that are up to par, like to keep the bar a little high. You know what I'm saying? Even though this is the internet, we don't have to keep the bar low. None of us are perfect. You know what I mean? We can all admit to living in the fragile world that we live in, right? And we can have real conversation that we can grow from and come out on top with, be able to make sounder judgments with. And I'm just telling you, I hope you guys are really starting to hear me, because, I mean, just tell me. It sounds to me like I've just been saying this shit for weeks now. And I'm not saying it just to belittle what anybody else is saying. I'm just saying, you know, I like to do my research, and I like to use all the available information out there. I believe in math. I believe in physics. I believe in science. You see what I mean? I believe in numbers. I believe in data. And what they're saying is exactly what I even said last night. Why didn't Trump just butt the fuck out? Because if you don't want to be involved, the EU got this. You see what I mean? Like, just do the math and you will see that. Just do the math. And American people, American citizens, do the math too. Don't rely on what Trump is fucking saying, because you should be able to figure out that he's full of shit yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you should really know that. And don't rely on someone else to tell you. Do all the math yourself so you can figure out exactly how Trump is full of shit. You see what I mean? Don't believe me, but do the math yourself. You see what I mean? It's so important to do the math, because if you don't have the math in front of you and you haven't analyzed the numbers, you probably won't be so sure about what decision to make. You know, that's all. But let's continue.
As you know, we would think that, yes, but we got to remember, this is not 4 years ago. This is not 2022. This is not the same Ukraine. That's not the same Europe, not the same world. And now Ukraine is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, army in Eastern Europe right now. They got the best capability of building the drones, which is a new type of a warfare, like Malcolm talks about. This drone warfare is a lot, cheaper and easier and strategically right now. Moscow is not taking any parts of Ukraine. They're at a standstill. That's where the real war is happening. The things you hear us report on, the things that the media gives you blimps are the terroristic acts that Moscow and the Russians do to keep it in the news by hitting, children's hospitals, by hitting schools, by hitting facilities and energy structures to be able, so people could freeze and psychological warfare. But in the real war, you're right. Ukraine's standing strong, and if they get the help and if they get the funding and some tools and actual weapons behind them, and the U.S. butts out and they could go at Russia, Russia's going to be in a lot of trouble. Their economy is at shit, and that's another thing that's very important right now that's playing out simultaneously that has to do with oil, Venezuela, these tankers and all of this that, sometimes a lot of people can't connect the dots, and that's why it's important for you people to understand that this is all part of the power game that Russia...
What's up, Rainbow?
Trump, and they're all playing to do, and that's why they need to take over Ukraine quicker, and the longer Ukraine withstands, the longer it messes up all of their plans. So, I agree with you on that, Michael, that I think Russia is going to regret it. Their economy is at shit. And unless Trump right now gives them that not olive branch, but basically, takes them out of the quicksand, which he's trying to do by putting them onto, some sort of a national financial or commercial where they could, start again getting their economy back in order by intertwining our oligarchs with their oligarchs, having them start investing money in the United States, all of that. it's going to be interesting to see what transpires right now. But the most important thing that right now is hurting Trump, that I reported on a couple of days ago, that is the Susie Wiles and Stephen Miller and Russell Vaught had a meeting. Nobody's talking about it, and they really sat down and evaluated, because it's one thing that Trump goes out there, talks about polls, this, that. They went and took a look, and they really understood that he's way below water. They understood this is going to be a massacre come, these are people that understand what's going on.
November for the midterms. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So they put together a game plan where, Trump, they're going to put Trump on the road right now, just like this is 2028. Like what you saw in Pennsylvania was just the beginning. He is going to go rally in every of these, battleground states, putting pressure. And they, it's like their Hail Mary. They think that he needs to get the cult back in order because of the major disruption that's happening.
Listen, Trump is literally out to defy science. And he is going to go out there and try to tell you American people that it ain't what it looks like. And I'm going to tell you, some of you are going to fucking believe him. Some of you are goddamn going to believe him. But some may not be enough. You see what I'm saying? So, but then again, people's asses are on the line. Somebody earlier said there needs to be another party. There was like 80 million people who didn't vote in the last presidential election. Yeah, there was 80 million people. That's the same amount that voted for Trump and the same amount that voted for Kamala Harris separately, right? So that does, to me, I don't know if the party is the thing, right? It could be. I'm not saying I'm opposed to that, but vote, God damn it. Like, do Americans really know what their goddamn rights are? Like, I really wonder that sometimes. I really wonder it, because one of your rights is to vote, and you're supposed to vote for the policies you want. And even if you don't like the policies that the parties have, you're supposed to tell them that. And how you tell them that is through either voting for them or not voting for them, or making another party and making a party that has the policies you want. The option is not fucking voting and not being active politically. That's not your option. And yeah, because right now you got I have to keep repeating this because I know people are going to hear it and more people are going to start talking about it. And so that's why I'm going to repeat it again. At best, the taxes that American citizens pay, at best, only 50% go towards something directly that improves their life. Only 50%. As soon as you leave the U.S. to another Western country, that jumps up to 60% of the taxes people pay go to things that directly benefit their lives. All the way up to 75%. 70 to 75% is like Denmark. Okay? 60% is like Canada. 65 is like Canada, right? 60, something like that. So you got to ask yourself, why is it that only 50% of your taxes goes to something that directly benefits you as the taxpayer? Why is that? Then, why is it that after Europeans pay their taxes and they pay their living expenses all together, all of that, healthcare, school, transportation, food, electricity, water, shelter, all of that shit, clothing, right? After they pay for all of it, heating, after they pay for all of it, how come on average Europeans take home $1,000 more in their pocket than American citizens? Why is that? Don't you see how those two factors right there, how they meet like this and impact your life? When the majority of your taxes that you pay is going directly back to you to improve your life, and you're still taking home $1,000 more than the average American citizen, don't you see those two things meeting as a good thing? That's kind of how the economy is supposed to meet people in a free country, in a wealthy free country. You see what I'm saying? Insurance too. Yes, you are absolutely right. Insurance is an expense that people pay in the EU. So when you and in America, if you can afford it, but everybody has insurance, health insurance, in the EU. I mean, everybody got and they still are managing. Look, where I'm living, you got universal education, universal health care. You have so many rights. And you still take home $1,000 more in your pocket after you pay all your expenses. After you pay all your taxes and your expenses, you still taking home $1,000 more in your pocket than the average American. Why hasn't the average American figured that fucking out for themselves? Why haven't they figured that out for themselves? Why do American citizens want less of the tax money they pay to go back to directly impact their lives? Why is that? Why do Americans fucking think like that? I mean, haven't you ever heard of taxation without representation? You know, you're at half of that. You're at half of it. Half of your taxes represent you. And you're okay with that. Like, why? Why is the average person's mobile phone bill or bill something like $80 in the US? And why is mine $14? Same cell phone, same service. I go to the U.S., I still got service there. That's part of my service, too. Why is mine costing $14 and the average Americans costing $80 fucking a month? Why is that? Why do you think that is? And why is it that more Americans don't talk about that shit? Why is that? It's because a lot of Americans listen to legacy media, corporate news, that just never questions it. Never questions it. So I think, right now it's even worse because that was the norm. Now you got Trump and it's even worse. So the best 50% is probably down to 35% of the taxes you pay 30%, maybe even only 20% of the taxes you pay really go back directly to impact your life. I mean, directly, maybe. You never know. You never know.
And I know we see what Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing, but behind the scenes, there's some key words that Marjorie Taylor Greene is using, and that's really ripping apart that I've been hearing inside the MAGA forces. She's basically, what Trump did to her, see, they use these two words. Trump called her a traitor. Out of all the things that he could have said and all of those things,
worst word possible.
Worst part, because in their world, that's why if you look at her, she's scared. That's what put the pressure on her family. A traitor was the worst thing you could have said. She came back to him, and then the worst thing she could have done by saying he's not America first. That he with his old.
He's not America first, man. He ain't. Trump is nobody. He's an anti-Western world. Trump is anti-Western world. And, and so is J.D. Vance. That's what they are. And that's what they do. Things that harm Westerners primarily.
His foreign assets and put that. And right now there's a rift, especially with Tucker Carlson and with Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and all of this craziness going on behind. They don't even report what goes on with Charlie Kirk and the way most of MAGA is now, saying that that's one of the biggest conspiracies out there and stuff like that. So there's
but they're not even talking about Charlie Kirk.
Nobody's
good, because you two bitches now owe me $1. All right. Thank you for acknowledging it.
This is 7 months afterwards. 7 months afterwards.
Not 7 months. And by the way, I told you that it's going to take a little time. Did I or did I not say that eventually that Charlie?
Yeah, they done with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a has-been now. He's finished basically. Yeah, this is crazy. But hold on. Let me see something. This is Kristi Noem. She had it rough today in those hearings. What is it? The last 24 hours she had these hearings. This shit
Welcome,
is
newest
ridiculous.
member of the committee, Mr. Matt Van Epps. Happy to have you.
Let me go to some highlights. Let's see here. Here we go.
Chair made it clear, committee in recess at any point. I'd also like to welcome the newest member of the committee, Mr. Matt Van Epps. Happy to have you here. You all can sit down for now, please. The purpose of today's hearing is to better understand the worldwide threats facing us today. Under the rules of the House, the chairman is responsible for maintaining order and preserving decorum in the committee room. I expect audience members to be respectful of witnesses, members, and the public. The issues we are debating are important ones that members feel deeply about. While vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate. It is a violation of House rules and the rules of this committee to engage in personalities regarding other members or to question the motives of a colleague. It is also a clear violation of the rules of the House to make statements that might be personally offensive to the President or the Vice President of the United States. Remarks of that type are not permitted by the rules and are not in keeping with the best traditions of our committee. The Chair will enforce these rules of decorum at all times and urge all members to be mindful of their remarks. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning. Welcome to the Committee on Homeland Security's annual hearing on worldwide threats. Our witnesses today are Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent, and Federal Bureau of Investigation Operations Director Michael Glasheen. I appreciate your willingness to testify and address the threats America faces every day at home and abroad. I want to recognize that this is an annual hearing on the one the committee expects to hold in September 2026, surrounding the 25th anniversary of September 11th terrorist attacks. This year, we made numerous accommodations considering the record-long Democrat shutdown and your busy schedules. But we expect 2026 to include the Homeland Security Secretary.
You can hear, obviously, he's not a Dem, right? He's like, the Democrat shutdown.
CTC Director.
Was that a Democrat shutdown?
And is in the past the Director of the FBI.
I mean, I don't think Dems minded being shut down, but was that a Democrat shutdown? I mean, that was about health care. How many people remember that was about health care and your prices going up and the Democrats saying we can't fund that? There has to be part of the bill, part of this thing has to be resolved about the health care prices. And since Republicans needed some Democrats to sign on to it, Republicans refused to deal with Democrats and come to some sort of conclusion. That's what happened, you know.
The Department of Homeland Security and this committee were created following the attacks on September 11th and bestowed with the responsibility to secure the homeland from threats and keep Americans safe. The work your agencies do each day furthers that mission, and this committee will always be a strong partner in those efforts. I want to commend all three of you. The border is secure, the flow of drugs is slowing, and violent criminals are being taken off the streets. America is once again a symbol of global strength. However, I'm sure you'll agree it is not time to take a break. It is time for action.
I mean, obviously, you know, he's going to make his speeches, you know. He has to say that because Trump will kill him if he doesn't. You know, he could start off by saying the U.S. dollar is weaker since Trump has been in office, but that's true. That's a fact. But he doesn't want to say that, right? So he's going to say all this other stuff because, of course, he's a Republican and he has to, he's got to hold up the banner. So let's see here. Let's get on to some questions.
Thompson for his opening statement.
Here we go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And before I start, let me welcome Mr. Van Epps to the committee. Mr. Chairman, thank you for getting the Secretary of Homeland Security and National Counterterrorism Center Director here today. Your predecessor couldn't seem to get that done, and I appreciate your commitment to holding this hearing. Each day, we've had more examples of Republicans abdicating their constitutional oversight responsibilities. Fortunately, unlike other chairs in this body, it appears that if you are serious about this committee work being done, and I compliment you for that. As I look at the witnesses table, though, I can't help but notice that FBI Director Kash Patel isn't here with Secretary Noem and Director Kent. I'd also say that we have just been provided Secretary Noem's testimony. I've been on the committee since its inception, and I've never had the rules violated where we couldn't get testimony so members of the committee could look at it until today. Today's hearing is supposed to be one of the most important exercises of this committee's oversight jurisdiction. Each year, we hear from the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Director of National Counterterrorism Center, and the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who is nowhere to be seen today. Maybe Director Patel is too busy spending taxpayers' dollars flying to his girlfriend's concert on the FBI's jet to answer questions from Congress. Maybe the FBI director isn't here because he's afraid of scrutiny from Democrats who want to know what the FBI is doing to keep America safe. Or maybe Director Patel knows that the Trump administration itself is a threat to Homeland Security and want to hide from public accountability. On the other hand, Director Kent is here, which is good because we have questions for him about NCTC's work, as well as his comments about the January 6th insurrectionists he called, and I quote, political prisoners, unquote, who deserve to be pardoned. Some of the people he defended, however, are back in jail for crimes like plotting to murder FBI agents and possession of child pornography. It's scary that these unserious people are in charge of keeping America safe from terrorism. But what's even scarier is that they work for an unserious and unhinged president who spends most of the days designing monuments to himself and finding new ways to hide the Epstein files. All of this puts America and its lives,
Benny Johnson, right,
at risk every day. Now, Secretary Noem, everyone knows you love the spotlight. We've seen your commercials, but what you haven't provided to the committee, despite our many requests, are the questionable contracts that you've awarded to your friends to film you on the 2028 campaign trail. Unfortunately, this is nothing new. In their one big ugly bill, congressional Republicans gave you a blank check, Secretary Noem, and you have wasted no time spending it on yourself. Instead of deploying Homeland Security grants to protect churches and synagogues from terrorism, you handed your friends a $220 million contract so they could follow you around the country with a camera. Instead of fully funding the DHS agency that protects our hospitals, schools, and electrical systems from cyber attacks, you spent $200 million to buy yourself new private jets. And instead of paying your way like the rest of us, you're living rent-free in a taxpayer-owned property that is supposed to be reserved for military leaders. Every penny.
That's that MAGA tax dollar. That's that MAGA fighting corruption shit again. That's how they fight corruption, to be corrupt.
That you spend on yourself represents the blood, sweat, and tears of hardworking Americans who expect their tax dollars to be spent on Homeland Security, not promoting you and your interests. Apparently, you haven't noticed that regular people are suffering under President Trump's affordability crisis. Or maybe you, like him, thinks it's a hoax and just don't care. Either way, such corrupt behavior hurts Homeland Security. But it's not just the corrupt behavior, Secretary Noem, that hurts Homeland Security. It's also your blatant disregard for the law. You cut programs and withheld congressionally appropriated money to prevent terrorist attacks and prepare for natural disaster. You eviscerated the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, which was supposed to keep DHS from violating Americans' constitutional rights. Within your own department, you illegally fired employees and retaliated against whistleblowers who reported wrongdoings at DHS. And during a shutdown, when frontline employees were working without a paycheck, your press shop never stopped using its social media accounts to push out racist and xenophobic posts. Throughout your tenure, you've diverted resources from
somebody who's that? Yurley asked, do you think that the new U.S. strategy under Trump will transform the country from a global to a regional one? Well, it's going to isolate the U.S. definitely. I mean, there's nothing good that comes from this. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what my prediction is, and I'm gonna tell you, I've been, hate to say it, but I've been in a way, kind of very accurate over the last year, predicting what we're seeing right now, and I got some bad predictions, and number one, since it's reached this point, the U.S. definitely is going to feel what it's like to isolate itself from the world. And it did so under Trump willingly. It wanted to isolate. It wanted to make tariffs. It wanted to threaten allies. It and the U.S. Congress and the U.S. Senate has gone along with those threats for the American people. Or, quote unquote, they've done this under the guise of the American people. The U.S. dollar, as a result, has shrunk, has gone down. It's lost value under Trump. This administration, just in this year, faster than it probably, has ever done. It's the greatest one. But in some deep ways, these are some things that the U.S. hasn't felt the effects of yet. Like, the effects are coming. The economic impending effects are coming. They're not fully there. They're just a fraction there. 2026 doesn't look like a good year for the U.S. at all. And while Trump may proceed to go down this path, at some point it's going to come to an end. But the problem is that, well, what will you have been lost? Because you won't just gain it back like that. No, you don't pull away from the world like this and expect to gain everything back, first of all. And what you do gain back, it might actually be through more war. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the sad part about it, because people, have willingly, voluntarily given up on the rest of the world. And that puts people into making some serious choices around the world. Life is not a joke. You can't just play with people's security. You can't just do that. And when you retract it like that, like it's a joke, like lives won't be lost, like death won't occur for many people, like you don't care about other people, there's a price to pay. There's like a big price to pay for that. And what happens when we retracted ourselves from the world, and the idea is that somehow it would make the U.S. safer. No, man, you made the world more volatile, and therefore the U.S. less safer. That's what you did. Less safer economically, less safer from attack. How do you think you're safer when all your allies are about to turn their back on you because you simply won't impeach a lunatic? It ain't going to be easy. Do not think you can turn the faucet on as fast as you turned it off. That's not what time of day you're dealing with. You're dealing with real people's lives, people that deserve to be respected, people that you should have already seen, especially your allies, have always supported the U.S. And then, I'm sorry, you just picked you fucked around with the United States has fucked Donald Trump and this administration. They have fucked around with people, and there's some serious consequences for it. You didn't stop China from emerging as a cooperating force. You did everything to stop China from cooperating and emerging, even more as a volatile force. You turned your back on your allies. You don't walk in this world alone. That's serious. That's about as serious as it gets. The United States of America is facing the most serious situation it has faced in 100 fucking years. This is way, way serious. At least in World War II, you had some allies. At least you had that. You know, all it takes in this situation with this kind of leadership is for something to happen that you didn't never expect.
Critical homeland security agencies and programs to carry out an extreme immigration agenda. You illegally ordered people deported to El Salvador, despite a federal court.
You know, somebody said this is what you guys do. Then what do you say about the fact you can answer these questions a million times? Somebody will be right here tomorrow asking the same damn question. This is the same question. This happens. It's like a troll forum. They put out this question. They got everybody saying, "Yeah, let me ask this question." Then what do you say about the fact that our economy is going to collapse? We constantly put ourselves deeper in debt and defending allies who dislike us. Yo, defending your allies that dislike you. What are you talking about? What allies dislike you? What allies you talking about, Firefox? What allies dislike the U.S.? Name one. Was it Canada? Canada was. What was Canada saying when Biden was the president? What was Canada saying when anybody was there? What did they say? What did EU say about Trump? EU said they didn't like Americans? No. It's only Donald J. Trump that said fuck everybody else. That's what Donald J. Trump did. That's what's actually happening. And no, your economy is not in debt because of your allies. You know, you're just simply you're refusing to do the math that you're supposed to be doing as a grown up, as an adult. And now you're going to feel the adult consequences because of it. That's all.
Court order and Department of Justice counsel instructing you to not do so. You illegally ignored a federal court order and shipped people off to South Sudan without due process. You are illegally blocking members of Congress from conducting oversight of ICE detention facilities, even though federal law demands that we have access. In the process of carrying out this extreme agenda, at your direction, DHS has terrorized, beaten, and detained hundreds, if not thousands, of American citizens. At your direction, DHS has illegally detained and deported American citizens, including U.S. citizen children with cancer. At your direction, DHS has illegally gassed, pepper sprayed, and put their knees on the necks of Americans, including military veterans and clergy. At your direction, DHS has illegally tackled, beat up, and humiliated United States citizens, including senior citizens. At your direction, DHS has illegally tased, maced, punched, and even shot Americans, Black and brown Americans.
Disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. You know, this administration went beyond the point of return. You know, they went beyond. You have attacked American citizens. You've attacked the Constitution. You've attacked people's the Fourth Amendment right, even trying to go after the 14th Amendment. I mean, you're literally anti-Constitution, this party. You know, and it's terrible. It's terrible what's going on. And I appreciate that, Yurley. You know, just so you know, I'm an American citizen that lives in Copenhagen, Denmark, but I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C., and both sides of my family go back to the colonial period in the U.S., you know, and that's the reason why I'm doing this. And as you can see, I don't give a damn how many people come out. I mean, I get like between 20 and 50,000, some days 70,000, sometimes 100,000 views every time I go live. And I'm going to tell you, this is why, my friend, because I have some components that I'm discussing that are of interest to the American people. And also, just to show solidarity to Europeans that have been hospitable to American citizens since, you know, how many decades? You know, there's no American citizens that have ever had any issue living in Europe. You know, it's 10,000 of us that live in Denmark freely and safely. You know what I mean? And we are very thankful for that. And what we have to say to Donald J. Trump is fuck you. Like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? And it's one thing to think that your country is the best. It's another thing to fucking lie. You see what I'm saying? And Donald J. Trump is lying about the EU nations. They're lying about our allies. And American citizens need to seize this opportunity to claim their motherfucking rights. And also to claim that more of their tax dollars goes to benefit their own goddamn lives. And I'm going to tell you, I've done the math. I'm not joking around. American citizens, at best, on a good day, 50% of the taxes they pay go to impact their lives directly or their community lives. Soon as you leave the United States of America and go to Canada and some other Western country, that number goes up to 60% of the taxes people pay go to directly benefit their family's life or their communities. All the way up to 75%, 70 to 75% in the country I live in Denmark. You see what I mean? 70 to 75% of the people's taxes, the majority of people's taxes, goes to benefit their lives or their family's life or their communities directly in some way. Healthcare, education, transportation, just all whatever the benefits are in the country, right? These are data points that American citizens need to know that legacy media is not talking about. You know, you always hear them say, "Oh, you're gonna pay high taxes." Man, I pay something like, in the U.S. where I'm from, you add federal tax with state tax and then sales tax and all that. You pay about 33% in taxes, right? Well, what I pay is 39%, but I get health care. My kids go to school for free. They get a stipend. They get paid to go to school. That's technical school or university. Everyone who has a child, everybody in the country, no matter how much money you make, gets a check, like flat out, to make sure the child has enough. It doesn't matter how rich you are or poor you are. Everybody gets a stipend to make sure what their value of life is not dictated by how much money the parents have. You see what I'm saying? Things like that, child care. You get, there's a lot of benefits. And it's called a social democracy, a capitalistic social democracy. And the United States, the leadership should be ashamed of itself for, making American citizens feel like it's okay that your taxes go to the military as a socialistic project. You can all pay for the government to function, but your money's not supposed to help you, assist you get adequate health care. Your taxes not supposed to help with that, but it's helping to pay for the government to function. It's helping to pay for the military to be out there. So what the fuck is the difference? What's the point in protecting people that can't even afford health care? What the fuck is the point in that? What the fuck is the point in protecting people that can't even get equal access to fucking education? That's shameful. Especially in the richest country on earth. That is sick. And American citizens have to start calling it out. That is slavery. Like, exactly. No taxation without American citizen. And now you got Trump. See, that was the norm before. And now you got Trump. So that means 30 to 35% of the taxes you pay go directly to benefit your life positively, or your community, to impact your community positively. 35% now that it's Trump, he done cut back all these programs. So why the fuck are the taxes still so high? Why you want so much federal tax money? When you gonna cut the people a tax break? And that fuck a tax break, lower the goddamn taxes if you're not gonna provide something with it. You see what I mean? Like, lower the fucking taxes, and stop gaslighting the American people like they're the ones who's beggars. We pay everybody else. We pay for Donald Trump's salary. We pay for Kristi Noem's fucking salary. We pay for goddamn Caroline Levitt's salary. Goddamn, we subsidizing Elon Musk. We pay for Cash Patel's salary. What the fuck? Why are they so special? Why are these people so special? You see what I mean? So American people better take this as a wake up. When you don't have your rights in check, they take you for granted and take even more. That's what I see.
In particular, have been racially profiled, detained, and locked up, and sometimes with tragic consequences. It's just one
For the first time
You know
in
what?
13 years.
You know what? Sixth Sense, exactly. New Zealand, free health care, free education to 18, free dental care to up to 18, free pregnancy and postnatal care. Both parents can have maternity leave. Exactly. Both parents can have maternity leave here too. Exactly. In Denmark, U.S. is way richer. You know what I'm saying? Per person. And people aren't even getting, you got all kinds of homeless people roaming all over it, but it's way richer per person. But homeless people every fucking where. You know what I mean? People working can't even afford a fucking vacation. What kind of bullshit is that? You know what I'm saying? American citizens, man, you better get fighting on your rights. You better get fighting for your rights. You better get serious about your goddamn rights, because right now you're looking like sharecroppers with that 50-50 deal. You can't catch up. You ain't gonna make it. The ends ain't meaning. The math is not mathing, and that's on a good day. Now you got Trump. So I don't know. I don't know what your plan is, but the numbers don't suggest you're going to be doing well in 2026 at all.
pregnant U.S. citizens was reportedly thrown to the ground. It's just one awful incident. A pregnant U.S. citizen was reportedly thrown to the ground, kicked and left in handcuffs for hours after immigration officers did not believe that she was an American. She later lost a baby. You cannot enforce the law by breaking the law, Secretary Noem.
Hey, what's up, Kelly? I see you.
That's not how justice works. It's not right, and it's un-American. And when Congress tries to carry out its constitutional oversight responsibilities to question you about your department actions, you hide, often with the help of congressional Republicans. Never in the history of the committee has a Secretary of Homeland Security hidden from congressional oversight like you and your department.
Well, Benny is breaking her ass off something, so let's just go ahead. Benny, I mean, yo, he's going to read every word of this shit. And Kristi Noem just like a dumbass going to sit there and listen like a stupid, just listening to him tell her how incompetent she is over and over in every little way possible. Did you know you also fucked up in this way? Do you know how lame you are, Kristi? I mean, you couldn't even present anything. I mean, it's just crazy, man, you know, to listen to this. But this is how incompetent these people are. It's embarrassing. Come on, Benny. Come on now. We get the point. Let's see here. What's her face?
Director Patel did. But you have...
Hey, look at her face.
You showed up today.
Look at her fucking face, yo. Her face looked like she didn't even move it. It was just like frozen.
Rather than throwing a civil servant under the bus like Director Patel did. But you have...
She is a monster. She is a monster. She's straight up a goddamn monster. Like, she is just standing there knowing people are dying everywhere, knowing and just cold as ice.
Systematically dismantle the Department of Homeland Security, put your own interests above the department, and violated the law. You are making
Oh, Kelly, I saw your message about your daughter there.
America less safe.
I understand you. You know, I mean, part of raising a kid is knowing how you're going to be able to afford it, how you're going to be able to take care of it. And these people are not offering nothing, to no solutions. At the same time, they want to tax everybody. Like,
so rather than sitting here and wasting your time and hours with more corruption, lies, and lawlessness, I call on you to resign. Do a real service to the country and just resign. That is,
look at her face, and just resign. Yeah, just resign. And she's probably looking at him, trying to rationalize some reason that his skin color means what he say don't matter anyway. I mean, this is what she's up to.
real service to the country.
Yeah, Benny Johnson's he's an American family, been there since when? Since Thompson, I'm sorry. Family been there since the colonial period, and she don't give a damn just because of his color, likely. Just nothing, no connection at all. You know what I'm saying? Did Benny Thompson serve in the military too? Let me look that up.
And just resign. That is, if President Trump doesn't fire you first. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have a highly distinguished panel of witnesses before us today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, I ask that the witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States of House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have all answered in the affirmative. I would like to now formally introduce our witnesses. First is Ms. Kristi Noem. She is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Secretary Noem previously served as Governor of South Dakota and was a member of this distinguished House. Second is Mr. Joe Kent. He currently serves as the Director of National Counters Center with Office of Director of National Intelligence. Mr. Kent served in the U.S. Army, completing 11 combat tours and a stint with the Central Intelligence Agency. Third is Mr. Michael Glasheen. He is Operations Director for the National Security Branch of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Glasheen has served in national security for more than 2 decades, including as Director of FBI's Terrorist Screening Center and Assistant Director to the National Security Branch. Prior to joining the Bureau, Mr. Glasheen served in the U.S. Marine Corps. I thank all the witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Secretary Noem for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Damn, is she going to use 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for holding this hearing today and inviting me to be a part of it. I'm looking forward to discussing the worldwide threats that this country...
Here comes the brainwash and the gaslighting by the most, sociopathic gaslighter that there is. It's almost worse when as a man, it's almost worse when a woman does this shit. If you ask me, like, it pierces the soul as a guy to have to, because we're wired to want to receive information from and then you just open up the door to all kinds of abuse. Imagine if you woke up in the morning and she was just gaslighting your ass. This had what you had to deal with every day.
country faces and the work that President Trump and his administration does each and every...
But imagine if you had to wake up with Trump's gaslighting ass there every single day, just lying and lying and lying. I mean, these are toxic people.
Every day to make America safe again. I'm very privileged and honored today to have my family with me. I'd like to introduce them to you.
Disruptions of congressional business is a violation of law, is a criminal offense under federal law. Audience members are advised to take their seats and maintain order. The chairman may now ask Capitol Police to remove and arrest the persons creating the disturbance.
Get ICE off our streets! Stop terrorizing your community! Get ICE off our streets! Stop terrorizing your community!
How they get in there with those signs without anybody seeing them,
Get ICE off our streets! Stop terrorizing your community!
Make it that was great. I didn't expect that, I had no full warning that was going to happen, but that was wonderful. Did y'all enjoy that? Oh my goodness.
Secretary may continue.
Chairman, I'll continue.
No, you won't.
Today with me, I have my husband, Brian, who's with me, and also two of my children. My oldest daughter, Cassidy, and her husband, Kyle, are sitting here in the front row. And then my middle child, Kennedy, and her husband, Tanner, and that was my grandbaby, Noah, that was crying a little bit during the ranking.
She got a grandbaby? God damn. Yo, how old is she, man? Shit. Hold on. Let me look her up.
Members'
How old
comments,
is she?
I don't think she agreed with him. I don't have my son with me or three of my grandchildren, but I'm very blessed that I have a wonderful family who is here and loves this country and is grateful for the work that we get to do as a family each and every day. We also have the blessing of having some angel families with us as well. They are here in the audience, and I'm so...
Man, she younger than me, and she got grandkids? Like, what the hell? I'm 55 years old, man. She's younger. She's 54, and she has grandkids. Multiple grandkids. All right.
Grateful for them for being willing to come here and be strong.
I mean, I'm not saying there's any particular number, but that's interesting. She's younger than me, like straight up, and her brain is really fucked up. Like seriously, that's a sad thing to be 54 at this age. Like that's sick. I hate to say it, but this lady is just, she's mean, kind of narrow-minded. Doesn't know a whole lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, and just never knows how to admit a mistake. That's not a good quality. That's not a good quality at all.
It's hard to lose someone that you dearly love to illegal criminal activity, to people who never should have been in our country to begin with, and to lose those loved ones to drug overdoses that get perpetuated by the terrorist organizations that filter them into our country that President Trump works so hard to stop. So I'm grateful that they're here and that they are telling their story. Under President Biden, he closed the office in the Department of Homeland Security that serviced these families. He closed it because he didn't want them to speak. He didn't want them to have support or services. And President Trump reopened the Voices office so that they can get services, so they can hear about the cases of the individuals who killed their family members, and they can get the kind of help that they need to get through the tragic grief that they've experienced. So I want to thank them for being here and continue to...
Hold on, I just want to
President Trump reopened the Voices office so that they can get services, so they can hear about the cases of the individuals who killed their family members, and they can get the kind of help that they need to get through the tragic grief that they've experienced. So I want to thank them for being here and continue to pray for them. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you today to discuss the wide range of threats that the Department of Homeland Security is working on to protect us from here at home and also around the world. Just 2 weeks ago, the day before Thanksgiving, a terrorist shot 2 of our National Guardsmen in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so let me just give you all some facts on that. She said President Biden cut down the Voices office, right? Okay, so this is what happened. The Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Voice office was established in 2017 under Donald J. Trump. So it hadn't existed. Trump established it, right? Now, quote unquote, to provide support and information to victims of crimes committed by undocumented immigrants, okay? Undocumented immigrants. The Biden administration dismantled it or closed that office in June 2021, replacing it with a broader victim support system called Victims Engagement and Services Line, VESL, within the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So she lied to every single American taxpayer, period. And to the MAGA supporters,
Sarah Beckstrom,
it doesn't matter to them because they're okay with people lying to them.
and also our people who killed their to people who never should have been in our country to begin with, and to lose those loved ones to drug overdoses that get perpetuated by the terrorist organizations that filter them into our country that President Trump works so hard to stop. So I'm grateful that they're here and that they are telling their story. Under President Biden, he closed the office in the Department of Homeland Security that serviced these families. He closed it because he didn't want them to speak. He didn't want them to have support or services. And President Trump reopened the Voices office so that they can get services, so they can hear about the cases of the individuals who killed their family members, and they can get the kind of help that they need to get through the tragic grief that they've experienced. So I want to thank them for being here and continue to pray for them.
All right,
I want to thank you for the opportunity to be.
Let me put the data in there about this Voices office just so people have the information here. And the chat is on replay. So just so you know, so in an hour after the stream leaves, the chat will be back up, and then you can just kind of go through it and see what people said and blah, blah, blah. But look, here it is. Let's say here. Summary, where else is it? Okay, right here. Trump's war on the left and side. Okay, your voice is right. Relaunches ICE new game. I'm trying to find one from back when Biden expanded it. Right? Now let's see. She said he closed it down, but she didn't say he he actually expanded it and just gave it a different name. So people that don't know that name, they won't actually find it. But the actual name of the program, here, I'll say it one more time. It says here that, here it is. The Biden administration dismantled or closed that office, the voice office, right? Replaced it with a broader victim support system called Victims Engagement and Services Line, VESL, VESL, within the U.S. immigration. So she neglected to tell the American citizens that part. She was willing to tell you that Biden just closed it down, but she wasn't willing to tell you what he did in replacement of that. So there you go. You got two references there. You got Time and you got Wiki, and you can just go into it and see what you get out of that. So
in front of you today to discuss the wide range of threats that the Department of Homeland Security is working on to protect us from here at home and also around the world. Just 2 weeks ago, the day before Thanksgiving, a terrorist shot 2 of our National Guardsmen in Washington, D.C., killing Sarah Beckstrom dead, and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still fighting for his life. Fortunately...
Now notice this. It's been how long since those 2 National Guard members got shot? Let me see something. Let me just go in here. I'm gonna illustrate something for you here. It's been some weeks, and they still don't know if that gun was illegal. They still can't tell you, and that's really weird. But let me see here. When were the 2 National Guard members shot in D.C. and did the perpetrator use an illegal weapon? Let me see here. I haven't seen any reporting on the weapon. I haven't seen anybody say it was illegal, and that's really peculiar because he's actually he wasn't a permanent resident or anything like that. He was still under the immigration asylum thing, if I remember correctly. Now, so that's November 26th, right? So that's about 2 weeks ago, right? Isn't that 2 weeks ago now? No, that's a little more than 2 weeks. That's about 2 weeks and 3 days, right? And let's see here. Now it says weapons used. The suspect used a .357 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver in an attack, a type of handgun reported by federal authorities. There is no indication that the firearm was an illegal weapon per se. You see that? So you might want to ask yourself, why is it legal for him to have that weapon, drive all the way from Washington? The weapon is not registered in his name, mind you. See, but they're still not calling it illegal. He could drive that weapon all the way to D.C. legally. The only time it became illegal is when he stopped in D.C. If he wanted it to remain legal, all he had to do was keep driving through D.C. and not stop. The moment he stopped, it became illegal because under D.C. law, you have to register it. If you're going to do anything else but just drive through, you have to register that weapon. Now, don't you think it's a little funny that the gun laws in the United States, that they're trying to stop illegal immigrants? They're trying to stop people from hurting people. They're trying to stop people like this that they say are dangerous. Why could this person legally possess that weapon and it's not even registered? How do you think that's possible? And do you think that's safe? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's safe. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think that's safe or you don't think that makes any sense. I mean, look, inside of the United States, I believe in gun rights. Just because it's a different situation than Europe. You know, people in Europe don't want to walk around with guns proliferated everywhere and be fucking scared because they're out of control. So they don't have that problem. But the U.S. has had guns for a long, long time, and they're proliferated everywhere in the United States. Why? What sense does it make that a person could have a gun legally? They're not even a citizen. They're not even a permanent resident. They're still looking for asylum to get the full process, the full residence thing. They're still looking for that. They haven't gotten the residency yet. And yet it's legal to have a gun that's not registered in your name, to possess it and drive all the way across the country. Why is that legal? And keep in mind, they're not talking about it. Just understand that. Legacy Media is not talking about that. Kristi Noem's not talking about that. Kash Patel's not talking about that. Pam Bondi's not talking about that. Donald Trump is not talking about that. Keep that in mind. Like, just keep it in mind. And let me tell you, clip this part of the video out and share it with as many people as you can. Like, straight up, because that doesn't make any sense. If you ask me, it just doesn't make any sense. Not safety wise. I mean, they're literally saying a guy who's not even a resident, who still hasn't gotten a residence permit, is still seeking it, is on temporary status, can possess a weapon that's not even registered to his name and drive it from the furthest part of the country in the opposite direction all the way to the opposite coast, to the capital. And at no point was that fucking gun illegal until he stopped and shot somebody. I'm sorry. That's fucking insane. I don't know. Well, American people, what do y'all want? Do you really... How are you fighting crime that way? How are you stopping violence? I don't get that part. I don't get it. You know, if you're concerned about immigrants, goddamn, why you want them to have a gun not registered to themselves? I mean, what the fuck? You want asylum seekers having the right to have a gun? Yo, and not even register it? They don't even have to register it and just drive all the way across the country. Is that really what you want? Because that's what happened. And Kash Patel didn't call it illegal. Pam Bondi didn't call it illegal. Kristi Noem hasn't called it illegal. Donald J. Trump hasn't called it illegal. None of them are asking for it to be illegal. They're not advocating. They're not saying the laws need to be changed. They're not saying Congress needs to do its job and change the law. Trump is not doing an executive order. None of that. None of it. None of it.
We've had some really good news about Andrew recently, and he had the opportunity to stand up and is a miracle, and we're so grateful for his family for being so strong. We continue to lift him up and pray he has a full recovery. The terrorist who shot them was an Afghan national.
Exactly, Kelly. It's wild. It's wild.
Who entered the United States under Operation Allies Welcome. The same week, we arrested another Afghan national who came in under the same program. He was planning to carry out a bombing in Fort Worth, Texas. And just last week, just miles away in Washington, D.C., we arrested another Afghan national who also came in under Operation Allies Welcome. That individual provided support to the Islamic State of Iraq and ISIS-K and weapons to his father, who was a commander of a militia group in Afghanistan. Those are only a handful of the challenges that we face and the threats that the Department of Homeland Security stands against every single day. Under President Trump's leadership, DHS is securing our borders, we're restoring the rule of law, and we're protecting the homeland.
All right. Well, since this is bullshit, let's just go faster.
Administration, as a
we know Kristi Noem is just a talking head, and she's going to say her little points. I know we had to hear some introductions, but in any case, she's just reading her script. She ain't going to deviate from the script. That's Kristi Noem. Hold on. Let's see here. Boom. 2 seconds. All right.
To appear before you and discuss the threats posed to our nation. Despite the progress that we've made so far in the Trump administration, the threat posed by terrorists of all brands remains very high right now. We've made significant progress under President
this is obviously
Trump's leadership.
Republican talking right now, but that's okay. Let's hear both sides.
We have the jihadis of ISIS and Al-Qaeda on the run in Iraq and Syria, thanks to the decisive action and the strikes that we've taken there recently since President Trump took office in January. However, we have a persistent threat from the individuals that were allowed into this country by the previous administration. The number one threat that we have right now, in my view, is the fact that we don't know who came into our country in the last 4 years of Biden's open borders. What we have identified is alarming, and I want to share that with you today. We just recently put out a warning of the heightened risk of terrorist attacks.
Now, keep this in mind. Every time you hear him say something, keep your mind, what's stopping any of these people from legally getting a gun and driving it all the way to D.C. and shooting somebody? What's stopping them legally from doing that? Driving across the entire country, just like the last guy did. What are they doing to stop something like that?
Posed to the homeland by terrorists pretty much of all stripes, but in particular from ISIS and from al-Qaeda. NCTC has been crunching the numbers and going through the sheer volume of known and suspected terrorists that are in the country that came in under the Biden administration. So far, NCTC has identified around 18,000 known and suspected terrorists that the Biden administration let come into our country. These are individuals who under normal circumstances would never be allowed to enter our country because of their ties to jihadi groups like ISIS and al-Qaeda. Yet the Biden administration not only let them into the country, and in many cases facilitated their entry into the country, just like the entry of the Afghan terrorists who committed the terrorist attack here just before Thanksgiving, killing one of our National Guard members and wounding another. That Afghan was brought into the country as a group of over 100,000 Afghans who were brought here during the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. These individuals, despite what has been reported, were not vetted properly to come into the United States. The individual terrorist who committed the attack in D.C., he was vetted to serve as a soldier.
Okay, it actually says that the guy who committed the shooting of the 2 National Guards, that he was just granted, I forgot that, he was just granted asylum by Trump. He applied for asylum in 2024. When was it? What month was that? It doesn't say here. It doesn't say what month. But that was in 2024. And then then Trump in April passed it and gave him asylum. Okay. Right. And so that makes him he have some status in the U.S., right? But okay, summary: resident status at time of shooting, lawful asylee, right? Asylum granted. Okay, original entered under humanitarian parole, right? Okay, that was in 2021 when he entered. So the shooter was not an illegal immigrant without status at the time, right? He had legal asylee status in the U.S., although he was not yet a permanent resident, right? So there's the issue. But in any case, why is it legal? And this is the same question, because this is what people need to ask if they want to know how he could have this gun. Why is it legal for any American to drive all the way across the country with a gun that's not even registered in your name? Why is that legal? Why? Why is that legal to do that? Why is that legal in the United States? So you can have a gun, but you don't even have to have it registered in your name? It doesn't have to be registered? What the fuck is up with that? And you could drive it across the whole country, and they call that legal. And the only time that this gun would have been made illegal is at the very point that he decided to use it, because that is the only law that he violated. The fact that he didn't register it in D.C., the place where he decided to stop driving through and actually stop to do some other activity. At that point, that gun became illegal if he had been stopped by the D.C. police. But all the time he drove through all those other states, it's not legal. If he drove straight through D.C., it would still be legal. It's not even registered in his name. Why is that possible? Why is that possible? What do you say here? Okay, you're just a... Oh, I don't know who you're talking to, Kelly. I'm asking this question. I asked a week ago the same question, Kelly. I'm asking you a question too. If you just answer me this, Kelly. Why is that possible? Why is it possible for anyone with a residence permit, or anyone, period, to drive all the way across the country with a gun that's not even registered in their name? How is that legal? Can you explain how that's legal? You know, I mean, I'm really curious about that. I don't see how that is. How is that legal? And if that's legal, how are you going to stop the next person from driving all the way from Washington to D.C. and shooting somebody? Where's the law? I mean, do you understand how the math is totally against you stopping anyone from doing that because of the law? You do understand that, right? You can't have laws that laxed and expect nobody to get shot because you have no law preventing them to travel all the way across the country with a weapon that's not even registered in their own fucking name. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. There's no explaining it. That's ridiculous. You know, yeah, especially when you're talking about stopping it. So
in Afghanistan, the Biden administration is.
Let me go on past this dude because obviously this is the first setup question. They got to give a Republican the setup question to Kristi Noem because they know she about to get chewed out.
Young people.
Let's see.
What if I told you your daily?
Let's see here. Come on, Kristi Noem.
Radicalization of domestic terrorists most often occurs online. Social media and encryption have increased the speed and accessibility of the violent extremist content. International terrorists continue to pose one of the greatest, most immediate threats to the homeland. Some international terrorists and people located and radicalized to violence primarily inside the United States who are not receiving individualized direction from foreign terrorist organizations or FTOs, but are inspired to commit violence by FTOs such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Iran continues to plot attacks against former government officials in retaliation for the January 2020 death of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, Commander Qasem Soleimani. Iran also continues to provide support to its proxies and terrorist organizations.
Okay, so he's just going on his little speech also. Okay, let me just get past that. I don't want to hear any of this bullshit. I'm sorry about that, but let's see here.
What keeps me up at night is the individuals that are in this country that wish to do us harm. And that is why we are so aggressive at making sure.
The hearing will continue with the remaining witnesses.
Okay, here we go. Now we got Benny coming back. Thompson. All right, here we go. Now he's going to ask a question. Let's see here.
Number 2, threat to the homeland at this point. The organizations that pose on the domestic side, 2 of the organizations, number 1, number 2, threat to the homeland at this point.
Can you please clarify, like organizations?
Any domestic terrorist organization that poses a threat to the homeland as we speak.
I'd say the first one, President Trump had just announced executive order domestic terrorist organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what President Trump did. What does the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing, right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is Antifa headquartered?
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist? If it's a terrorist organization, and you've identified it as number 1.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
So what does that mean? We're trying to get the information. You say Antifa is a terrorist organization. Tell us as a committee, how did you come to that? Where do they exist? How many members do they have in the United States as of right now?
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you. I'll ask one question, sir. I just want you to tell us. If you said Antifa is the #1 domestic terrorist organization operating in the United States, I just need to know where they are, how many people. I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Well, the investigations are active.
0.
So you wouldn't come to this committee and say something
This
you
some
can't
bullshit.
prove. I know you wouldn't do that.
Oh, yes, he would. Look at his face.
Madam Secretary, you and
whoa.
gentleman from...
Look at his face. His face was like, oh, yes, I would, because this is some bullshit. It's almost like he's there saying stuff that he doesn't really want to have to say, but he has to. Let's look at his face again. This is ridiculous, man. Oh, my goodness.
To that. Where do they exist? How many members do they have in the United States as of right now?
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you. I'll ask one question, sir. I just want you to tell us. If you said Antifa is the #1 domestic terrorist organization operating in the United States, I just need to know where they are, how many people.
Hey, Sherry. What's up, Sherry and Ebony?
I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Look at his face.
From
Oh, my God. Damn. We were about to see him make the funniest face on earth. Hold on. It's about to come. This is crazy. I mean, you got to understand, you're living in a time where they're going to lie to you until you ask the right questions and corner them in, because the man went out there and actually said something was a threat, and he can't tell you how many, he can't tell you where they're located, nothing.
Well, the investigations
He knows he'd be lying.
are active.
So you wouldn't come to this committee and say something.
This sounds like the Trump prosecutions of Comey and what's the sister's name in New York? Damn, I don't know why I forgot her name. Letitia James. Is like they start a prosecution, but don't have no information that they committed a crime. But they do it anyway just to get the TV headlines. And now they're doing the same thing with Antifa.
You can't prove. I know. I know you wouldn't do that. But you did.
Look, you see it just smiled? You see that? He's telling you. I mean, at least this guy has some kind of ethics, because he is going to stop. He's not going to bullshit people. He knows, everyone knows. He knows Benny Thompson knows this is bullshit, and everybody else. So he's not going to take the, he's not going to go the Kristi Noem route. Kristi Noem is going to sit up there and tell you how you're crazy and you must be the radical left if you believe something like that. You don't see they exist? They exist everywhere.
Made of.
Well, the investigations are active.
So you wouldn't come to this committee and say something you can't prove. I know. I know you wouldn't do that. But you did. Madam Secretary.
You see that? I mean, that's it. The man just came and lied to people, basically, is what I gathered from that. And he didn't give any retort. The man is talking about something that he has no knowledge of. He's just saying Antifa, nothing else to back it up. As far as him, he didn't say that. He had nothing to reaffirm Antifa, what they're doing, what they've discovered, how they know they're the #1 threat, how they know they're this, how they know they're that. Nothing. Don't know where they live, don't know where they're located, don't know how many they are.
Tell you and the gentleman from NCTC reference the unfortunate accident that occurred with the National Guardsman being killed.
You think that was an unfortunate accident?
I mean,
it was a terrorist attack.
Wait. Look, I'll get it straight. Then you can
He shot our National Guardsman in the head.
Look, Mr. Chairman, will you direct the witness to allow me to ask my question? It was an unfortunate situation, but you blamed it solely on Joe Biden. I want you to know who approved.
Exactly. How do you blame it solely on a person who's not the president? And Joe Biden could have refused him. They could have refused him his asylum. They could have refused it. Trump didn't refuse it.
The asylum application for this same person.
Yeah, she shot her puppy in the head too.
Mr. Thompson, this individual that came into the country.
No, I want to know who approved.
Congressman Thompson, I want you to understand when this individual came into the country, he came under evacuation of Afghanistan under Operation Allies Welcome, was thoroughly vetted by the Biden administration at that point in time, allowed into our country, and then was never followed up. I want to remind everybody in Congress.
Reclaim my time.
We follow the law. And every asylum is supposed to have a check-in every single year, and the Biden administration failed to do that.
So you could see this is how Republicans run their hearings. Like when they're the ones that have the hearings, they don't actually follow the rules. They let the witnesses do whatever they want. You see what I'm saying? And actually, she's going over her time.
Vetted this individual.
But in any case, she's saying all of this to because she don't want to say it's Trump who granted the man asylum.
Allowed them into our country and did not do due diligence.
Witness will allow the gentleman to ask his question.
Yes or no? Who approved the asylum claim?
The application on the asylum was thoroughly filled out by information that was gathered by the Biden administration.
So the Biden administration approved the asylum.
The asylum application was put into place under the rules established by the Biden administration.
Reclaiming my time. I don't want to file perjury charges against you, but I'm of the opinion that the Trump administration, DHS, your DHS, approved the asylum application.
The asylum application moved forward under all of the information and vetting processes that were put in place under the Biden administration, which is when vetting happened. And that's what President Trump has changed. Under President Trump's administration.
Reclaim my time again.
When
it's obvious you don't want to answer the question. Mr. Kent, you want a shot at it?
You guys don't see the comment, but it's blocked, right? But somebody wrote in the chat, she shot a rabid, violent dog. No, that's a lie. There's no reporting. And this is another example of how people need to demand that they have their references, because there is that's never been. No one's ever even said that in the media, So you can see this is some little MAGA talking group that people come out of, these trolls, where they just come with this information, and there you go. There's no evidence that shows that. You know what I mean? Maybe they're making it up as a lie later to describe why she shot the dog, but yeah, there you have it.
The individual was vetted to serve as a soldier in Afghanistan, and that vetting standard was used by the Biden administration as a ruse to bring him here. Had we followed the standard operating procedures for special immigrant visas, that individual and none of the Allies Welcome people would have come to America. That's on Joe Biden.
Gentlemen's time has expired.
That was the answer.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. That was a murder that took place in D.C. It was not an unfortunate incident. And those comments are effing disrespectful.
Who is it?
I expect better from the
It's not a valid point of order.
I mean, it's so weird because this guy's talking about a terrorist attack is not or whatever you want to describe it. None of that applies as a unfortunate situation. None of that applies for that's unfortunate. I mean, it seems like they're more angry at people who didn't approve his asylum. Biden. They're angry at Biden, not Trump, who approved the man's asylum. But it also sounds like they're more angry at Biden than they are at the gun laws that allow a man, any man, to drive all the way across the country with a gun that's not registered in their name, and it's called legal up until the point you stop and take it out of the box and shoot somebody. Sorry. If you can't do something about that, you're not really going to stop any more people from being shot in D.C., any more people from driving across the country and shooting, because you just don't have any laws that prevent it. Like, remember, preventing is not coming along after and prosecuting. Preventing is before the action takes place.
I will now recognize the gentleman from Texas, the former chairman, Mr. McCall, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, great to see you. This hearing reminds me of the novel A Tale of Two Cities. They see it, the Dems see it as the worst of times, but I see it really as the best of times. And what do I mean by that? Under the Biden administration, 15 to 20 million illegal aliens, unvetted, as you indicated, came into this country. What I think most disturbing is Director Kent's testimony. 18,000 known or suspected terrorists got into this country under the Biden administration. That's why we impeached Mayorkas. I was one of the managers.
You know, it's kind of funny how he's reading this data, because who is he getting this data from when he's saying these 1,800 suspected terrorists got in the country? Who said that? Whose data is that? Is that the Biden data, or is that the Trump data now? What is that? I mean, just let me know. How don't you think that's kind of interesting that he just says it like that? I mean, I don't think it's. I think they're just mixing up, making up stuff. Like, to be honest,
told his Border Patrol, you don't have to pay attention to federal law when it says shall detain aggravated felons. He disregarded federal law and says, you know what, may detain. It's discretionary. And guess what? We have thousands of aggravated felons now, or if not millions, in this country today. That was the worst of times. Let me go to the best of times. Most secure border I've seen in my 22 years in Congress.
Okay.
And I've dealt with this for a long time.
Anyway, let's move on.
Today, know what is secure.
I mean, I don't get it. Like, everything they're saying got nothing to do with Congress. They're not asking Congress to pass any laws. They're not asking the Senate to pass any laws after this tragedy happened. It's just like they're going to complain about it, and they definitely are interested in who to blame. But the part about creating a law that stops it from happening, that they're not up to.
Secure these special events.
Yes, thank you, Congressman McCall, and thank you for your leadership. I understand you're retiring and kept up on the events that were responsible.
Let me move faster, because that's obviously a Republican. It's not that I don't want to hear any Republicans, but I don't want to hear bootlicking and just a waste of time questions.
You're going after non-criminal immigrants, U.S. citizens, and permanent legal residents. Donna Hughes Brown, Irish citizen, green card holder, 48 years in the United States. She also happens to be the mother of a U.S. Marine, sister to a retired Army colonel. She's in ICE detention since July. She tried to come back from Ireland, arrested, has been there since then. Her crime? She wrote 2 bad checks for less than $80 a decade ago. You arrested her, she's in custody. Her husband, Jim Brown, came to us and told us her story. Jim told us, I voted for President Trump because he promised to go after criminals in our community and not people like my wife. If I can, I'd like to play a video for you.
Damn.
Slip for kuverter, postmærker og kioskbesøg hver eneste dag.
That is crazy. Did y'all hear that? It's like the guy said he voted for Trump and they deported his wife. Another one. This is crazy. And she apparently is what did he say? Hold on, let's hear the whole story.
Yes, sir.
For some reason, they cut that video.
Then he also voted for President Trump.
Oh, here it is.
Yes, sir.
Why did you vote for him?
Because I was an idiot. 80% of the evangelical Christian people were lied to, if you really want to know the truth, and that's exactly what happened. They said criminal, and I believe criminals need to be off the street.
Did you all hear that? Damn, that's deep. He said because we're idiots. That's why we believe Trump.
Then he also voted for President Trump.
Yes, sir.
Why did you vote for him?
Because I was an idiot. 80% of the evangelical Christian people were lied to.
Why did you vote for him?
Because I was an idiot. 80% of the evangelical Christian people were lied to, if you really want to know the truth, and that's exactly what happened. They said criminal, and I believe criminals need to be off the street.
I just want to make sure people watching this understand who you are.
My wife and I, when we don't work, we're ministers. We help the needy. That's what we do.
Damn, this man is crying, man. I feel so sorry for him.
And that's who they're arresting. It's
and I didn't vote for Trump, and I have empathy for this guy. But don't expect, a lot of these MAGA people have no empathy for anyone. Like none. They don't have empathy for other red state MAGA people that are losing their health care. Might have family members that die, might lose their home because they're forced to choose between paying the mortgage and paying a health bill, Like no empathy. Their regime is very strict about showing empathy to other human beings. They don't believe you should show empathy, that you're worth it. That's terrible. That's sick. That's sick. And you're right, Sherry. At least he can admit it. Some people can never come to this guy is cool. I don't have no issue with him. Seeing him right now, I don't see a bad person. I don't see a bad person. I see a person that found out the hard way. And when he found out, he spoke about it openly, like straight up. I can't knock him for that at all. I agree 100%,
ministers. My wife and I, when we don't work, we're ministers. We help the needy. That's what we do. And that's who they're arresting.
Now we've got Mr. Jim Brown before you. He's standing up. Hopefully you can talk to him a little bit. These people, Donna Hughes Brown, are not the individuals that should be deported. Another case, Narciso Barranco was beaten and arrested by masked agents while working as a landscaper. He's an undocumented immigrant, 30 years in this country, not a traffic ticket. Mr. Barranco is also the father of 3 U.S. Marines. 3 Marines. You want to make a movie of people like this. A man who comes to this country, instills patriotism in his kids. They swear an oath to serve and possibly give up their life for this country. We'll play a video on this as well, please.
Damn, this is so deep. I didn't even realize this was that deep right here. This is on, by the way, this is CBS News. This is the hearing that happened, like 8 hours? No, 12? No. What am I talking about? 15 hours ago, something like that?
Masked federal agents were filmed pinning a man to the ground and repeatedly striking him in the head and neck before putting him in an unmarked car. The man in the video has been identified as Narciso Barranco and is the father of 2 active duty Marines and 1 Marine veteran. The Department of Homeland Security said an illegal alien was arrested by Border Patrol agents after he, quote, assaulted federal law enforcement, adding that Barranco, quote, swung a weed whacker directly at an agent's face. Video shared by DHS and reviewed by CNN shows Barranco running with a weed whacker, but does not show him striking officers.
The EDR, I think, is great.
Yeah. I mean, they tend to make up a lot of shit ICE, and it's terrible, that they're allowed to get away with it, but
have with us today,
just remember, nothing's for free.
Alex Barranco behind you, a retired Marine. That's his father. And Alex, on behalf of myself, members here, I want to thank you for your service to our country, and we also thank your brothers for serving our great country. Thank Thank you very much. Got another case. George Rete, 25-year-old, native of California, my home state. He's a U.S. citizen, Army veteran who served in Iraq. Well, on his way to work, he came to an immigration checkpoint. Pulled over. I don't know where officers deployed tear gas on him, broke his car window, pepper sprayed him, and dragged him out of his car. An American citizen held for 72 hours without any charges, wasn't even given the opportunity to shower, to wash off that paper
Gentleman's
spray.
time's expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 articles I'd like to present for the record.
Unanimous consent.
Under President Trump, an agency intended to keep Americans safe has diverted resources from child abuse, trafficking, and terrorism to immigration enforcement. Second is this letter from my Orange County Sheriff, Don Barnes, essentially talking about all the individuals under Prop 50 referred to ICE 2025 year to date. 50 of them.
Without objection.
ICE never showed up to pick them up.
Without objection. I will entertain.
Yeah, they don't realize that when you're, it's one thing to have a warrant. It's another thing to have like something you violated a law that leads you to stop somebody. But these people, they don't have any way of knowing who they're stopping. They're just literally stopping anybody based on how they look. And that's racism. But on top of that, it's sometimes they might have warrants, but a lot of the times it's just random walking down the street, roaming and just looking. Can I, who do I want to stop by your own judgment? Right. And, but the thing is that the 14th Amendment is the 14th Amendment. Like, who said that? 6th Sense. It applies to all people, not just citizens. All people. You see? So that means you can't just stop people that way. But then again, this you can impeach Supreme Court justices. This is one of Callahan's things where he's the one that decided that in some cases you could stop people because of how they look and how they sound, right? And but is that what the Constitution really represents? Is that following the Constitution? And again, why is your health care not getting cheaper if all these people have been kicked out? How many months has it been going on that they've been flying people out, kicking people out, throwing people out, grabbing people off the street? Where's the point where your health care gets cheaper, if that's what it's about? Where's the point that your food gets cheaper, if that's what it's about? Why isn't it that the cost of goods hasn't gone down with all the people they've thrown out and stopped? Just, if that's the point, right, that these people are harming the economy, where's the benefit? Is your apartment got cheaper because there's more houses available because now these people have been kicked out? How does that reflect on the value of your life right now? Has it improved the life? Where's the improvement? And I think there's also an issue there. You see what I mean? Like, I don't think the plan is to improve your living. That's the problem. Because if it was a plan, the plan would be comprehensive, and there is none. You see what I mean? It's just to have something to show on TV. They don't even know if they, at this point, have put out more people than Biden or Obama. They don't really know. Remember the last time they made this big thing about Trump and how he did all of this with immigration and all of that, and then you find out after it was all done, Obama had actually put out more immigrants. I mean, they don't actually really come with any data points. They don't. You don't really know. I mean, what are we supposed to believe, that the only people they come across are the people we see the news reporting on? Right? Is that the way it's going to go about? Because that ain't a whole lot. Right? Yeah, they really can't tell you. And yeah, it's just too much. I mean, and then again, I mean, do you want your rights do Do you want the police stop? Put a 1 in the chat if you want the police stopping you based on how you look and you haven't committed a crime. I'm just talking about any American citizen, because they're stopping plenty of American citizens like that now. So put a 1 in the chat if you want ICE or the police, any police officer, to just stop you just because they think you look a certain way. Put a 1 in the chat if that's what you want to happen to you as a citizen. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. I mean, I'm curious about that.
I will
Mr. Chairman?
entertain UCs at the end of the hearing. I want to entertain all UC motions at the end of the hearing. We have witnesses. I want to make sure everybody has time. So if we do this now, we do have a witness has to leave. You're just going to be taking time from other members. But I will entertain UC motions at the end of this hearing. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guess, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, it's great to see you again. Thanks for appearing before us again. I want to echo some of the remarks of Mr. McCall. I want to first thank you. I want to thank the men and women who serve under your command for the incredible job that you have done over the last 12 months. We have seen that you are active in enforcing the rule of law. We have seen a border that is as secure in our lifetime as we have ever seen. You mentioned in your opening statement over the last 4 years, we saw somewhere between 15 to 20 million illegal immigrants enter the country. Just looking at monthly statistical data, we know that under the Biden-Harris administration, that in December of 2024, that there were over 300,000 illegal immigrants who were encountered along the southern border in that month alone. Recent statistics by the Department of Homeland Security for October, the most recent statistics we have, show that the number of border encounters for October of this year under your leadership have dropped to 11,000, a decrease of over 95%. And so I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for the work that your men and women have done to protect our borders from illegal narcotics entering the country. We saw a press release the Coast Guard sent out this week regarding Operation Pacific Viper. And they mentioned a specific seizure that occurred on December the 2nd by the Coast Guard cutter Monroe, in which in a single incident of interdiction that the Coast Guard had the largest maritime interdiction seizure in almost 20 years, seizing 20,000 pounds of cocaine in an individual seizure. So I thank you for your aggressive actions in enforcing the law and for the incredible work that you and the men and women under your command are doing. I want to talk about, as we talk about threats, I want to talk about threats against law enforcement. Last week, this committee, we had a hearing. The hearing was entitled When Badges Become Targets. And during that hearing, we talked about the threats to law enforcement, specifically federal law enforcement, and even specifically within federal law enforcement, the threats toward ICE agents.
Look, one thing that MAGA people need to understand is that there is no congressional reform on immigration yet. Not really. The only reform that there's been is on limiting, what do they call it? Let me see here. What is it? Let's see here. Immigration related law, okay, passed in 2025. This is part of the big, beautiful bill, right? Immigration and Border Security Package, known as the Big Beautiful Bill Act, right? That's just monitoring the border. That has nothing to do with how many immigrants you're going to let in, where they're coming from, what the requirement is, any of that. Trump signed into law July 4th. It allocates. This is the same big, beautiful bill that's about to make your health care go up in 2 weeks from now. Trump signed into law. It allocates large funding increases for immigration and enforcement. Okay, includes new enforcement and deterrence measures, right? Okay, but where is the comprehensive part about who, where, why, what the criteria is to immigrate to the U.S.? As part of the law, several provisions aim to limit immigration and penalize unauthorized entry, including very high fines reported up to $5,000 per apprehension. Okay, so you get some money, but still. It doesn't say nothing about what you want to immigrate. I mean, you don't want any immigration? That's not going to make any sense. Trump already went back on that and already said, damn, we need farmers. I mean, come on. Enforcement and travel restrictions. Okay, you got enforcement and travel restrictions. What else? The immigration agreed to decide. The Supreme Court agreed to decide a case about the legality of an executive action aimed at limiting birthright citizens, a change that would come from executive branch and Congress enforcement priorities, not direct congressional self-enacted statutory. You see? So there's no constitutional law coming. Not yet. Congress has not passed a new major comprehensive immigration law in the modern era. Okay? So, again, you have to understand this. Republicans are the majority in Congress. They're the majority in the Senate. They're the majority in the Supreme Court. And they have the White House. Why? Why don't they know who they want, how they want them, what the criteria is, where they want them from? Why don't they make a law if they're against immigration? I don't understand what's going on here, because most countries, other countries, even the countries Trump is criticizing, have those laws already. Trump is criticizing people that have stricter immigration law than him. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn.
The threats toward you and other members of leadership within DHS. We know that those threats and those incidents of physical attack have escalated dramatically.
All right, let's go to Marjorie Green Taylor.
Har du mange udlæg og bilag?
I don't want to just keep hearing. It's kind of like he's hyping up just Trump for no reason. But let's hear Marjorie Green Taylor here. 2 seconds. Come on now. She's coming up. And then we get out of here. Let's see here. I'll be back in a couple of hours. And hold on, fathers. In 4 hours. Here we go.
Administration. 10 months under Trump has seen less apprehensions than 1 month under Biden. Since January.
What did I tell you? Listen to this. I told you they don't want to show MAGA people numbers. All they want to show, I just got finished saying this. This is ridiculous.
Facilitate. To use it. But these people have been deporting.
Oh, hold on. Let's hear this guy and then hear Marjorie.
And has no criminal escape for his.
You can follow.
You can.
Hero of what those nature of that is the new concerns.
Like you deported.
Here we go.
Madam Secretary, how many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
I don't believe you served in the military. I haven't either, but I think you and I can agree that as Americans, we owe everything to those who have served our country in uniform, particularly those who have served in combat. Do you agree with that?
Sir, I believe that people that are in this United States that are citizens have legal status here.
Madam Secretary, we are joined on Zoom by a gentleman named Se-Jun Park. He is a United States Army combat veteran who was shot twice while serving our country in Panama in 1989. Like many veterans, he struggled with PTSD and substance abuse after his service. He was arrested in the 1990s for some minor drug offenses, nothing serious. He never hurt anyone besides himself, and he's been clean and sober for 14 years. He is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient. He has sacrificed more for this country than most people ever have. Earlier this year, you deported him to Korea, a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7 years old. Will you join me in thanking Mr. Park for his service to our country?
Sir, I'm grateful for every single person that has served our country and follows our laws.
Can you please tell Mr. Park why you deported him?
Every one of them needs to be enforced.
But you understand that many veterans struggle with PTSD, many veterans struggle with substance abuse challenges. This man took 2 bullets for our country. You have broad authority, by the way, as Secretary, to issue humanitarian parole, to do deferred action. Will you commit to at least looking at Mr. Park's case to see if you can help him find a pathway back to this country that he sacrificed so much for?
I will absolutely look at his case, but I want you to remember that
Madam Secretary, the man behind you, please stand up, sir. His name is Jim Brown from Troy, Missouri. He is a Navy combat veteran who served our country in the Gulf War. He's married to a woman named Donna, who came to our country legally from Ireland when she was 11 years old. She has lived here for 48 years. Because of you, Jim's wife Donna has been in prison for the last 4 months. She did not come here illegally, and she has never committed any crime other than writing 2 bad checks totaling $80 10 years ago. She is currently in prison and facing deportation. Ms. Noem, will you thank Mr. Brown for his service to our country?
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your service to our country.
Now, what possible explanation can there be for locking up his wife for 4 months when she has committed no crime other than writing a couple of bad checks for $80?
Sir, it is not my prerogative, my latitude, or my job to pick and choose which laws in this country get enforced.
You have broad discretion as the secretary. You can issue parole. You can do all kinds of things, but you're choosing not to. Will you commit again to just reviewing Donna's case and reuniting this combat veteran with his beloved wife, who also loves this country?
I will review the case.
Now, Madam Secretary, you've already heard the story of Lance Corporal Al.
Just keep in mind, the significance of this is that what's the White House press secretary name? What's her name? Miss Piggy? What is her damn name? Caroline Levitt, right? God. Her brother had his wife detained, or his girlfriend detained, the mother of his child detained. And guess what? They decided to let her stay. You see what I mean? So they have broad discretion regarding this issue. And I don't know why they're trying to pretend like they don't. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And if you best believe they're treating their own family members like how they treat you, the rest of the U.S. citizens, you're stupid. Don't believe that. They're making all kinds of little special exceptions for their family members all over the place. I mean, you got to admit, these are Americans. And if Caroline Levitt's own brother could have that situation in his own family, all of them probably have it. You see what I'm saying? Like, so just keep that in mind. You may not hear about it. I'm sure Levitt was like, I'm sure they kept that a secret for some time too. You know, she knew about that for quite a while, that her brother had a child with a Brazilian woman who is not in the country according to the Trump's version of legally. She knew that the whole goddamn time, but she went out on TV and capped. And then all of a sudden you find out, damn, well, her brother, he went and did it. Why can't I do it? And that's what everybody should be saying. Caroline Levitt's brother went and did it. Why can't I? Okay, you pay the same taxes. You see what I mean? Like, why is your tax dollars working for him and it ain't working for you? Like, flat out.
Alejandro Barranco, the United States Marine veteran who is behind you, who also has 2 brothers who are United States Marines. Will you thank Lance Corporal Barranco for his
Bits, what's up?
service?
Thank you for your service.
His father, Narcisco Barranco, is a landscaper in California who has lived peacefully in our country for 30 years and has no criminal record. Last spring, while he was mowing the lawn at an IHOP, ICE agents tackled him in the street and imprisoned him for weeks. A peaceful, hard-working man who raised 3 sons to be United States Marines. We need men of that character in this country. Again, as Secretary, you have broad discretion. Will you consider Lance Corporal Barranco's father for parole in place to stay in our country, owing to the fact that he has contributed to our country by raising 3 United States Marines?
This is an opportunity to remind everybody that
She's not talking to. Why don't you remind Kristi Noem, why don't you remind Caroline Levitt's brother? Okay, God damn it. We want the same rights. Okay.
person that's in this country.
What's up? Yeah, I see you. I'm still here, bitch. I'm going to go for like 4 hours and I'll be back too. I'm going to go in like 10 minutes from now. I just want to get through this questioning right here. It was a couple of more interesting questions here.
Illegally has an opportunity to voluntarily go home and come back the right way.
He raised 3 United States
we will
Marines.
Facilitate that.
He has been living here peacefully, doing his job for 30 years. You have discretion. You are choosing not to use it. Madam Secretary, you promised America that you would go after the worst of the worst. But these people are not the worst of the worst. A Purple Heart recipient, a military spouse, the father of 3 Marines, And it's not just veterans and military families. You are locking up and deporting children with cancer, mothers with babies in the NICU, United States citizens. There are many problems with your leadership, but the biggest problem is this. You don't seem to know how to tell the difference between the good guys and the bad guys. Go after the bad guys. Go after the terrorists. Do not go after veterans, Marines, children,
Gentleman's
United
time's
States
expired.
citizens. I yield back.
Time's expired. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. The previously Democrat-controlled administration allowed over 13 million border crossers from over 170 countries and territories to break our laws, invade our country, rape our women and children, and murder our own people. They set all-time records.
She acts like they all came into the U.S. and did that. You know what I'm saying? This is like crazy. It's crazy. So they go to the assumption that all those immigrants came into this country to rape our women. All of them. Even the guy's wife, who you just heard earlier, got detained, right? And all they do is pray and help poor people. She was gone. She came in to rape people too, according to Marjorie Greene Taylor. I mean,
170 countries allowed over 13 million border crossers from over 170 countries and territories to break our laws, invade our country, rape our women and children.
Were there 13 million rapes?
And murder or break our 13 million border. The previously Democrat-controlled administration allowed over 13 million border crossers from over 170 countries and territories to break our laws, invade our country, rape our women and children, and murder our own people.
How many of these people actually raped or murdered anybody? You know, I mean, it's just insanity that this is how she describes them. None of them are good people. None of them worked on farms. None of them were nannies. None of them were housekeepers. None of them cut gardens for a living. None of them did anything. None of that. It's all rapers and all, murderers. You know,
they set all-time records for the highest number of illegal aliens ever encountered in a single day at 14,500, in a single month at 370,000, and in a single year at 3 million, not including the known gotaways. Thanks to Secretary Noem and the hard work of Tom Homan and all the brave men and women at DHS, our new Republican-controlled admin has produced the safest and most secure border our country has ever seen. Thank you very much for that. For the 7th consecutive month, U.S. Border Patrol released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Daily average apprehensions at the southern border are 95% lower than the daily average under the last administration. 10 months under Trump has seen less apprehensions than 1 month under Biden. Since January 21 through the end of November, there have been 117,105 total enforcement encounters along the southwest border, which is nearly 40% less than the monthly average during the Biden administration. Meanwhile, there has been...
So that means housing should be cheaper now that there's plenty of houses, right? Because all those people, there's been this decline, right? All these people are not coming in anymore, and loads of people have been kicked out, right? So where's that reflected in the cost of housing? Where's that reflected in the cost of goods? Where's that reflected in the cost of services? Where does your taxes get cheaper since these people aren't here putting a burden on the taxpayer? Where's that happening?
An 8,000.
Nowhere. Your taxes haven't gotten cheaper. Your housing hasn't gotten cheaper. Your cost of goods haven't gotten cheaper. It hasn't reflected in that at all. Still waiting for that. But when? I'm just saying, what is it going to be? 2026? Is it going to be then? It won't be this year. We know that for sure.
1,000 increase.
Any of them talking about lowering federal taxes? That could happen if you voted for it. If you wanted it, MAGA people, you could vote. You could vote to lower federal taxes. Why don't you do it? Why don't you want to do that? Or you just want to keep paying the same federal taxes? Okay.
Death threats against ICE law enforcement. Secretary Noem, back in July, the department put out a press release titled Worst of the Worst. Criminal proceedings begin in a case of transgender illegal aliens.
Oh, here we go. Now she's going. I'm sorry, but she's going back to nothing that matters because, wow. I mean, you have one transgender person is going to replace the question of how have taxes become cheaper? How has housing become cheaper? How has the cost of groceries become cheaper? Just one trans person can just make all those questions not matter anymore.
You agree that asylum is a lawful pathway to immigrate to this country? Yes or no?
There's an asylum program, yes, in place.
All right. So
It wasn't
immigrants
used under
then
the
with
Biden
ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Your question was?
Immigrants with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country.
There are individuals in this country that have applications that
And they are legally here because it's a lawful pathway, right?
it's a lawful pathway.
Okay, so
And I
if
will-
your department then deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law, correct?
Joe Biden left us with.
I'm not asking about Joe Biden. I'm asking you a specific question. If your department deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Is that correct?
It was greatly violated when they allowed.
I'm asking
1.5 million
you.
people to come
I'm
in and
asking you.
granted asylum applications.
Why are you filibustering? Why can't you answer the question? It's a
Because,
simple
Joe,
question.
your president
If your department
and your secretary
deports
did not follow
anyone
the law
with an ongoing
applications
asylum application, you are violating the law. Isn't that correct?
The asylum program was
Okay.
broken under the
Mr.
last.
Chairman, I will reclaim my time. She's not answering the question. But
Yeah,
the obvious answer is that yes.
And the prices of goods, they've kicked out, they've stopped the immigration, they've solved that problem. They've kicked out many. I don't know how many. How many have they kicked out in 10 months? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how many. Let's see here. How many immigrants has Trump kicked out since being in office in 2025? Let's see. Because I don't know the number. And when you don't know the number, it's just good to say that and try to find out what do the numbers look like. Let's see here. Okay. According to reporting based on Department of Homeland Security, DHS statements, over 500,000 and 579,000 removals had occurred under Trump's administration thus far, right? And international repatriations to Mexico. Mexico president stated that about 152,000 migrants have been sent to Mexico. Okay, so yeah, you can kind of see how that's 600,000. So that's irrelevant. Let's round it up to 600,000. That's a relevant number, and almost zero are crossing into the U.S. So why isn't the price reflected in housing? Why isn't the price reflected in the cost of goods? Why, before all these people were immigrated, before all these people were kicked out, and before the border was secure 100% like they say it is now, the excuse for the prices being high was the immigrants. So what's the excuse now?
If you follow a lawful pathway, asylum is a lawful pathway. If you have an open asylum case, you are here lawfully. But the problem that we are seeing around the country is that you are not following the law. Don't tell us to change the law. If you don't like the asylum system.
Exactly. It's greed. It's greed, host dog. Somebody else said they're doing a great job. Yeah, but wow, how? Where's it showing up? What is the great part? See, if you're getting ready to, what is there, more jobs for you? Okay, did you get 500? Did they add 600,000 more jobs? What kind of job? What you want? Their job, you want to cut the grass? You want to babysit the babies for cheaper money? Would you want to work for $5 an hour? You want to work in the field? I mean, I'm not understanding it so far. I'm not understanding it. I'm not understanding
You changed the asylum law. Bring it to us. We'll work with you. I think it needs to be changed. But you can't just decide that
a lot of people decided to leave.
You're not going to follow the law, and asylum is a law, and deport people who have ongoing applications. Unfortunately, that is exactly what's happening. It's happening across the street from my office right in New York City. Numerous, thousands of people who have come to court appearances, have left them with open asylum applications, have been arrested. And then they've been shipped off and many deported. In September, one applicant was ripped away.
Exactly. Unemployment is high and shit, but they done deported almost 600,000 people. I mean, what's up with this? You see what I mean? I'm sorry, but the numbers just don't add up. And it's fair enough. I mean, like most people know this, Democrats wanted comprehensive immigration reform. But of course, that would include some details like, what do you want? How many of what category are you looking to have come into the country? What should their jobs be? Where should they work? What are the fields that, qualify that need, that say, we need a certain number from this area, from this, background, from this. This is how we can best produce a strong, the Trump administration hasn't done that yet. They don't want a law through Congress. So that means as soon as he's out, there's no more reform. And so the Republican Congress is not even calling for that reform, not calling for new laws. Then on top of it, no matter how many people they kick out, it doesn't seem to lower the cost of nothing. And that was the reason why they said they blamed the cost of everything on illegal immigrants. The lack of housing, the cost of goods, all illegal immigrants. Now they got over 500,000 out. The border has been shut down completely. And why isn't shit cheaper? Where's that being reflected? And MAGA people are not demanding that it's reflected in their lifestyle. They're not demanding that it reflects in more jobs for them. They're not demanding that it lowers the cost of goods. They're not demanding any of that. So in reality, the reasoning behind their problems with immigrants, they just said, fuck it. We don't care about the reasons anymore.
Away from his wife and small children after such a court appearance. And then this happened to his wife. Please play the video. No, it's not. It's not this one. All right, it's not this video. Here it is.
I'm yours. Come on, man. Come on.
Now, after this incident, your department issued a statement that said the officer's conduct in this video is unacceptable and beneath the men and women of ICE. Our ICE law enforcement are held to the highest professional standards, and this officer is being relieved of current duties as we conduct a full investigation. 3 days later, you reinstated that officer and you put him back on duty. I sent you a letter and asked you what investigation was done and why was he reinstated. You did not answer that letter. So I'm going to give you an opportunity right here to explain to me that if that officer's conduct was, quote, beneath the men and women of ICE, unquote, why did you reinstate him?
Sir, that investigation was completed. I can give you that investigation and the information that you would like. This is
I wrote you 2 months ago. Why haven't you given it to me yet?
I'm actually surprised that you haven't gotten it. I'm going to ask my staff about that.
Well, you shouldn't be surprised because generally speaking, you do not respond to us.
Thousands of your letters.
Now, the other problem that we are seeing all over the country is that your officers are wearing masks, are dressed in plain clothes, often going around without identification.
All of our officers are identified.
I'm not asking a question. I introduced
No, they're not.
The No Secret Police Act to stop this. And we now have 113 co-sponsors so that they will not be masked and that they will identify themselves. Now, you say all of them are identifying themselves. That is not the case because last month in New York City again, the NYPD officers were injured by your masked, plainclothes ICE officers after they were called from 911 as residents witnessed your officers pulling individuals out of their vehicles and chasing them down the street. I also asked you what happened there. How were the NYPD officers injured by your officers? And you didn't respond. What's the answer?
Sir, our individual officers
Gentleman's time
are
is
identified.
time has expired.
I yield back.
I recognize gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez. 5 minutes.
All right, so yeah. In any case, Kristi Noem is basically. I mean, I'm sorry. These are great. I do. It does need to happen, these hearings, and I guess they're great to some degree to go on record about what's happening. The legalities of it all, but overall, it seems like. I mean, I don't know about you. I know some of you do your own research and everything, but I'm doing a lot of my research. I do it all the time, every part of the day when I have a little break. And then when I go live, I do some more research, right? It's so much to research and want to qualify and back up, right? But to me, it seems like MAGA people are happy with no results. That's what it seems like to me. Like they can't speak for any results. All they can do, the only thing they can say is that they've seen with their eyes some lady get pulled out of the car, sent away. They can say that. They can say they deported like what, 500,000 maybe, and 50, quote unquote illegal immigrants, right? They can say that, but they can't say how it improved their life. Like, isn't it supposed to improve your life, what you want done? Isn't that the point? I mean, that's the part I'm having difficulty with. I guess what they're trying to say is crime is down, but I don't think they'll find something like that necessarily. No, I don't know. I think crime might be down overall because American citizens are like scared to be outside and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like American citizens don't want to be, occupied. So American citizens just aren't outside as much as they used to be. Now it's maybe winter time, so I don't know. But I just don't think there's much of what's going on that they claimed would happen. And there's not much of what's going on that they can claim is resulting in improving their lives. You know what I'm saying? And sorry about that. And for me, it just, I don't know. It seems like there's so many other worse things. The dollar value has gone down. I mean, did you see the dollar? Like the dollar. This shit is not even improving the dollar. Like, where is the positive result? Where's the positive result? And I just wonder about that, In any case, let me read a few of the comments because I saw 6 Cents said something. Y'all thinking about going to my crib, huh? That's funny. All right. Let me see this. Who else said something? Let's see here. Kelly Cat said they are identifying themselves as police officers. Yeah, they can claim they identifying themselves, It is a joke, waste of time. They don't answer. Okay. Let me see here. Bits said, yeah, that's unreal. They can even pretend like ICE has a reason to behave like that. Yeah, they're trying to pretend like it's necessary to do their job. You know what I'm saying? I really wonder. I mean, but in any case, I just don't see where it's improving. Now, there are people that argued. I mean, I know plenty of people. Every time you turn a corner, you talked about a problem. They came out and said, yeah, well, if it wasn't so many illegal immigrants. Okay. So that means removing illegal immigrants solves problems, all these other problems. But I'm just saying, so far, it doesn't seem like it was as simple as that. So let me see here. Who else? Jamar. Oh, Bits. Yeah, thanks for the gifts, Bits. Everybody thanks Bits for the gifts again, actually. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, word up. I'm about to be out, as a matter of fact. That's why I'm reading some of the comments, and then I'm gonna be back in 3.5 hours, something like that. It says, I'm sorry, this is not what I want my tax dollars to go to, harassing hardworking people. They don't even ask for identification. I wonder how many PDF files there are. Yeah, I mean, and it's not comprehensive what they're doing. So whatever they're doing, it's causing a lot more trauma than it is getting out illegal immigrants. Basically, that's my view of it, because your plan can't just be winding down the street and try to catch one by sight. I mean, that's a poor plan. They should have another way of doing that. You know what I'm saying? And how about just the immigration courts funding the courts to process the cases and saying, no, sorry. I mean, you could try it that way, but they want a white Christian nation. I mean, it seems like the cat's out of the bag. Then act like they hate Islamic fundamentalists, but they're they're doing the same thing. They're just Christian fundamentalists who are, a weird bunch. I mean, they do not ID themselves, no names, no badge. Yep. I mean, we've seen that in a lot of cases, in mask and all of this shit. I mean, police don't even want to ID themselves really if they could get away with it, but now ICE is saying we don't, they're challenging that. So it's difficult for an individual to win a battle. It takes time. You need backup, and these people, they violate the law because they know it's going to take time to come around in the courts. Let me see here. Oh, bitch, you making food now? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's it for the moment. Damn, it's been, I don't even know how many hours it's been, but it's fun. It's cool to kind of do it a little different. I wanted to do it a little bit different this time around, and I knew I was coming on at a funny time. It's not the expected time, but I didn't care, because I was just like, it's so much shit going on today. You may as well just get it out there, right? And yeah, but in any case, y'all, I will be back in like 3.5 hours, 4 hours tops. So stay tuned. That will be like the late night stroll in the U.S. So, but in any case, I appreciate everybody. Once again, stay safe. And yo, we got to keep this shit alive. Don't forget, it's not over until it's not anywhere close to over. And the one thing for sure is that all the trouble Trump is facing is that we know that the people that have the most to be afraid are really American citizens, because they're stuck with Trump until a solution comes along. So hopefully that solution comes, earlier than later, and we'll see how it goes from there. But in any case, I'll be back. I'll catch y'all in a second. I appreciate everybody for coming out. All right. What? Oh, you're welcome for the chat room, Sherry. Yeah. Sometimes it gets a little wild. I can't read the chat all the time, because sometimes people are just disrespectful in it. But we getting better. I appreciate you. I'll see y'all. I'll be right back.
Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline on what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you're at. Just relax, and just hear a dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you're at. Your entertainment, at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax, relax and just hit the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gat. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. And hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. My mind state now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling people's vision get blurring. Their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep to me just relax and just hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax and just hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. War, crime babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you, deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go. It's from